Hello, everyone. I'm Mike Builder. I'm the CEO of Jackbox Games. I'm flattered to be asked to do this storytime keynote presentation to the PAX Online community. I've always loved attending PAX. It's awesome to see all the games, attend all the panels, and meet all of you. So I'm very excited for the next in-person PAX, but until then, I'm happy to be here. I thought I would use this time to tell you a bit about my story. Why I got into the industry, how I did so, and then share some insights into Jackbox Games and why we make the games we make and how we do it. So let's start at the beginning. It all started for me when I was 5 or 6 years old. My father got an Atari as his 30th birthday present, and my older sister and I would play it all the time. As primitive as it was compared to today's tech, it was fascinating at the time. The graphics, the sounds, the interactivity, the different cartridges and games that you could play, it was just captivating. And it kind of reminds me the same way children are so naturally able to use tablets or phones and how much they want to use them. For me as a kid, I was hooked on the Atari 2600. But there was a better experience. Growing up in the 80s, there really wasn't a cooler place than the arcade. And our local mall had an Aladdin's Castle arcade. And this was like Disney World for me. I loved going there. It was hours of endless entertainment. The atmosphere was super cool. The competition of playing against friends and strangers to get a high score and put your initials in the game. I mean, it was just amazing. And the technology was cutting edge. It was better than anything you could get at home. So I spent just about any free time and any spare change that I had at the arcade. They were the social outlets with friends, and there was competition there. Some of my favorite games were Donkey Kong and Star Castle, Frogger, Tron, Pac-Man, Spy Hunter, but my all-time favorite was Millipede. I spent more time and more money playing Millipede than any other arcade game. So one summer, I mowed lawns for a month and a half just to save up enough money to buy a Millipede cartridge for my Atari 2600. I think it was about 30 bucks at the time. I got home and I played that game until I had a blister on my thumb from pressing the fire button. And, as a kid, life was good. But then came the big crash. And if you've studied anything about the history of video games and the video game industry, you know about the big video game crash of the early 80s. The market had been flooded with all these crummy games and tons of inventory had been going unsold. And analysts said that the industry was a fad and it wouldn't come back. The nice thing about being a fan back then was that every toy store was slashing the prices of video games. So you could stock up on a ton of cartridges. But it was a sad time as well because innovation basically stopped. And then enter the Nintendo Entertainment Center, the NES. I was lucky enough to get it for Christmas the year it was released. It was the only thing I asked for, emphatically, from my parents. And I'm sure if there was a video of me opening that present on Christmas morning, it would probably be as big of a viral video as that Nintendo 64 Kids video was. I mean, I was ecstatic and losing my mind. And compared to the Atari, the NES was just amazing. Zelda, Super Mario Brothers, Metroid, I spent hours playing. It was fun with single player and it was fun competing with friends. I had a Nintendo Power subscription. I had a notebook when I was a kid where I logged all the scores, the save game codes. I even drew maps for the levels in Zelda. And, I wish I still had that notebook because there were hours logged in there. But the NES had a major impact on my youth. And it certainly planted the seeds of wanting to get into the games industry. And the idea of creating games really started to enter into my mind. As I entered high school, I finally convinced my parents to buy a computer. I had been bugging them for years. Our computer was a 286 Packard Bell machine with a whopping 1 megabyte of RAM, and it was running DOS on floppy disks. This is all pre-Microsoft Windows. But the games were totally different on a computer. Adventure games with a keyboard and text entry and story games and action games like Prince of Persia and King's Quest and Wing Commander. And the PC also opened my eyes to programming. So I taught myself BASIC, and in high school, I started taking computer science classes. After high school, I went on to college and I studied computer science. I invested in a state-of-the-art PC at the time. It was a Pentium computer with a CD-ROM drive. I still loved playing arcade games like NBA Jam and Mortal Kombat, but I was playing mostly on my PC, and new games like Myst and Seventh Guest came out, and they were just incredible. And a fun trivia game came out called You Don't Know Jack. As college was ending, it was time to start looking for a job. I grew up in Chicago. I wanted to go back there post-college, so businesses in that area were certainly of interest to me. I knew I wanted to make games after college, and at the time there were some big players in the video game space in Chicago. So I applied to all of them, but there was a bit of a chicken and egg problem. They all wanted experience. They wanted to know what games I worked on or what games I had made, or they just weren't actively recruiting or hiring. So ultimately, during my last semester at Purdue, I accepted a job with Motorola. And at the time, Motorola was pretty huge. They were, one of the top developers of cellular base stations and phones, and they were actively hiring software engineers. So I started as a software engineer and was writing code for GSM phones. I figured I'd get some experience as a software engineer at Motorola. I'd learn and I'd build my skills, and I'd keep building up a game development hobby on the side, and then keep applying to local game companies, which is what I did. And at that time, there was really no bigger player in Chicago in the video game space than Midway Games. They were pretty much the king of the arcades back then. They had tons of hit games in the 90s, like Mortal Kombat and NBA Jam and Cruisin' USA. And my favorite arcade game at the time was NFL Blitz. So while I was at Motorola, I grew my skills as a programmer, and I persistently applied to Midway Games as I was trying to learn how to do game development. And ultimately, persistence paid off. Finally, in early 2000, Midway offered me a job. I had a dilemma, though. The offer that they made was considerably less than what I was already making at Motorola. And so, I sought advice from family members and from peers, but ultimately I made the decision to follow my dream and get into the games industry. And I know a number of you that are attending PAX are interested in getting into gaming. There are certainly many routes into the industry now, many more than there were when I was trying to get in. There's mobile development, there's indie development. You can basically start your own game development and self-publish your titles. But if you're determined to get into the game space and you want to be successful in that career, I would encourage you to just be actively building your skills, whether that's art, engineering, management, whatever your discipline is. Just be persistent because persistence paid off. And in my case, I got that job. Now here's a fun little sappy story. During my last 2 weeks at Motorola, I was supposed to go to Cyprus, which is near Greece, for an international competition. My boss at the time was nice enough to still let me go. He let me wrap my work up in 1 week of my 2 weeks notice. So I still got to travel to Cyprus. And on that trip, I met a beautiful coworker from Motorola. We spent some time getting to know each other, and on our way back to Chicago, we ended up sitting next to each other on the plane ride home. And we played You Don't Know Jack together on that flight. I had it on my laptop. So it was the first game we played together. She also then told me that her favorite arcade game was Millipede. So this woman in my mind was just too good to be true. And at this point, we will be married now for 18 years this August. So anyways, back to Midway. I accepted a job as a game programmer, and I was working on the next NFL Blitz coin-op game. And this, for me, was pretty much a dream come true. I was now working at the same company as some of my idols in the games industry: Mark Trammell, Sal DeVita, George Gomez, Ed Boon. These are designers and creators of some of my favorite arcade games: Spy Hunter, Tron, NBA Jam, Mortal Kombat, NFL Blitz. But about 6 months into my job at Midway, they decided to discontinue CoinOp and move everyone into home console development. So I quickly moved onto the Blitz console team and was fortunate enough to be a programmer and then a lead programmer on a number of NFL Blitz games. But as time went on, I recognized that I wasn't the strongest programmer on the team, but I was a strong leader, and I was given the opportunity to move into management production roles. So I went from being a game programmer to being an executive producer, and ultimately was running the Blitz franchise. So I led a number of teams and products into the marketplace. Unfortunately, some were duds like NFL Blitz Pro, but some were hits like Blitz the League. It was a very fun time. We worked incredibly hard, especially on Blitz the League. In that game, we were an underdog group and we were going up against the big EA Madden machine. So it really rallied the team and created some strong friendships with many people in the industry that I'm still very close to today. At Midway, I was eventually promoted to the head of the Chicago studio. So I was leading all of product development in Chicago. This was another surreal moment for me. Again, I'm now working with many of my mentors and idols in the industry and helping them to bring their products to the market. And I oversaw a number of product launches during this time. But unfortunately, Midway fell on some tough times. The company invested in very aggressive growth strategy. They were opening and acquiring multiple studios and ultimately burning through quite a bit of money. So restructuring occurred, some executive management changes happened, and there were rough waters ahead. So I was working on my MBA at the time, part-time, while still working. And I wanted to stay in Chicago, and I certainly wanted to stay in the games industry. So I chose at that time to start looking for new opportunities. So this brings us to chapter 2, which is reboot. So I was searching for opportunities, like I said, in Chicago, and a posting for a general manager role to restart a game company came my way, and I went after it. I was very surprised and excited to see that it was Jellyvision. I was obviously a huge fan of You Don't Know Jack. They were best known for You Don't Know Jack. It was a revolutionary trivia game in its time. It had really great production values. It provided an interactive experience that gave the illusion of the computer actually talking to you, like you felt present in the trivia game show. It was witty, it was sarcastic, it had a strong writing comedy team from the Chicago comedy scene. Just a really great game. Unfortunately, there were a lot of You Don't Know Jack titles in the mid 90s into the early 2000s, and there wasn't a lot of diversification in the product line. There were You Don't Know Jack Sports, You Don't Know Jack Volume 2, You Don't Know Jack Movies, TV, Jack 3, Jack 4, The Ride, Fifth Dementia, a whole bunch of games. And unfortunately, they kind of saturated the market with their trivia product. So a quick history of how Jellyvision Games got restarted. It basically started out as a company called Learn Television, which was founded in 1989, and they made educational quiz product called That's a Fact, Jack. And that product evolved into the consumer-based trivia game called You Don't Know Jack. The company renamed it Jellyvision. It was a hit. There were many versions of it. It was pretty popular in the 90s into the early 2000s. And unfortunately, the bottom kind of dropped out of the CD-ROM marketplace, and Jellyvision wasn't well positioned to transition into the kind of emerging PlayStation era of home consoles. Their games weren't very well suited for playing with a gamepad or joystick. So in the early 2000s, Harry Gottlieb, who's the founder of Jellyvision, decided to shut it down, and he formed a new company called the Jellyvision Lab, which is a marketing services company still doing business today. In 2008, I joined to restart the original Jellyvision company, and at that time we rebranded it to Jellyvision Games, since there were two Jellyvision companies. We launched a new version of You Don't Know Jack. We built product for console and social and mobile, and ultimately in 2013 we rebranded as Jackbox Games. We've been making party games that you control with your phones since that time. So why restart Jellyvision Games? Well, around this time, the Nintendo Wii was released, and it was, a phenomenon. And suddenly people were playing together again in the same room, families, friends, sitting on the same couch, socializing and playing. And it seemed like there was an opportunity for social party games again. As the summary of this talk today says, Jackbox Games has seen enduring success since the first party pack was released in 2014. So in August of 2014, we launched Fibbage, and then in November of that year, the first party pack launched, and we were off to the races. But wait, what about those first 6 years from 2008 to 2014? Well, sometimes it takes a little bit of time to reboot. In 2008, we started by shopping You Don't Know Jack to publishers and eventually signed a deal with THQ in early 2010. In 2011, we launched that game. It was a brand new You Don't Know Jack. We put it on all the relevant consoles and on PC. It was a great time. We were able to staff up and build our team, create some technology, establish ourselves as a credible independent developer again. And the You Don't Know Jack launch did okay. But we captured most of our profit on the front end of the deal. So we were kind of back out shopping ourselves and our ideas to publishers. And we didn't have much luck getting funding for a new game. So in an ideal world, we wouldn't need a big publisher and we could self-publish our games. So this led us to seek investment. Then we ultimately raised some money with a venture capital firm in 2012. And then we went to work on self-publishing social and mobile games, and we produced a new You Don't Know Jack on Facebook and mobile. And once again, we had some success, but it was fleeting. So in 2013, we pivoted all of it to mobile and made a few new games, many of which were well received and well reviewed, but nothing really took hold. Nothing was a big success. And in 2013, we also devved a version of You Don't Know Jack for the Ouya, the up and coming emerging indie platform. We knew that there would be a challenge with controllers on the Ouya. I'm sure nobody owned more than one controller. So we decided to create an app that we called the Jackpad that you would download onto your phone. It was on Android and iOS. And it would create a virtual controller for multiplayer. So if you got on the same network as the Ouya, it would connect and it would allow you to join the game and have a virtual gamepad. And then, we also in 2013 rebranded. We ended up selling the Jellyvision name back to the other Jellyvision company, and we rebranded as Jackbox Games. During this time frame, we had multiple near-death experiences as a company. We were on some tough times. Unfortunately, we had to go through some downsizing. I have a pin in my office that says "I love cash flow" as a reminder. And we were doing everything we could to bring in money and keep the doors open so we could continue to make new games. Ouya and the Jackpad actually helped us learn some things. And one of them was to eliminate friction from the multiplayer experience. We knew we wanted to make party games that supported many players without needing additional controllers or a keyboard. And it really kind of was at this time the same challenge that Jellyvision had back in the early 2000s. How do you make a party game on console that allows many people to join and play when there's a limited number of controllers? So we built a technology we call eCast. And instead of an app, we made a web-based controller infrastructure. So it works in any browser and there's no setup. You just put in a 4-letter room code and you're connected. So for those that might not be familiar, it's pretty powerful tech, but it's very simple in how it functions. Like I said, you just launch the game on your console or your PC or your laptop or your set-top box, and the room code is then displayed. You take out your phone, you're instructed to go to jackbox.tv and enter in that room code. And then most of our games support up to 8 players, some of them more. But the powerful thing is the controller is then skinned with the context-specific art and controls depending on the game that you're playing. So you might have keyboard entry if you're playing a funny text entry game or a lying bluffing game. You might have drawing tools if you're playing a game like Drawful. You might have the ability to have unique information shown to you relative to other players in the game. So it really opens up, some cool opportunities for game design, but also some pretty unique experiences for the player. And only one person needs to own the game in order to host it. Everybody else can join it for free. And so it kind of adds some virality to our games, because a lot of people get to try it before they buy it. And if they really like our games, then hopefully they'll go out and purchase them and entertain their friend group or their family. So back to 2014. We launched Fibbage in August of 2014, and we had some success, but it was a lower price title, and it certainly wasn't something that was going to propel Jackbox Games to solvency and keep us going. So we then scrambled and tried to pull together the first party pack, and we ended up launching that in November of 2014. So we included 5 games. We priced it at $25. And most board and card games are somewhere between $20 and $30. So we thought it was competitive in the market for party games. And the value proposition of the party packs was 5 games, $5 each. So if you enjoy 2 or more of those games in the pack, you felt justified with the purchase and you were happy. Thankfully, that game was very well received, and it was successful, and it was pretty unique at the time. And that marked a turning point for Jackbox Games. Some unexpected things happened. People started streaming our games on Twitch. And unlike most games where people just tune in to watch the streamer, with our games, because it's a web-based controller, anyone, anywhere that was watching could join in and play along. So these games of Fibbage were going live, and people all over the world were joining as fast as they could to be the contestant in the game. So that early in that next year, we followed that up with a launch of a game called Quiplash, with some help of some backers on Kickstarter. And we doubled down on these features for streamers and their viewers. So we added an audience mode, which allows up to an additional 10,000 players to join that one game session. Another 10,000 people can join it and interact and play along and meaningfully affect the game. So this works really well in big conference environments. We do this at PAX when we have our stage or our panel. Everybody in the room can join and play along. It works really well over streaming services like Twitch, where you have a large viewing audience. They can all join and play along. So from 2014 to today, we've launched an annual party pack each year, as well as a couple of standalone titles, as well as some digital bundles. So with 7 party packs in the market, each containing 5 games and 4 standalone titles, we've created over 39 games at this point over the past 7 years. We have 5 more in development this year. And over this time, only a few of the games are actually sequels. And where there are sequels, they're usually to the most popular titles like Quiplash, Fibbage, or Trivia Murder Party, games that people are wanting more and looking for a sequel. So I'll talk a little bit about the game development process here and basically how we do this every year. So we tend to launch our games in October, and we will then support the launch with our marketing efforts and our engineering and testing efforts. But many team members will start to peel off and start the ideation process up right away. So it kind of kicks off right after we release the annual party pack. The front end of our process is intended to kind of maximize new concepts. We open up the ideation phase to everybody. The whole studio is involved in pitching games, regardless of your department, regardless of your seniority or role. Everyone is encouraged and expected to participate. The back end of our process is focused on kind of efficiently identifying and executing on the most promising concepts. So, our team is able to progress from an individual game ideation phase around that October timeframe to a full party pack release, which is 12 months later from that timeframe. There's a good kind of 9-10 months of actual development, production, and kind of ideation on the front end of that. But that's kind of the cycle that we follow. So we start off with just kind of blue sky ideas, then we move into paper and pencil testing. that can look a little something like this. There's lots of iteration, there's lots of prototyping. People get together in conference rooms and play. We have play testing sessions in the office that are kind of run like focus tests would be run. We do surveys and questionnaires after them. But there's just a lot of activity. And usually if you get laughter out of a conference room, you know you're onto something good. You know, sometimes these will then evolve into full prototypes if it's necessary, but there's a whole pitch process that we follow. So we follow this process called the green light process. And we've kind of refined this process over the years, but it looks a little bit something like this. There's a small group of individuals on the green light committee. It's usually some senior folks in the studio or some people that have been a part of the game design process or game direction process. But we do rotate folks in and out of it. And these people are in charge of evaluating pitches and selecting which games make it into the pack. It's expected that games are tested and feedback is gathered before they're pitched. So we expect that there's multiple internal play sessions and some feedback gathered. If the concept works as a paper and pencil test, that's great. If a prototype is necessary for the pitch, then a digital prototype can be brought to the meeting, but it's not necessary if it's not necessary to demonstrate the game. And then we share the results of every pitch with the studio. So there's nothing secret. Everyone is aware of the state of every game or every concept along the way. And there are three possible results of a pitch. There's the green light, which means the game is good to go on. It goes into the next stage, which is pre-production. And then there's a full evaluation of the risks and assessment of the scope of the game, kind of identify the core of the game and its creative brief, build a team around it, and it's off into production. There's a yellow light, which means that, you know, it's a neat idea, but it needs to be revisited in some way. There's some problems with it. In that case, we will assign additional team members to help build up that pitch and address the concerns that are had with it. And then ideally, if they can overcome some of those issues, the game is then repitched. Or there's the red light, and that means stop working on this game for this cycle, possibly revisit it again in the next pack or in a future year. Stop working on the game for this cycle might mean it's a great game, but let's say it's a game that focuses very heavily on drawing mechanic, and maybe we've already greenlit a game whose core mechanic is a drawing mechanic. Now, that doesn't mean this game isn't a great game. It just means we probably don't want to put two games where the only core mechanic is a drawing mechanic side by side in a party pack, so it gets deferred to future year. This talks a little bit about the selection criteria. I mean, there's no real recipe for picking games, but we do evaluate on some criteria that we've kind of refined over the years. We want to make sure that it appeals to a very broad and wide audience. We want to make sure that the game pitch fits the brand, that it's something that would come from Jackbox, or knowing our catalog and our presentation of games, that it, again, would be familiar to fans. We want to make sure that there's excitement in the studio and in the team to make it. If it's a great game, but people aren't thrilled to be on that team or make it, we're not going to greenlight it and move it forward. We want it to create laughter. We want it to create social interaction. Those are key things for us. We want people talking in the room and playing together. And so that's a core tenet of all of our games. We want to make sure it's easy to just jump into the game, that it doesn't necessarily take a ton of explanation. You can just get into it quickly and understand it. That's not always a requirement, but it's definitely a requirement for some of the games in every year's pack. Ideally, it does something new with our tech or our format. And we want to make sure that this game isn't better as an analog game. There has to be a reason for the tech. You know, if this game is similar to a typical parlor game or a card game that you can play in an analog fashion, and you know, all of our tech and the phones as controllers doesn't add value to it, then there really isn't a purpose. We should be looking at games that add value and take advantage of the uniqueness of our platform. We want to make sure it isn't too similar to existing games that we've made, and especially that it's not similar to games that are already in this pack. And then ideally, it draws out some new audience engagement and some way to get large groups of people to play or do something different within the game. Each year, there are usually over 30 concepts that are pitched and then prototyped before we pick our 5 games that go into the annual pack. In many cases, games that weren't quite ready for the market were repitched and subsequently greenlit for that year's particular pack. So as an example, Faking It, Trivia Murder Party, Push the Button, those are games that were pitched multiple years in a row and weren't quite ready for prime time. But they were subsequently brought back and teams formed around them and kind of worked on what some of the concerns were with the mechanics, and ultimately got greenlit. And those are some very popular games. So games are always kind of put into a back channel if they're not greenlit and they're revisited year over year. But we always see new titles. We encourage that. We get new ideas every year. And having this kind of back catalog of ideas and concepts that we can revisit, means that there's really no shortage of ideas or ideation in the studio. And then it's great because we have such a diverse team internally, and we add to that every year. We do some hiring each year, so people bring new ideas and new concepts to bear, and it just helps us stay fresh and iterate on what we do. So the next question is why? Why do we make these kind of games? Why are we doing this annually? Ultimately, we want to entertain through high quality gaming products, and we strive to create genre leading games that will bring people together through social interaction, creative expression, and laughter. We really put a heavy emphasis on the social interaction part. We want to bring people together. We want community to form around our games. We want memories to form around our games. They should be an escape. They should allow you to just have some fun. We want to make them accessible to all skill levels. So novice and expert games should have a way to be enjoyable and played, whether you're brand new to this or whether you're a trivia expert or an expert at a mechanic. Like I said, we want people to feel good about themselves. We want them to feel funny. We want them to feel smart. We want them to be entertained. We want our team to feel that way as well. We want our workers at Jackbox to have an environment where they can creatively thrive and innovate and experiment. And doing this annually allows us to take some risks and do some different types of games every year. We're motivated by people finding joy in our game. We want to create relationships. We want to create memories. I'm personally very proud of the Jackbox team. I'm proud of the effort they put into our game development and our feature development to realize these goals. Our games are enjoyed by families. We want them to have fun. We want them to have memories that they create. All of our games are rated T for teen. We've also added family-friendly settings to many of our games. And what this does is just remove some of the more risque prompts or leading prompts in the game. So it's very safe for grandparents and grandkids to all play together at the holidays. And what it kind of does is effectively create what would be maybe an E10 plus rating. We have non-US players. Our games are enjoyed by people who aren't just here in the US. At one point, the PAX Australia panels, some prompts about US sports came up, as well as a prompt referencing flaming hot Cheetos, which sadly do not exist in Australia. And the collective groan from the audience was an eye-opening moment for us. So one of the things that we've done recently to help with this is add a US-centric content filter in Party Pack 6 for games like Trivia Murder Party 2. That just kind of disables US sports and US iconography, make it a more broader global appeal. We also recently released Quiplash 2 International and an update for Drawful 2 to work in FIGS territories, French, Italian, German, Spanish. And we're expanding those international markets, and we're localizing and culturalizing the content that's within the games. Lots of our games have user-generated content, so your drawing or your prompt or your response shows up in the game. It's not a problem when you know the people that you're playing with, but if you allow anonymous people to join, let's say while streaming, then the trolls can come out. And so we've added censoring, the ability to delete an entry after it appears in the game. We've added Twitch login, which keeps people from being anonymous. We've added password rooms, which keeps unwanted people from jumping into a game. Additional moderation features for PAX 7, where we created a moderation tool where prompts can actually be censored on a moderation screen before they appear in the game. And we will continue to evolve these over time. Every year we add a little bit more. We've also prioritized some accessibility features in more recent party packs. The team has done a great job. We've added subtitles into the game since Party Pack 6. We've added motion sensitivity settings to disable some of the moving parts in the games. We've added room code reading, which reads the room code out loud. We've added alt text reading, which reads off what's in an image if you're selecting pictures in a game. And again, we'll continue to work on improvements like this year over year. So chapter 5, let's talk a little bit about the 2020 COVID year. When COVID happened, we were certainly in the same boat as a lot of people. In early March 2020, our QA lead, Steve, said, "Are we really gonna be working from home?" in one of our company meetings. And I think this highlights our disbelief at how quickly everything was changing. So 2 weeks later, we're all working from home. It was a challenge for the whole world to adjust to this new quarantine time. The video game industry, as a result, saw a surge. Lots of people used them to stay in touch, connect, socialize, distract, just have some escapism. And Jackbox had the good fortune of many people playing our games over Zoom and other VidCon programs. It was kind of discovered during early quarantine times that it was a good way to socially interact with people. So our team responded very quickly to try and help make things easier. We created video tutorials for playing games remotely on various video conferencing tools like Zoom and Google Hangouts. We also linked to a bunch of resources for how to start streaming from consoles for people that wanted to share while playing on console. And with some of the success that we were experiencing, we also wanted to recognize that for many, our games were becoming one of the only bright spots during a tough time. And so because of this, we decided to give away one of our standalone titles. We gave Drawful 2 away for 3 weeks on as many platform stores as we could. And we had over 9 million downloads of the game. One of the really cool things that came from this tough time was also seeing our games being used as a mechanism through which to raise money for some deserving charities. One of the best examples of this was the Broadway Jackbox series that you see in this picture here. This was started by Andrew Barth Feldman in support of the Actors Fund. Stars from shows like Dear Evan Hansen and Smash and more were playing our titles. Production was really well done, and it definitely seemed to start a bit of a trend. So this led us to also developing some social and blog content around using Jackbox to raise money for charitable initiatives. We have done this historically with Tiltify. Their team is great, but we did some grassroots things as well to try and to help people to do this in a tough time. Which leads to the Jackbox-led version of this. So we created the Celebrity Jackbox Games and Giving series, which was our contribution to a lot of the good being done by the gaming community during COVID. Jackbox as a company donated $1 million over 9 episodes of Celebrity Jackbox Games and Giving. We identified charities associated with COVID-19, frontline responders, care workers, those helping the unemployed, helping to feed the hungry. And we had a representative from each of those charities talk on the show and explain the good work that they were doing. And this endeavor was supported by a number of high-profile celebrities who were guests on the show, and they played our games. Charlize Theron, Jack Black, Jeff Goldblum, among many others. Jackbox, like I said, was fortunate to find some success in this time, which has been a very trying time for many people. So we're happy folks can find some much needed laughter and some social interaction with our games, but we wanted to give back, and we're certainly very proud of the work we did with the Celebrity Jackbox Game and Giving initiative. And honestly, we were able to do this because of our customers, and we certainly thank them for all their support during this time. So thankfully, 2020 is over. We're well into 2021. Here's hoping that folks stay safe, that the vaccinations continue, and this pandemic is in the rearview mirror for not just the US, but the whole world. I know personally, many video games helped me get through this last year. It's awesome, to see the good that they do for connecting people and for helping to relieve the stresses of our time, and especially this last year. And, we're very happy that Jackbox Games may have provided that for some people this past year. I have to say, I've never had more fun than working at Jackbox. I'm extremely lucky to work with some of the most talented, creative, funny, genuinely caring people I've ever known. I'm very proud of what we do as a company, and I look forward to bringing more smiles, laughter, and social interaction to the world with future games. It's been an amazing journey for me so far. I met my wife along the way. I have countless friends from the games industry. I've been a part of some incredible products and learned from some incredible people. But this story is just one tiny piece of this incredible games industry. Thankfully, events like PAX exist where we can celebrate everyone that makes up the gaming community. So if you have any questions or comments, please feel free to reach out. Thank you for listening. Thank you again to Penny Arcade and the PAX team for inviting me today. I look forward to seeing you at future PAX events where we can meet up in person. Oh, one more thing. It wouldn't be a PAX for Jackbox if we weren't announcing something. We've already announced 3 of the games in the upcoming Party Pack. We've announced Job Job, Drawful Animate, and the Pole Mine. So here's a teaser for the 4th game. Have a great PAX Online.
Can I drink almond milk that expired yesterday?
Is it a blue dress or a gold dress?
Will I be reincarnated as a dolphin?
Ah, yes. Important questions such as these will be answered in good time when you visit the Wheel of Enormous Proportion. Come one, come all to my majestic apex of knowledge in this magical realm I call home. You'll be tested by what I can only describe as enormous trivia. You'll spin me in circles for untold riches in the ultimate game of chance. Now, should you succeed, dear friends, I will answer the question your very soul is thirsting for. Okay, I'll give you one about the dolphin. The answer is no. You will come back as a blobfish.
Oh, come on.
Hey, you asked. What do you want from me? The wheel has spoken.
Following yesterday's incident, the salad bar will no longer be self-serve. Please report any sightings of missing labels, bacon bits, or dressing containers to your counselor.
A race to other habitable planets in space has broken out among the big corporations. In search of limitless growth, they leave Earth exploited and its environment devastated. The voluntary pioneers and colonists are lured to this adventurous journey by the hope of a better life and a new beginning in an untouched world. Only a development strategy that ensures the quality of life for our colonists and protects the planetary ecosystem can have long-lasting success. Your job as a space colony manager is building sustainable civilizations. Do research for renewable energy sources and develop sustainable production lines to avoid destruction and climate collapse. Let us use the second chance to change our way of life and to transform the production of energy and goods in a sustainable way. Achieving a balance between growth and sustainability is the final challenge for every civilization. Imagine Earth Limited, building a better future in space.
Did you know? The first local area network, or LAN party, took place when a bunch of popular and/or cool kids in an Oxnard, California neighborhood decided it'd be fun to pretend to be sysadmins for a few hours before finally playing one round of Doom at 7 a.m. And that's a fact about the internet.
This is Labrat.
Good. You have unlocked a new puzzle. Begin the next puzzle. Good work. Here is your achievement.
Your job is to evaluate a puzzle game that is being crafted by this artificial intelligence.
I will now gauge your interest in multiplayer by simulating a multiplayer experience. I am helping. We are doing this together. We are friends. People bond by doing activity.
Unfortunately, the AI has gained access to more data than we anticipated, and it seems to be generating new games based on whatever it finds.
The place where you live is dark and full of crimes.
What are we going to do? You have nothing on me.
You can support us by wishlisting Labrat on Steam or by signing up for the closed beta at labrat.study. Thank you.
We're Child's Play, and since 2003, we've been very busy. We supply toys and games to hundreds of child welfare facilities across the world, taking a little of the outside world and bringing it inside. We've raised more than $44 million so far, and our work reaches more than 1 million kids per year. Come be a part of our story and learn more at childsplaycharity.org.
Attention campers. Today's lunch will be pork and beans on toast. The vegan option is beans and beans on toast. The paleo option will be pork and pork on a stone slab. The gluten-free option will be pork and beans on pork and beans. That is all.
To the Rescue is where you play as somebody working in a dog shelter and taking on all the responsibilities that entails. People love dogs so much, but this is also about raising awareness. The game is about being hopeful that you can improve your community in some small way.
The retro games. These were our favorites, and we tried to combine a lot of different elements from different games and give it a unique touch. The demo has been played over 1 million times. They helped us make Corman what it is.
Following yesterday's incident, the salad bar will no longer be self-serve. Please report any sightings of missing labels, bacon bits, or dressing containers to your counselor.
A race to other habitable planets in space has broken out among the big corporations. In search of limitless growth, they leave Earth exploited and its environment devastated. The voluntary pioneers and colonists are lured to this adventurous journey by the hope of a better life and a new beginning in an untouched world. Only a development strategy that ensures the quality of life for our colonists and protects the planetary ecosystem can have long-lasting success. Your job as a space colony manager is building sustainable civilizations. Do research for renewable energy sources and develop sustainable production lines to avoid destruction and climate collapse. Let us use the second chance to change our way of life and to transform the production of energy and goods in a sustainable way. Achieving a balance between growth and sustainability is the final challenge for every civilization. Imagine Earth Limited, building a better future in space.
Did you know? The first local area network, or LAN party, took place when a bunch of popular and/or cool kids in an Oxnard, California neighborhood decided it'd be fun to pretend to be sysadmins for a few hours before finally playing one round of Doom at 7 a.m. And that's a fact about the internet.
This is Labrat.
Good. You have unlocked a new puzzle. Begin the next puzzle. Good work. Here is your achievement.
Your job is to evaluate a puzzle game that is being crafted by this artificial intelligence.
I will now gauge your interest in multiplayer by simulating a multiplayer experience. I am helping. We are doing this together. We are friends. People bond by doing activity.
Unfortunately, the AI has gained access to more data than we anticipated, and it seems to be generating new games based on whatever it finds.
The place where you live is dark and full of crimes.
What are we going to do? You have nothing on me.
You can support us by wishlisting Labrat on Steam or by signing up for the closed beta at labrat.study. Thank you.
We're Child's Play, and since 2003, we've been very busy. We supply toys and games to hundreds of child welfare facilities across the world, taking a little of the outside world and bringing it inside. We've raised more than $44 million so far, and our work reaches more than 1 million kids per year. Come be a part of our story and learn more at childsplaycharity.org.
Attention campers. Today's lunch will be pork and beans on toast. The vegan option is beans and beans on toast. The paleo option will be pork and pork on a stone slab. The gluten-free option will be pork and beans on pork and beans. That is all.
To the Rescue is where you play as somebody working in a dog shelter and taking on all the responsibilities that entails. People love dogs so much, but this is also about raising awareness. The game is about being hopeful that you can improve your community in some small way.
The retro games. These were our favorites, and we tried to combine a lot of different elements from different games and give it a unique touch. The demo has been played over 1 million times. They helped us make Corman what it is.
Hello, PAX Online East, Online, I think is the official name.
Hello, welcome.
Yeah, exactly. Welcome to what is almost certainly going to be an hour of comic drawing.
Hey, that's my line.
And queuing. I'm honoring you with its use.
Oh, thanks.
Hey, so I was just gonna say, now I actually have a window. Before I did not have a window that I could use to see your great works.
Oh, you can watch along?
Yeah, exactly. I can watch it. I mean, historically, that's what I've done during the panel. It's very difficult to answer the questions. This is a process I've been watching for, I don't know. I was gonna say as long as Pancake has been around, but the truth is I was doing it before that. Maybe 26 years I've watched you draw.
Well,
things.
yeah, I mean, I would just lay on the floor behind your desk and draw it.
Yeah, this
while
also
you played,
happened.
While you played video games.
Yeah, it's an incredible. It's nice work if you can get it, as they say. But Michael, it should be said, I have a raft of cues, and there are only 2 near. I have but to click on one of them to possess them.
Okay. Well, here let me zoom out so people can read the strip.
Oh, text is already in.
Text is in. We only got an hour here. I mean,
that's true. That's true.
I got to hustle.
Yeah, it's coming. But obviously, it's Loki related. It's Loki adjacent. Finale just hit yesterday. No spoilers, obviously. We're very sensitive about that sort of thing. But you should probably watch it right away.
Watch it now instead of this.
Yeah, you should. What you should do is you should get a subscription to Disney Plus. Not a sponsor.
No.
Get a subscription to D Plus. Not the one you already have a subscription to, but Disney Plus.
Wow.
And then go and watch it end to end. Now there's only really one post-credit scene, so you don't got to worry too much about the back half of it. But at least watch the end credits one time because it's really cool. Honoria from Bestfordshire asks, okay, I feel like this is Laura Fromm work. That's my sense. What question or topic would you like to find in an envelope here, but never have, and how would you answer? Wow, this is the ultimate meta inversion. It's like, who is asking the Q?
See, that's not fair. They're just asking us to do their work.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is rude.
Right?
Honoria, what you're engaging in here, it's very rude.
Like if you go into a restaurant and the cook is like, "What would you like to find in the kitchen? And why don't you make it?"
Yeah, and why don't you come in, make it, then eat it, then leave? I don't want to see you again while you're here, if that's at all possible.
I don't know that there's any topic that hasn't.
For my part, I guess it's like I can see the logo like in my mind without any effort at all. Like if I close my eyes, I can see Kiko's PAX 2004 logo like just seared into my eyelids basically. And so that's how long we've been answering cues.
Right?
My suspicion is that most of them have been done, but it's possible that there will be a question in one of these other items that I can click on here.
And neither of us are really people. Like, I'm not getting up here looking to talk about anything. I say up here. I'm not on a stage.
Well, that's true.
But
I'm not sitting in a chair in my office.
I don't have anything I'm excited to talk about, or like I haven't have anything planned.
Well, no, you. In fact, you are actively engaged.
I'm trying to do something else.
In great works.
Yeah, this is a real inconvenience having to answer this shit.
Bare minimum. All right. Tom Jones from South Wales asks, "What's new, Pussycat?" Listen, you guys.
That's just a song.
You have to. That's just something from. Yeah, you have to help us out here. Okay, now this one's too long. Oh Jesus! All right, I'm gonna read it, but you should understand up front that it is a novella.
This is a work of short fiction.
Yes, I think we're seeing it again. This is what we have come to discover during the Q&A, is that the Q&A is an opportunity for some to have their work exposed to a larger audience,
to a wider audience.
Olmec from the Hidden Temple asks, "You could start by running through the room of the 3 gargoyles. Push in their right tongue, and the door might lead you down a staircase into the wall climb. Here, you must choose your next path. You could race up to the observatory, spin the sundial, and pass into the room of the golden idols. Once there, push down on their bases to release the doors. That may take you below or lead you into the shrine of the silver monkey." It goes on like this. You get it, right? I mean,
I get it.
It's game show stuff. Let's see. Old Scratch from Heaven Adjacent asks, when was the
I
last
know who that
time...
is.
Yeah. The Devil?
Think so.
Yeah. When was the last time you saw something that stunned you? What was it? Like stunned, shocked.
Stunned.
That's interesting to me.
Stunned.
Yeah. I mean, my threshold, I think that, so what we have, so there's like influencer, that's a term. They started to use that, I would say against us at a certain point. At a certain point in our trajectory. And I never quite knew how to feel about it. And now that's the definitional term. The term that certainly in the channel that tends to get used is exciter, but I feel like that has erotic connotations. You know what I mean? But
Does,
but I think it's probably closer to what we do, which is that our threshold for stun, I think, Mike's is higher than mine, and mine is probably a little lower than it should be.
I will say that I was thinking about it. The last time I was stunned, Karen and I were asleep. It was like, 3 a.m. or something like that. And people started yelling. They had parked their car outside of our house and were having like a drunken fight.
Oh no.
And two guys, and I was stunned. I could not believe that they would do this. And so in the morning, the car was still there. Like, I guess they had walked off. I don't know what had happened. So I left a note, and I wrote like this. I wrote a fucking note, man. This note.
Dude, what? You must have been
stunned,
indeed.
Yeah. It was so bad.
To put pen to paper?
It was so bad that I put it on, I taped it to the window, and then like an hour later, I was like, that note's too bad. I'm going to go to jail. And so I went down and I took the note off and I wrote a different note that just said, not cool.
Hey, yeah, not cool, bruh.
Yeah.
No, honestly, the last time I was stupidly stunned, I was going to say, I mean, I see stuff. It should be established early on that cash for Child's Play.
Child's Play
has already begun to plump up in its vessel, not in like a ballpark franc.
If you want to see a lobster roll fairy at the end of this comic,
absolutely. We have a goal marked on this dot, $2,000 original goal. My suspicion that might get upped, but that's only based on literally every previous experience I've had. So I mean, it's up to you whether or not you want to value that. But yes. Cash has already begun to flow in, and certainly, I was saying I could see the 2004 PAX logo easily, but the truth is that Child's Play started around the same time. It was a big era.
Heady days.
Heady days. And so it's all sort of commingled in that zone. But I would say that if we're not talking about a video game thing, for example, I find some of the experiences you can have inside Wildermyth, let's say, the game that basically sort of like DMs an adventure for you and your friends. If we're not talking about something like that, mine was also a car-related thing. Right outside, over the period of like 3 days, I saw a man like trying his goddamnedest to break into the trunk of a car. I mean, it took days. They could never do it.
Wow.
Like, they kept coming and trying to break into this, and we didn't recognize the car either. It wasn't like a neighborhood car.
Yeah.
But they were trying to break, like, I would try to be cool about it. Like, I would like, if I was trying to break into a car, I would like lean up against it. Like I was just sort of like resting, like
very
sort of
nonchalant.
Yeah. I'd be like, oh, hey, break into a car, not me. But,
right.
And then I would try to break into the car. Right. But this motherfucker was like jumping up and down, like as hard as he could, like with a crowbar, Like it was very clear. And then at day 3, I worked up the courage to go and ask them while they were actively engaged in this task. And I was like, "Hey, man,
Seems like you're struggling with this trunk."
yeah, it's just like, is everything okay? Like, do you need help with something?" And he's like, "It's my car." And I was like, "All right." And and then the next day the car was gone. So that's the story.
Yeah.
I mean,
Maybe it was his car.
I feel like we don't have enough information.
Yeah. I mean, he says it is.
He says it is, and I don't want to talk to him anymore about it.
Right.
So that's going to have to do. All right. Finder of grubs. The bird you see every day. From Look Out Your Window, It Me, asks, having observed you both for the past year, what would you say is your favorite lunch to have at home? Now, this is a bird after my own heart, and this is a topic I have endless interest in.
One of the things about not going to the office that I do miss is having lunch with Jerry.
That was good times.
Those were good times. But now that I'm home, my favorite lunch is actually a snack plate. It's quick. It's just like cheese.
Is this like is this a thing that you purchase and like pull the top off of?
No, like here, we have like cheese and grapes, and I put some crackers on there and some salami.
Very Mediterranean.
Yeah, and I just kind of snack on that.
So you like to nibble and graze in the middle of the day.
I do.
Yeah. The new thing that's happening over here at this house is the manufacture of bagels. And
I saw your tweet.
Yeah, I can put a batch of bagels together in about 50 minutes.
Do you remember when we were the bad boys of the internet?
That's how many times I've fucking done it. All right, I'm still hard.
No, you're not. You're fucking posting pictures of your bagels last night.
Listen, I test it. You know what I mean? It's like, show me your bagel recipe.
Fuck around and you will find out.
Yeah, exactly. And fuck around and discover. Fuck around and discover incredible new information.
So you guys eat bagels for lunch?
I don't want to talk to you about it anymore.
All right.
Kiko, but not your Kiko. Yes, so another Francisco.
What are the chances?
It happens. It's more common than you think. From Santa Clarita asks, what time is it? Are you sure? Does anybody really know what time it is? Well, it's absolutely a fiction. And we change the definitions of it all the time. I would say that certainly in the last year and a half, it's become more difficult to orient ourselves toward it, or to value it. But,
yeah, I mean, you start tugging on that thread.
Yeah, I don't.
This whole thing comes apart.
Yeah, that's not something you want to mess with too much, Kiko. Other Kiko. I'm going to extend some of the affection I have for the other Kiko and warn you: do not fuck with time if you can possibly help it. T from Boston MA asks, what food will you absolutely never, ever eat again? Man.
Salmon.
Salmon?
Yeah.
That's a normal food.
Well.
Like, that's the most normal. It's salmon and halibut are like the steaky fish.
I mean, it's not for no reason.
Were you was this when you were going to that salmon human hybrid school in middle school? Like, were you?
No, I had a dentist appointment coming up, and I decided to go to lunch first. And at this dentist appointment afterwards, they gave me I got the gas, the Laffy gas.
Okay, the salmon gas.
But it also made me really nauseous.
Oh.
And so, like, halfway through this procedure, with my mouth completely stuck open, and two very nice ladies working on it, I just began to projectile vomit salmon and strawberry milkshake all over myself and them. and then I had to call my wife to bring me some new clothes.
Okay, so earlier, and I would say it was only just a minute or two ago. It seems like a lifetime ago. I shamed you about your salmon policy.
Yeah.
Right? I want to say right now, in front of God and everybody, I want to say right now that I was wrong.
Thank you.
And I understand why that would be. And I mean, that's never happened to me, but I can certainly see how it might be absolutely mortifying to vomit on strangers.
It was so pink.
And I would say that going beyond that, I think that I think that if you were to throw up, throwing up salmon and strawberry quick is, I think, worse.
Yeah, I mean, it came out smooth.
What,
but
hold on, you mean like a soft serve machine? It's
did.
sort of in reverse. It was sort of this like soft, moist pink column. It's
pink
like
slurry.
It's just extruded basically, and still rigid somehow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was like one of those. It was like, if you ever played with Play-Doh and you put that thing in front of the Play-Doh and you push down, it just comes out in a long hose.
In like a coherent, like a pylon. Absolutely. Yeah. I will never eat urchin again.
Like a sea urchin?
Yeah. There's literally, you can ask the people that I know. It is a joke amongst those who love me. Now, Michael, we have hit the target. At any rate, the erstwhile initial target. I assume that was a lie from the pit of hell.
The first target?
Yes, $2,000.
That's not a real target.
Is that
the real target? Is $3,000?
Is that a hateful lie? Okay, well, I'm sorry. If we could please have Laura Fromm work. This, let me be the good cop. Let me be the good cop here. Listen. He's gone off the rails. This
I will only draw this lobster fairy for $3,000.
He's you have to understand, he's a dangerous underworld figure. Yes. So yes, it is possible. And certainly, I mean, I think that otters enjoy them. They seem to like them a lot.
But there's nothing you won't eat. That's what you were going to say.
Well, yeah, but every person that knows me understands that I am like a trash disposal, to the extent that if this was honestly, this became hurtful. I don't know if I've ever discussed the extent to which it wounded me, but there was a period of time where we would go out to lunch with Kiko, and we would go to the red door, and then there was like a pickle garnish.
Yeah.
And then you and Kiko would basically, you would give me your pickles, but you would do it in a violent, aggressive way. You would basically just throw your pickles at me, which if it's never happened to you,
I don't recall that.
If it's never happened to you, you may not know just how disturbing it is.
I'm
to
sorry
be seated in a restaurant and then
harmed you,
and then have your erstwhile allies hurl handfuls of pickle at you. It stirs up feelings like feelings you can't define.
I just know you like pickles.
But there was an aggression with the. You know, you don't have to like wing a pickle at me in order to give me the pickle. Like the pickle can be elevated, you know, shifted and then deposited. Like that's.
But why not an urchin? I've seen you eat handfuls of like dead crabs.
Yeah, I know, and that's because
in their shells.
And that's because to me, because look, I'm down to clown. Like I wanna have some of everything, and then even if I don't like it, it's be like, well, I'm not gonna go for that again. But I don't institute a policy.
Right.
For me, urchin tastes like, it's like if vomit had a peanut butter consistency. Like
Ugh.
it, and so it remained. It
Oh, it lingered on the palate.
It coated and established itself. It dominated the craw.
I see.
Yeah. Okay. New question. Lord Hosk, from underneath and in front of my backpack, asks, "Oh yes, indeed, backpack guy. If you've been to PAX West in the Benaroya, it's a reference you might understand. Where do babies come from?"
Well, there's a wizard.
I was just gonna say. I mean, there's two ways we can go at this. There's the TOS way. Obviously, I've got some ready diagrams in a hidden folder, but yeah, I think it's probably best if the Great Wizard has the Crucible. Wands are involved.
Yep.
Angus from the League asks, if you had to take over one of each other's tasks, Jerry, would you rather become an artist or a race car driver? Mike, would you rather handle CEO duties or beer brewing?
Beer brewing?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I couldn't do...
That's the right choice.
I could not do the things that Jerry does.
I mean, broadly speaking. And not only not just because they're like hard or something, but because no one should do them.
Well,
you know?
Yeah. It's just... You're able to do it, and I'm very, very thankful, but I could not. I would have to go with the beer brewing.
Yeah, well, and which I would recommend anyway. I'll say that, you know, in the middle of the quarantino last year, which I guess that was a year. Theoretically, I guess it was a year, but you dropped off a Logitech wheel.
I did.
And I will say, because I'd been spotting races for a while by that time, and then you dropped this off for me to check out. I can't believe how complicated it is.
It's really a simulation. Basic, it's not a game.
Really basic. But I've certainly driven cars, right?
Yeah.
Really basic stuff that you think that you can do in a car. As soon as you enter that simulationist space with the types of cars that people race against each other, again, and I've been playing Sims all of my life on PCs. I have never experienced a game, quote unquote, with the level of complexity as iRacing. Right? Like I can't believe how demanding it is.
Yeah. It was fun to learn how to do it, and it's been a really cool hobby. I mean, I still race every week. Thursday nights, everybody.
You have a club.
Yeah.
All right. Philandria from the Nexus asks, in previous PAXs, it has been determined who you would like to play Omen and Jim in the inevitable feature film. Can you tell us so you can picture playing the rest of the gang? I mean...
Oh, wow.
I mean, I suspect that Austin could just go laterally and handle Bobby duties.
I think Morgaine is the same.
Yeah, exactly. Morgaine is just Morgan Webb.
Yeah.
It's like it's like not everybody, but a lot of the people that we've pulled in precisely because they are performers.
Yeah, they could do it themselves.
Yeah, some of these actually have a very natural, obvious person.
I think that it's we're the odd ones out. The fact that we are not performers.
But I think that it gives the show a different texture for sure.
Yeah.
And honestly, like I don't know who else could do Strix but Holly. Although
yeah.
I mean, I think that she could execute that pretty well anyway. But see, who else do we have in that? that mix.
Viari.
I mean, yeah, I was just gonna say Viari. I mean, I feel like that works. Although for Viari, you might want something different for Viari. Not because he doesn't,
Ryan Reynolds.
Not because he doesn't execute it, but yeah, Ryan Reynolds could flex on that. That's the role he was born to play.
Yeah.
No Deadpool, right?
Right.
Just let him go all the way into this sort of rogue James Bond shit. All right. New questions have been provided by the universe. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I have to warn you, Michael. You may be in danger of having to draw this lobster fairy. And the reason I say that is because we have raised $2,569.
We're getting close.
Yeah, we're getting close.
Now, I will warm up my lobster fairy drawing hand.
Yeah, exactly. Is that hand different from the two that we see now?
Yes. Get ready.
Do you have a kind of lobster hand humidor that keeps it like climate controlled?
Yeah, I'm gonna go get it if we raise enough money. No, it's just my normal hand.
Yeah, it's just one of my regular hands. Let's see. Rex Verdi from the internet, Eastern Time, asks, if you were going to play a different class for AC Inc., what would it be?
I'd play a whatever Holly is.
Oh yeah, honestly, Jim would be great as a sorcerer. Jim is basically, he's the type of person who would be a sorcerer. I think that it's probably just like some decision made. Well, at least in his case, I think that the canonical background that Chris Perkins, Dungeon Master to the Stars, came up with is that it's actually like a wizarding family.
Yes.
And so it's probably, the situation is actually probably that he had to become a wizard just because everybody else was a wizard. It's like,
I think it's the family business.
Yeah, it's like if you were all contractors or something, you have to take over the name. But
to me, it's like a circus thing. Like, he's maintaining the family tradition.
Exactly. But at the same time, Jim's actual dream is to be a stage performing magician.
Right.
Not a wizard.
No.
So a sorcerer is like a high charisma type thing. Like it's actually a good fit for Jim in general, I think. And Omen, I mean, I was the cleric just because no one else was the cleric. And you need one if you want to not die. And so I'm always happy. And the truth is I do that in other games too. Like I tend to gravitate towards support stuff generally.
You do, yeah.
But other classes that I think are cool and would play, Rogue is always a classic, and Warlock gets to all of the cool magic stuff that we like in a really flavorful way. Oh boy. Oh man. Here we go. Leopold G. Caradoc, abjurer, obviator, humanoid resources candidate tester from the ambulatory recruitment tower of the Acquisitions Incorporated HR team, asks,
wow,
this is a robust headcanon. We've been trying for months to find recruits for your wretched meat grinder of a company, and the only recruits willing to march through the portal to the home office have been circus freaks and orcs. How do you lure quality recruits? P.S. Sincere apologies to all freaks and orcs. So, these are actually perfectly acceptable.
Yeah.
I mean, this is we can obviously our world famous training regime can get these materials into ship-shop shape. Typically, we've had the opportunity to do Acquisitions Incorporated training module type things a couple times. We did it like for the Neverwinter thing.
Yes.
And Clank Legacy Acquisitions Incorporated is more or less about the same thing. And so this theme comes up a lot. in there, and in every case, it's strongly implied that Acquisitions Incorporated is a very dangerous place to work. It's quite dangerous even for the people who theoretically own it.
Yeah, I think of it kind of like what you hear about kitchens. Like I think that it ends up being sort of misfits.
Yeah. I mean, there's much simpler ways to do these things.
Yeah.
Brosephine from I Have Been Saying Seattle, but somebody told me Ballard doesn't count. Asks scenario: someone has offered you a true life-size pilotable Gundam, but you would have to construct it yourself from Gunpla-sized pieces.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. So now you've got his attention, Brosephine. What are the pros and cons you would debate?
Well, the only con I can think of is that I don't really have any place to keep it.
Right.
Where am I gonna park it when I'm not driving it?
Well, I mean, because obviously for the real kits, they do offer some display and storage options. I mean,
Right.
hopefully there's a life-size version of the hangar as well.
Yeah, I need it.
Right. Which, if you were going to build one to own, what would you have? You think?
I think you have to go with the classic.
Yeah.
I mean, if you only get one, right?
Well, and there's a lot of complexities with some of these other ones too.
Yes. If we're talking about building at that scale, it's got to be something that I've built a lot of and I'm comfortable with.
Right. And essentially, I mean, you did the perfect grade Unleashed for the RX-78. Right. I mean, that's how much harder could it be?
It's just a little bigger.
Okay. Carl from Issaquah asks, will we ever see pins or new media for our favorite hero classes? I'm obviously referring to the Dagger Man and Warrior Jumper.
Yes. No, we won't see those. But that is still a super cute podcast.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, to listen to your young son's voice.
I think you're digging into questions that we answered.
I think that one of those might have been previously, yes.
I'm not saying that's your fault. I'm not saying that's on you.
I'm just clicking. Oh, Jeff Raven from Club PA, support PA with $5 or $10 a month on Patreon. Join today. I did not put this in there.
Wow, thanks.
That's not me. I didn't do it. How's Lexcalibur 2 coming along? I would say quite well.
Yeah.
I just did. It's been done since October, or actually early November. But I just did the final round, basically of edits to all of the pieces, like for like nerdy shit, like syllable counts and punctuation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so that part of the task is done. Now it's down to Dave, who designed the first book.
Here's a little one I did yesterday.
And Mike. I was just going to say, you actually have access to the whole sheet, right? The whole list.
This is your one about wizard cats and wizard mice.
Oh, nice. Dude, this turned out great. Oh, dude, but this wizard cat's got like the cool earring.
Yeah.
Nice. But yes, there's 30 poems in the second book, just like there were in the first one. And I think the main difference is, at least, the fantasy version of this, is that now that the text is complete, it's going to be a collaboration between Dave and Mike to lay things out in a way that makes the poem and the art and the layout like one piece.
It's a collaborative effort.
Yeah, much more synchronized and designed. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay, so Ephialtes the Ogre from Chikaki 2052 asks, what would you most want to be forewarned of in the next 31 years? I'd say any big ones. Feel free to pass a note along.
Robot Uprising?
Yeah, any more plagues you got? Just, give us the basics.
Plagues I can handle now. I've got the system.
Wait, the system is more or less what we see before us now, right?
Yeah. This is the system.
Sit in chair.
Yeah, play video game, draw a picture.
That's right. Mike DiGregorio from Brooklyn, New York asks, biggest video game crush?
Just a video game crush.
Interesting.
Yuna from Final Fantasy X.
Yeah. God, that's probably it. If
when she was at that wedding with that son of a bitch.
Dude, that was raw. What a... Listen, I mean, I know that people have different opinions on 10, but I really liked 10.
I liked 10.
I thought 10 was hot and real sad at the end. Obviously, you know, for me, it's got the dad shit is cranked to 10.
Yeah.
It's just like, here is this. It's called Sin. It's a giant monster. That's your dad. It's a metaphor. Just think about it for a while.
Think about that one.
Really investigate this conceptually.
All right, are we at $3,000 or close to it?
No, we aren't. I have to tell you, Michael, that there's been some slacking.
How far are we from it?
There's been some slacking in the chat.
We've increased the goal.
There's been some slacking in the chat. We're talking about $2,624. Now,
we're close.
We're close. Absolutely, we're close. This seems like it might be some Laura stuff. Edward, which is the proper name of the sergeant of police from a constabulary station, asks, pretty peeved to learn that Major General Stanley ordered me to guard his estate from pirate attack with the whole of my police force on a national holiday. I'm going to have to pay double overtime to my guys just to stand in a flower bed for 12 hours. How do you deal with a demanding client or partner business? The only way to deal with a demanding client or partner business is to be very selective about who you have as clients or partners. That unfortunately, it's like these things can be resolved later at tremendous expense and ill feeling.
It's also changed the older I've gotten. I used to really just do whatever needed to be done to, you know, make a demanding partner happy.
Absolutely. And it's like, and that works for a time, but then eventually it's like, I think this is probably pretty normal for, dorks in general. I sort of forgot for a while that I was like part of my own life.
Yeah.
Like a co-equal member at least as important as all of the people who are screaming at me.
Yeah, at least 50%.
I'm part of the equation in some way. Yeah. It's worth remembering that. But yeah, you want to know that sort of thing up front. Small test projects are a good way to suss these things out. And if they don't want to agree to the small test project, that's probably a good reason not to do anything with them. Dan Schaefer from Calgary asks, it's time for fisticuffs.
Uh-oh.
Complaints. I've got a list of stuff. Imagine, if you will, a dark rebuff. Please finish the rhyme.
I like my Oreos with double stuff.
Yeah, I like it. Let's see. Oh, okay, here we go. No, Michael, I wanna warn you ahead of time.
Hold on, I know we haven't hit 3,000, but
we have.
You guys
3,070.
Well, shit. Then I'm drawing this fairy.
Yeah. Now, what I would recommend to you, precious chat, is that obviously there's more room in this bar for you to fill to the rim with Brim, which is a commercial.
You don't have to stop helping children.
No. I was just going to say that's the best way of putting it. At no point do you need to pause in your efforts to help the youth
who are sick in hospitals. We don't have to be done. Doing that.
I understand that the bar reached the arbitrary point that we discussed.
Yes. The hospitals still have children.
Yeah, they're still in there. even though you did all this, and I'm not going to say, hey, I don't appreciate this, I don't recognize this valor, because that's not true.
It's incredible.
All I am saying is that the task before us may require more.
It's worth mentioning that, when we started this, we really were just trying to get toys to kids in hospitals. And now Child's Play has literally invented a role inside the hospital for child tech specialists.
Well, inside hospitals, inside the child life centers, conceptually, we have invented, funded, and then seen it grow to something incredible. Essentially, someone who understands how to leverage it, because obviously we did everything before. We had we did the toy drives, and obviously that's still there. We still manage those every year. We still work with our partner hospitals around the world. I mean, that's true. But the main distinction is that ultimately, and it just has to do with the experience of having been in this space and done it forever, right? But ultimately, we realize that the missing piece, obviously we can provide these toys, but as soon as you start providing technology, there's another
VR systems.
There's another responsibility there. And that is how to determine what these investments that you have made, what is the smartest, best way to use that generosity. And that means that there has to be a person there. So once we invented that position, and then began to network the people who were in that position together.
Well, they're actually having their very first symposium in Colorado very shortly, where they're all going to get together and sort of share best practices.
Yeah.
We started out funding these, but now, hospitals have picked up the bill and are funding these positions because they see the value in it.
It had to be proven to them, though. And that's something that money like that, which is gathering in this bar, we had to prove that, and we were able to do it because of people's generosity. Now, but I do have bad news. Sherlock Holmes has once again darkened our door.
Uh-oh. What does he want now?
Well, we'll find out. No, Laura, I hope you have the solution, because I probably won't. And so I just want to make sure that someone does. Sherlock Holmes from 221B Baker Street, London, England, asks, a woman approaches a man, grabs his ring and pulls on it. Then she let it go. This saved the man's life. How?
The man was falling from an airplane and the ring was attached to his parachute.
Oh, God, I bet this is it. Is that it?
It is indeed it. They were skydiving. He broke his arm as he jumped out of the plane. I don't know how you're supposed to get that.
Well, that's going to be a hard one.
All this stuff is ridiculous. I just made that up.
You did exactly right.
Dude, you fucking murdered this one. That was off the top of the dome.
Seriously, great job.
Thanks.
All right, here we go.
Oh, that's not lobster. That's wing back there.
Are you painting it like... There's just a lot of meat.
A lot of chunky meat back there.
Let's see. Trung from Fairfield, California asks, what element of your lives besides your friendship have remained a constant?
Oh, we answered this one.
In all of the years. Really?
It was video games. It was video games.
That's right. We play video games. I'm going to click on this one. It's a tiny pink chest, at least on mine. I've seen that one. Nope, I've seen this one too. I'm going to click on this one. Oh, Anonymous from New Jersey asks, Jerry, what is your favorite method to brew coffee, and can you describe now? Unfortunately, I have lots of different ways to make coffee for sure. At some point, people determined that an unerring gift for me was either beef jerky or some kind of increasingly Byzantine device to make coffee. So, but as a practical matter, yes, I've got vacuum pots and, mocha pots. Vacuum pots. I'll send you a picture. I have a few of the sort of like, you set it up on top of the cup. sort of like a pour over type shit. I have a lot of that. But the truth is, I actually drink, like, I like to roast beans and like handle that part, but I mainly drink drip coffee. No shit. Like the most basic. I have a lot of these things, but it's like I want to drink coffee more than I want to make it. Like for me, that first part of the ritual, like the part of the ritual I want to do is roasting. But when it comes to drinking it, I want to make 10 cups at a time and drink them all in a half hour.
Right.
Like I have very specific needs in this genre. Oh boy. All right, it's Mr. Holmes again. Now so prepare your mind.
What?
Prepare your mental fortress to manage another one of these. Zach was going about his daily profession when he noticed his shirt was torn. Shortly thereafter, he died. Why? Because he was an astronaut.
That's it, Jerry. You got it. And he was exposed to the vacuum of space.
Or
literally that.
Or he's a diver.
Oh, okay, that too, I guess. No, it's an astronaut. Good job.
Diver would also be good, but he could also be a scientist working on some new deadly pathogen.
True.
This is why I don't like these riddles.
Well, if you're very creative, oh boy. Mr. Raven from Arcadia High School asks, this is for both Mike and Jerry. You're back in school. It's chemistry class. Your lab partner is your significant other, and your task is to determine the amount of energy involved in burning a peanut. Which of the following best describes the results? A, you get a good grade because you carried your partner. B, you get a good grade because your partner carried you. C, you fail because neither of you know what you are doing. Or D, you accidentally blow up the lab room.
I'm going to go with B. I think Kara would carry us, and I would probably draw a very nice drawing of the peanut.
Well, yeah, but Michael, would I be correct in assuming that leveraging your art skills in a school context, they can't get enough of this shit, right?
That's how I got through high school with the grades I did. I never tried. I never studied. I got B's and A's. Because you draw a picture on that cover report, or you draw a picture of the plant in biology, like you do any of that shit. Like I drew a picture of Cuba once, and I got like an A on. I don't even know anything about Cuba.
The land
I just drew like a landscape.
Yeah, so
it was supposed to be a report.
Yeah, my daughter Ronya, she makes PowerPoints for fun, which I think puts her parentage into question, frankly.
Sure.
But if you were doing computer shit, if you brought some computer shit into school in like 1990,
right?
Teachers shit themselves. Like,
yeah.
And they didn't stop shitting for like a half hour. Like you could do the least amount of labor possible, but if it was on a computer, they were fucking freaked out.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Let's see. We saw that one previously. Andrew from 7 Square Miles Bordered by Reality asks, which games have surprised you by the depth of the worlds they exist in? Which games felt alive in a way that elevated them above the rest? Yeah, I mean, what games have had stories that have actually gotten a hold of you?
Stories?
Yeah, I mean, most of the time, what you want you want like engaging minute-to-minute gameplay. I'm willing to tolerate a lot more.
I would
on
say
the story side.
The only one that has really there are two: The Witcher and then Dragon Age. Like I read Dragon Age novels.
Yeah. And those novels were good too.
They
honestly.
were good novels. Yeah.
Those were good. I think that some of the things that happen to you in Wildermyth can be very surprising. I think there's definitely some value in there, but I probably have to go with The Witcher as well.
Yeah.
And they're all three of the Witcher games are good, but I have never. You played a bunch of the third one. Did you get too far in the second one?
No, I've only played the third one really.
Yeah, the second one was actually messed up. It had this really weird, like, chase scene that I think was like it was either too hard or fucked up in some way.
Just broken.
That I basically had to die for something like 45 minutes, and I allowed myself to do it for some reason. I think when it showed up on consoles, they changed it. Again, we have different appetites for these things, but I have never been so compelled like to complete a game based on the intro experience as I was in the second Witcher game. That got a hold of me, and I think that well, and it's also another, sequel, Mass Effect 2.
Oh yeah, the Mass Effect games.
The Mass Effect has got some good shit, but specifically with the elusive man and where the beginning of the game essentially is your character dying, like your character from the previous game, and then being reconstructed. Like, that got a hold of my shit. Like, I wanted to figure out what was going on with these creatures. Let's see. Artelia Spellweaver. Do we do one about reading good books?
I don't think so. Did we?
So yeah, have you read a good book lately?
The Earth Abides.
What's it about? Or is it okay to say?
It's written in 1949.
Oh, it's classic?
Yeah, it's about an apocalyptic plague that leaves the Earth with only a handful of people remaining, and what that is sort of like. But it's one of these really awesome, like, hard sci-fi books where it'll just jump 20 years.
Oh, you love that. You love that mechanic.
Years, right? Like, I love that.
Is it sort of Martian-y? Like, trying to, like, the way that they have to handle this stuff is like hyper pragmatic?
Yeah, I mean, it starts off where it is like, how do you survive in that? What is that like? But then it becomes much more about like society, and what does society look like as it starts to rebuild, and then what do you rebuild? What parts do you keep? Why do you keep it? Right? It's really interesting.
For me, the coolest book I've read in recent memory is There Is No Anti-Memetics Agency. You should read it right away.
I think we did answer this question. I think we both said those two books. God damn it.
Well, no, it's going to be okay. But because there's another book, we're going to add a bonus book in.
New book.
Bonus book. You told me, I think about this all the time, even though I've never gotten around to reading it. I think I actually have to get it. It's a time travel story, but he can keep time traveling, but it's like to the same specific location.
Oh, yeah. I think that's Joe Hadelman, something like that. The hook is that he invents a time machine, and at first it only goes like a second, but it expands like mathematically.
Is this the accidental time machine?
The accidental time machine. That's it.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, you told me the hook years ago, and I've thought about it like every week since then. I should just read it.
So the first couple jumps are just a couple seconds, and then minutes, and then days, and then they get bigger. And then eventually scientists discover what he is doing and are able to track where he's going to appear next.
Yeah.
Like, it's really cool.
That's just that.
And now you're jumping hundreds of years.
Right.
Thousands of years.
Would like to see. All right. I know that one was real. Let's see. What piece of fiction? Christy, I don't think we did this one. From Montreal QC says, what piece of fiction, be it a TV show, a movie, a book, a comic, a poem, or whatever, would you say has been the biggest influence on what you're doing these days?
Like art?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's a good question. But we've also been making this stuff for decades, and so it could be that ultimately it could be that we're trying to be better than that.
Yeah, I mean, when I think back about why I'm drawing, it's because of Garfield. It's because of Secret of Nim. Yeah, those are the big ones when I was little.
Animation.
Animation.
Yeah, for for me, the stuff that I found really compelling is like a lot of William Gibson and Neil Stephenson sort of cyberpunk and proto cyberpunk stuff, just because I really like a book that doesn't really explain itself, that talks to you as though you live in the time.
Yes. Yeah.
I like the puzzle aspect of being able to pull that back in. And so whenever we get a chance to do a longer form story, I'm sort of doing my best to impress those men, I guess.
It's like our little rap.
Yeah. Best to impress.
Yeah.
Let's see. This is a question about Oreos. I'm familiar with it. Also in there. Sober from your fandom asks, I used to submit Q&A questions when I was drunk. As I write this, I've been sober 5 days. It's been rough, but not as bad as I feared. Your podcasts and streaming have helped. Hopefully by the time you read this, I'll have been sober over a month. Thanks for being there. It's our great pleasure. It's our great pleasure. The fantasy for someone who makes upmarket dick jokes is that it will be of high utility for someone. And I was hoping that it would help to, fill the hours before death. I mean, that for me, that would have been success. But if we've been able to provide you a tool in that specific context, then I've succeeded beyond my wildest dreams. So,
I just want to make people laugh a little bit.
Not even a lot.
No, just try to give them a chuckle.
That's too much work.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. We're trying to find new questions. Oh, Claire from England, the country with no friends, asks, Jerry, have you ever experienced that weird writerly thing where your characters gain a life of their own and you hand the narrative baton to them and they start to lead the story? Cool, neither have I. Absolutely. I think that's the state I'm more or less always trying to return to. Like, especially, we have to write and we have to put together a lot of creative stuff. And when you can get into, and sometimes it's work of the typical sense. Sometimes it feels like moving hay bales from one place to another, like with your mind.
Sometimes, yeah, absolutely. Some days it feels like construction, and some days it feels like, dancing.
Yeah. And getting to that point where you can relax enough, you've done enough of the basic work where the systems that you've put in place just sort of inform each other and help you know what's going to come next. I mean, the best case scenario for that's probably DMing, right?
Yeah.
It's like once you know the systems and you know the personalities, it's a lot of times it can take you away. When I'm DMing, I'm not even conscious of it. I completely disappear.
Oh yeah.
I'm behind the table. And that for me is the reason to do it. I'm terrified the whole way up. Right.
Yeah. I'm super nervous until I start. And then I just disappear. And I don't remember. I have no memory of like those PAX games. If I end up watching the video afterwards, I'm surprised.
Oh, absolutely. I don't really remember it. I have to watch the video later to even remember having done it. Well, Michael, it would appear
that we did it.
We've reached the culmination. Thanks so much. Welcome to PAX Online East, Online. Obviously, please avail yourself of the gift shop.
Please do.
It's been our great pleasure to entertain you. We'll see you next time.
Bye, everybody.
Following yesterday's incident, the salad bar will no longer be self-serve. Please report any sightings of missing labels, bacon bits, or dressing containers to your counselor.
A race to other habitable planets in space has broken out among the big corporations. In search of limitless growth, they leave Earth exploited and its environment devastated. The voluntary pioneers and colonists are lured to this adventurous journey by the hope of a better life and a new beginning in an untouched world. Only a development strategy that ensures the quality of life for our colonists and protects the planetary ecosystem can have long-lasting success. Your job as a space colony manager is building sustainable civilizations. Do research for renewable energy sources and develop sustainable production lines to avoid destruction and climate collapse. Let us use the second chance to change our way of life and to transform the production of energy and goods in a sustainable way. Achieving a balance between growth and sustainability is the final challenge for every civilization. Imagine Earth Limited, building a better future in space.
Did you know? The first local area network, or LAN party, took place when a bunch of popular and/or cool kids in an Oxnard, California neighborhood decided it'd be fun to pretend to be sysadmins for a few hours before finally playing one round of Doom at 7 a.m. And that's a fact about the internet.
This is Labrat.
Good. You have unlocked a new puzzle. Begin the next puzzle. Good work. Here is your achievement.
Your job is to evaluate a puzzle game that is being crafted by this artificial intelligence.
I will now gauge your interest in multiplayer by simulating a multiplayer experience. I am helping. We are doing this together. We are friends. People bond by doing activity.
Unfortunately, the AI has gained access to more data than we anticipated, and it seems to be generating new games based on whatever it finds.
The place where you live is dark and full of crimes.
What are we going to do? You have nothing on me.
You can support us by wishlisting Labrat on Steam or by signing up for the closed beta at labrat.study. Thank you.
We're Child's Play, and since 2003, we've been very busy. We supply toys and games to hundreds of child welfare facilities across the world, taking a little of the outside world and bringing it inside. We've raised more than $44 million so far, and our work reaches more than 1 million kids per year. Come be a part of our story and learn more at childsplaycharity.org.
Attention campers. Today's lunch will be pork and beans on toast. The vegan option is beans and beans on toast. The paleo option will be pork and pork on a stone slab. The gluten-free option will be pork and beans on pork and beans. That is all.
To the Rescue is where you play as somebody working in a dog shelter and taking on all the responsibilities that entails. People love dogs so much, but this is also about raising awareness. The game is about being hopeful that you can improve your community in some small way.
The retro games. These were our favorites, and we tried to combine a lot of different elements from different games and give it a unique touch. The demo has been played over 1 million times. They helped us make Corman what it is.
Hey gamers, I'm Chris Bailey, and you're watching the My Game Showcase live from PAX East. For the next 60 minutes, I'm going to take you on a journey through time itself, with segments dedicated to 4 new and existing titles from the My Games portfolio. Later in the show, we'll visit the epic medieval world of Conqueror's Blade, take a detour through the modern-day battlefields of Warface, then head back to the future for a special look at World War III. But first, let's go to the 80s to check out a brand new project developed by the Alitz Team Arcade. Roll the film. Blast Brigade versus the Evil Legion of Dr. Creed is an action-packed adventure set in a world inspired by classic 80s action movies. It combines the colorful adventure of 2D platformers with intense Metroidvania-style exploration. Assemble your team of super spies, master their unique gadgets and abilities, and explore an island paradise crawling with dangerous enemies and powerful bosses. To tell us more with an exclusive gameplay demo, over to Blast Brigade's game director, Leonid Rastarguev, and community manager, Kage.
Hello, my name is Leonid and I'm going to show some of the game, and welcome to this short walkthrough of Blast Brigade.
Hey everyone, Kage. So right now, we're sitting in the icy hollows located in the freezing mountains of Dr. Creed's island.
Yeah, and here we're just entering the Creed Legion's mining camp. It's a mining facility inside its icy hollows, and obviously we can't just go inside. It's blocked by this big blast door, but fortunately we have Shura with us, and she can manage to open the new pass, and she has a grappling hook ability that will help us to create new paths. You can see here a big block, and we can just release it with this small hook, and it will break a path down to help us go around this door. And as this is a frozen cave, there are some abandoned areas here, and there are some hazardous traps here, such as icicles and these wooden platforms that will collapse in a few seconds if you stay too long on them. And this is kind of Metroidvania style exploration. You just need to find your path to the goal, and here we found the lever here to open the door itself that was on top. And now we can venture forward inside the facility itself.
It looks like there's a lot of like branching paths. It's like not very linear.
Yeah, that was the idea. And, well, it's a Metroidvania style game, so we like to encourage exploring. And as we entered the facility, there are obviously some Cred minions, and this particular guy, he's nasty because he has a shield. I can't just damage him. I need to either wait when he lowers his shield, like now, or I can use Shura's hook to make him lower his shield faster.
I love the look on his face. He's like, oh, my shield.
He's kind of surprised at this move. Oh, yeah, I need to be careful here.
The surprise Pikachu face.
And I have Shura's sniper rifle to help me getting rid of those small guys that are far. I can just, yeah, if I get the aim right, I can shoot them down quite easily. Yeah, I need to aim for the hooks as well. And here I can open paths even further with another lever and go down to meet another cool new monster. It's a fly mama.
That is a huge, huge fly. Oh, the babies.
Yeah. And those babies, as you can see, they are quite annoying. And I can obviously shoot them one by one, but I could also use Jeff and his grenade launcher to take all of them down at once. Well, maybe I will do it next time. And I need to be careful with those icicles as well. Here is also a small shortcut. We ventured in this area before and used this lever, and now we can open a shortcut. So next time we come into the location, it will be shorter for us. And of course, a little extra.
Hey, you found some gold.
Yeah, there's a lot of secrets hidden around in all these rooms, and in this one there is another one. It's actually something more valuable than just gold, but I will not show this to spoil the fun of exploring the game itself.
That was a huge laser. That looks like a bad day.
Yeah, This is one of the main areas, main rooms in this frozen area, because there is this huge laser. It's kind of game-changing mechanic. It's a laser built obviously by our evil Dr. Creed. And in this room, it's not only a beautiful thing to look at, it also creates a new mechanic. I obviously need to time my jumps and to be careful to traverse it while we find our paths to scale this mountain. And there is a lot of hooks for sure to use, so there's a good place to showcase her mechanic and her abilities.
Some pretty cool puzzling and platforming.
Yeah, and here we can see there is a small sign towards the hammock. I should definitely use it because I lost some health on the encounter in the previous room, so I will rest here and save the game and replenish my health and also some resources, the ability charges. And here we go in even further into our frozen caves, and there is another mechanic we want to show. It's it's ice and it's slippery, so I need to be careful.
Like water is wet. Don't at me. Oh, what's this guy's deal? Oh, he explodes.
Yeah, this guy, he's tricky because he only has a small weak point in the center. I need to land precise hits to actually kill him.
Very cool. So it's like waves of enemies come at you?
Yeah, it's what we call a battle encounter. It's a small room where you get locked with enemies, so you need to survive a few waves of them. It can be tricky, and you should be careful and resistant.
Oh, he's got a bomb on his back. That is not safe.
And he actually explodes when you kill him, so you should be careful even when he's already dead. And here is another mechanic that uses Shura's harpoon. We can actually lower the platform with her ability. And of course, this guy.
Very cool.
I guess I can deal him the same way.
That never gets old.
And I pulled the platform to get to this high point. And there is another cool guy to show. He's a guy on the jackhammer, so he jumps around.
He was just trying
to be careful.
He was just trying to work. Now those potholes are never gonna get filled. Oh well.
And of course this one. Yeah, I can. If I hit him precise with the sniper rifle, he actually dies from one shot. But it's a kind of difficult shot to make. So this part is about 1 hour later in the Icy Hollows, and we got actually a new ability. We've got the vacuum gloves. It's a kind of thing that helps heroes to grapple to the walls. So I need to be careful with this icicle. So as you can see, I can now do something like wall jump. It's a classic Metroidvania mechanic, and I actually can do it with either of my characters, with Jeff and with Shura. Both works for both of them. And this minion on the right, it's a kind of cool one. It's a sniper. As you can see, she can actually pull herself to the ceiling to make some strategical advantage over me.
That was an amazing cloak she had.
Yeah, she looks very good. Oh, and yet another.
Oh, another fly.
Fly mama. Yeah. I guess I'll do it the right way now. It kind of works better. And this part of the Icy Hollows, it's outer cliffs, so we actually continue to ascend to the Dr. Creed's base on top of the mountain, and here we can see open areas outside of the mountain. It's kind of more risky because you can fall down here, but it also looks good.
I love the aesthetics. Like, it's just the ice area actually is like just really nice.
Those little guys are also dangerous because they're shielded from top, so I can't hit them if they're just
Okay.
opposite from me. I need to wait when they get under the platform to make a shot like this. And also some local flora. It's a flower that hides in the ground, so I also need to check the timings and to be careful with him. And now we're finally on top of the mountain, so it's a kind of plateau, the mountain summit. There are trees on the background, so yeah, it's a different area yet again, some different visuals.
It's cool because it also is like a sense of progression, really building the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and we have finally reached our destination. It's a drilling station. It's a base, a crate base on top of the mountain, and it holds a big laser cannon we needed for our secret plan. I won't reveal it right now. You will know it in time when you play the game. So we're just going to show another character. It's Galahad. He's kind of cool MI6 Scottish spy. You can't actually get him by the time you first explore this location. You get him further into the story, but there are a couple of puzzles that are special for Galahad in this part of the world. So we came back here to collect the prizes we missed on the first try.
Is this another new enemy?
Yeah, and this one is kind of heavy hitter, so I need to jump around him. He has a lot of health. It takes some time to bring him down.
It's a very interesting gun you have right now.
Yeah, well, it's further into the game, so I got some new cool weapons as well, new cool guns. And this small guy, he's kind of agile. He tries to find a way to hide from me every time he shoots, but doesn't really help him much. So here is a special rail that can be used by Galahad with his magnetic arm ability, something like that. And with it we can actually get to the other part, to another part of this room, high above, to get the prize.
Very cool.
Yeah, here is part of the heart cell. Obviously it's a cool thing to have, because when I collect 4 of them I get another heart, and of course a small reward in gold as well.
So just to check, that the grinding on the rail, that's only for Galahad?
Yeah, it's kind of his special move. And yet there is another one in this room, this platform. It also can be interacted by Galahad, and with his ability Ground Slam I can actually break it down and get to the room that wasn't accessible before.
This looks tumultuous. This is
Yeah,
oh,
this
you
one-
can stop!
Yeah, you can see that these dots. Those are the places you can actually stop and to time your movement to be safe from those lasers. And there is a small prize at the end of this as well. It's a cyber keycard.
What does that do?
Well, that's something you should learn yourself when you play the game, because I won't tell you right now.
Fine, no spoilers.
And going back
after the stream,
here on the right, we have just another room, and there is a big laser on the right. It might kind of look familiar.
Is that the same laser?
Yeah, it's actually the same laser that is drilling the icy hollows. That's its emitter. That's the place where it actually begins. We went up to the mountain and we can actually see how it's working. So it starts here and goes all the way down through the caves to drill its bottom because Cred wants something very important for him down in the icy hollows. And of course some more new guys to fight.
Where does one get a flying muscle suit like this? That seems cool.
This area is a kind of storage. You can see a lot of some missiles and some Cred tech stored in this area. So those guys are in some way they are loaders that lift all this cargo and move it from one place to another, and assemble it into some deadly weapons, of course. Yeah, this guy is positioned in the tight spot, so I'll have to use this double-barreled shotgun, which makes quick work for him.
It's cool that you can interact with the actual trap itself and move it around. Oh, hey.
Yeah, it's a part of the mechanic of this location as well. Yeah, I guess I missed the explanation of this one, because you can see there is a charged some kind of tech, and I actually move this laser to charge it to get this door open. This one down here. So it's part of the mechanic of the area.
So pro, you're just doing it. Didn't even notice.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just too obvious. Yeah, I've played too much times all those rooms, so it comes naturally. And yet another save point. I guess we'll save here, and there is just another part of gameplay we would like to show. It's the boss of this area, so we'll skip to him and show you a nice boss fight.
Very cool.
So here we want to show you actually the boss of this area. He's kind of cool flying guy. He actually can hit quite hard.
Design's amazing. What can you tell us about him?
He's an evil cyborg. He's one of the Cred's lieutenants, one of the 7 savage cyborgs. So he's actually was made from one of the Cred's enemies. Cred is like reprogramming them and turning them into cyborgs. He's a kind of evil guy, you know.
That is a pretty evil thing to do.
I think so. And in this fight, we got several stages. In this particular stage, the boss moved to the background, so we need to use laser cannon. We need to charge laser cannon and use it to actually shoot down the guy.
It's really cool, actually. It's a culmination of everything you've learned throughout the level so far.
Yeah, that was the idea, because this particular area was about lasers and charging stuff up, and so we thought it'd be cool to have a boss that kind of supports that mechanic. Yeah, and he's got bored from my effort again. Now I need to snipe him down with this laser cannon. He's quite dangerous when he's on the back as well, because he has this dive ability and some flying rockets. And he's also getting more dangerous every time, because every time I hit him, he actually changes the phase and he gets more aggressive. He shoots faster, he shoots more, flies faster, and he actually gets some more abilities as well. Well, we don't want to show all of the fight, because you shouldn't count it yourself. So I guess we'll cut here, and we will be happy to show more of the gameplay, maybe later in some later events. But for now, that's all we wanted to show you for today. Thank you.
Have a good one, guys. Enjoy PAX.
Thanks, Leonid. Now, ever since Kenny Loggins brought us to the danger zone in Top Gun, Rocky Balboa rose to the fight with the Eye of the Tiger, and Kevin Bacon liberated an entire town with the power of dance and Footloose, it's hard to think about 80s movies without also hearing their killer soundtracks. To us, music was also an incredibly important part of bringing the world of Blast Brigade to life. To help us get it right, we partnered with the incredible musical talents of Igor Ochapovsky from Ochapovsky Production. Over to you, Igor.
I've always wanted to compose music for video games. I kind of escaped from the real world because of it. I actually perceived music for computer games as part of the game, and later I seemed to start to differentiate in some way and recognize the work behind it. I enjoyed the fact that the music in the game evokes the atmosphere, and when I listened back to the soundtrack, I actually experienced feelings from the world I was going through in the game. And that's why I was looking forward to doing that. I knew from the beginning of the assignment that there would be a lot of different elements that would need to be put together somehow. The big challenge for me was that the music in the game was supposed to be quite positive and upbeat. So for a while I was searching for the key ingredient to actually create this cheerful atmosphere. But once I discovered how to do it, it was an easy and enjoyable process. There are 12 environments or biomes in the game, and each of them has its own characteristics and they are quite different from each other, which I actually enjoy a lot in terms of the music, because on the one hand I try to create a common theme in terms of sound, tools and other details. But on the other hand, each environment requires a different approach, since they can have a different mood or atmosphere. So I thought for a while and did research on which musical instrument would be most suitable for each environment. My team and I decided that there would be several live instruments in the game, such as drums, which accompany about 2/3 of the environment. And then one of the main instruments will be a bass clarinet, or maybe a clarinet and a flute. The rest of the track would then be filled up with samples and different sounds to enrich it. So I enjoy working on the game because I can work with musicians. Here in Prague we shoot it live in the studio, and I really enjoy the approach of mixing live instruments and electronic music and samples. Sometimes something occurs to me, even though I'm actually just walking in a similar environment. And I try to perceive those sounds, and then I can record those sounds and then use them in some way or shape or form in the theme song. So I really enjoy working on the game because I can work directly with musicians. Here in Prague we shoot live in the studio, and I really enjoy this approach of mixing the live instruments played by the musicians and the electronic music and samples that I further add. A computer game is quite a lot of work, and even though it may be a smaller project, people spend quite a lot of time on it. And the same applies for the music, and it actually takes quite a long time to compose it. Sometimes it goes quickly, and sometimes it takes some time to get into the mood of the process. Now, I have done about 4 months of work on the soundtrack. Almost an hour of music has been created, and we're basically halfway through. So altogether, it will be about an hour and a half. I really enjoy working with the musicians, because on the one hand they get notes and they already have some materials that they have to interpret in some way. But on the other hand, we also experiment in the studio, and quite a lot of the ideas emerge on the spot while improvising together. I'm looking forward to the game being finished and to people being able to enjoy the game as a whole. And I'm looking forward to playing the game myself.
Thanks, Igor. I can't wait to ruin Dr. Creed's day while listening to those sweet tunes. Now, as players delve deeper into the island and the Mad Doctor's plans, we wanted them to feel like they're a part of the Blast Brigade's escapades and ongoing mission. That's why we teamed up with Paravos to produce a set of gorgeous cinematics to help tell the story of Jeff and his team of fearless blasters. Let's take a closer look.
Warning, warning, warning.
I think it's very interesting and very challenging. Usually the animation that we do is kids animation that you usually see on TV or can find on digital platforms. But here it's totally different experience. It's more about gaming and you know, when you can push your limits and just explore different type of animation, different type of creativity, probably.
Hi, lecturer. My favorite character is like Mr. Good, you know, because like he's like a victim in all this conflict. He does not belong there, and anyway he finds the good part on it and he makes a business from it, so he's a good guy.
My favorite is Shura because she is a strange person and she has beautiful hair.
For the studio, this project is very exciting because it was created by the artists outside of the studio. And for our creative team, it's a new experience to work with some other ideas, to follow their style, not by our style. And it's a new challenge for the team.
It's a class life for a spy, eh? A fine wine pairs nicely with a side of justice. I was to deliver it to that bampot Cornelius Creed. It looked to be a routine infiltration, but things went terribly wrong from the very start.
Dr. Creed's island is beautiful, but make no mistake, this is no vacation. Threats lurk around every corner, and the more you progress, the more secrets and rewards you'll uncover. Here's Leonid again to give us a closer look at the world of Blast Brigade, featuring a behind-the-scenes look at Alad's Team Arcade's good work.
Blast Brigade is set entirely on the island of Dr. Creed. Formerly a paradise, the island is now patrolled by his minions and overtaken by his vast operation. The more you explore, the more you'll discover the many different biomes here. From snow-covered regions to dangerous volcanic zones, jungles and imposing factories, the environments are vast and varied. We wanted to keep the gameplay fresh as you progress, so no two areas will be quite the same. And like any true Metroidvania title, these biomes are also filled with different pathways. abilities. They can lead to new areas, treasure, or even hidden secrets. Let's take a look at one of the biomes, the drilling station. This is an area of great value to Dr. Creed. It serves as an island mains defense and it holds a big laser anti-aircraft gun. It's also a point for cargo storage and research center for new and deadly weapons. The Blast Brigade comes here to do some damage to Dr. Creed's operation. They want to fire a laser at the drilling station to try and destroy Creed's fortress. But it's gonna be tough, because the fortress is protected by a large energy shield. The interior of the drilling station features a unified design dictated by the Doctor. Metal and cables dominate this dark industrial base, giving it a cold and clinical feel as you explore. You'll find boxes everywhere filled with evil inventions and generators powering deadly lasers. The exterior of the drilling station gives you a little more room to breathe. Inset within the mountains, the drilling station looks like a huge military base, and that's essentially what it is. There is a hangar area ready to receive cargo with containers lying around waiting for henchmen to move them inside. The main point of interest here is Flight Control Tower, which you can scale as you dismantle Creed's operation in this area. Now let's take a look at somewhere a little colder. The Icy Hollows, dangerous caverns within the mountain that Blast team can navigate to get to the drilling station. There is an ancient object of great value, buried deep beneath the mountain. And obviously Dr. Creed wants it for himself. So you'll see this massive laser running through the caves that he's using to drill his way down and to extract the object. Much of the Icy Hollow area is subterranean, but you can also climb the side of the mountain in certain sections as you make your way up to the base. The area is well suited to Shura's grappling hook, but you can switch between characters to tackle tricky areas as you need to. There are lots of different environmental hazards in the caves, including icicles that might drop on you and slippery floors that make it hard to move. You'll also come across a number of new enemies here, but they're no match for the Blast Brigade. We'll have more to show you later this year. We hope you're looking forward to see more of the world we created here at Alot Steam Arcade.
If, like me, you can't wait to play it, the game is due for release on PC this year, with Nintendo Switch, PlayStation, and Xbox versions arriving at a later date. But before we jump back in time again, we have one more message from the team. Leonid, I'm patching you through.
Blast Brigade is still a little while away from release, so we thank you for your patience while Alot Steam Arcade blasts through the final stages of development. That said, we really can't wait to get our game in your hands as soon as possible. That's why we're launching Blast Brigade in Early Access on Steam this September. The Early Access version of the game will contain around 50% of the finished product, so there is a large area of Dr. Creed's Island to explore and battle through. Not only will this give you an idea of how the final game will play, but it also is a unique opportunity for us to connect with you, the players. You know what you want to see, and we want to know if we're hitting all the right marks. From core features to the control scheme, storyline, difficulty curve, and overall gameplay flow, your experience and feedback will help us bring Blast Brigade to life. Add Blast Brigade vs. the Evil Legion of Dr. Creed to your Steam wishlist today and be among the first to know when the Creed's Evil Lair is open for business.
Now, are you ready to explore the wars and wonders of history? You can do just that in Conquer's Blade, a tactical action MMO available now on PC. It's set in a vast medieval world where you can become a warlord, build an army, and conquer everything in your path. There are 12 unique weapon classes to master, including the longsword, bow, pike, and musket, and they're each equipped with special traits and abilities. But you're not fighting alone. In Conquer's Blade, you can assemble an army with units inspired by history's greatest fighters. There's a diverse range of maps and locations to battle your way through, from bloody battlefields to huge fortresses and legendary cities. It's here that, like a true medieval warlord, you can engage in siege battles. These massive-scale PvP battles pit two teams of 15 players and their units against each other. You've got to attack or defend your ground if you want to seize victory. Being an MMO, naturally there's a guild-type system. You can join forces with a house to fight together in bi-weekly territory wars, building your power across the world map as you go. And with regular free content updates, you're never short on new and exciting things to do on the battlefield. That leads us to the newest season of Conquer's Blade. Season 8 Dynasty came out on July 8th, and it's a brand new content update inspired by the Tang Dynasty era of China. Start your journey in a peaceful golden land and move through an epic seasonal campaign to discover its lore and legends. Wield the all-new pike weapon class and unlock and command 3 seasonal units, including one based on the monks of Shaolin Monastery. There's a new siege map landing later in the season, but in the meantime, there's over 100 levels of exclusive rewards to enjoy from the Battle Pass. But enough from me. Welcome to the Age of Dynasty. The new season looks like one of the best so far. To tell us more about Conqueror's Blade and Season 8 Dynasty, I'm pleased to welcome Anton Mamihanov, Creative Director at Booming Tech, to PAX East. Thanks for joining us, Anton.
Hi, Chris. Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me here.
New seasons usually bring big changes to Conqueror's Blade. Last season we had content inspired by the Vikings. What's the theme of Season 8 Dynasty?
Well, obviously it's not a secret anymore. The season that is finally upon us called Dynasty, and it is inspired by probably the greatest ruling dynasty in medieval Chinese history. So the cultural aspects that are related to this period in China inspired so much things, not only within China, but in surrounding countries as well. So if you do some research, you'd be surprised how much music, how much weaponries and poetry being inspired from that period of medieval China. And we're so much excited to be working on this season, and the work is continuing on right now throughout the season.
How do you usually choose a theme for a new season of Conqueror's Blade?
Oh, that's a great question. Actually, so many aspects are included into the process. Basically, we are monitoring our player sentiment. It's going through all the media answers and feedbacks from our players, discussing that with our partners within the team, with art, with designers, and it's always a very hard choice because we want to bring so many different cultures, so many different seasons to the game as soon as possible, but we just don't have enough people to make it happen just by click and it's done. So every time we are doing a lot of historical research, we are working on bringing some inspiration in music, in art, and then discussing within the team and with our partners. So very complex, long, and interesting process of choosing topics.
Conqueror's Blade draws a lot of inspiration from real history. What stories and historical events inspired you to create the new units and weapon class in Season 8?
Well, absolutely. So many players claim that Conqueror's Blade is trying to be historical, but at the same time we know that with a fictional world of Conqueror's Blade, it is impossible to 100% be following history, and we are not aiming for that. Conqueror's Blade as a game is being inspired by history, but not following it in a absolute identical way. But with the current season, Tang Dynasty, we got a lot of inspiration from real historical events that happened with abandoned fortresses that's been capped by soldiers for 40 years, cut down from any reinforcements, and they still defended that in regions of unsea. Also, we got a lot of inspiration from the legend of Kujul monks that helped in one of military conflicts, the future first emperor of Tang Dynasty, and there are plenty of small Easter eggs related to history within our lore of this season. So you see the weapon type that we're bringing this season is Chinese classical pike with very unique, distinguished style of animations. So we, especially for that thing, we worked with the actor that is very, very famous in China. I'm not sure if I can be naming games that he made animations for, but you can just check out the quality of his motion capture and you will realize that we are trying to get onto the next level. and we appreciate that players also see that.
What other features can players look forward to trying out in Season 8?
Well, as you know, Conqueror's Blade is being updated a few times every year. We're bringing few seasons yearly, and we're also continuously working on current and upcoming seasons. So some features that we already released within Season Dynasty is not the whole list, and we are going step by step. You see that new units are being unlocked stage by stage, and we also going to bring new activities, some interesting surprises in the future regarding gameplay, some small features that players been asking for a long time and we kept in secret. So I'm not sure if I can be revealing all this stuff, but hopefully we will see you on the battlefield and you will experience everything at first hand.
In Season 7, you worked with the Nordic folk band Heilung to add some Viking flavor to the game's sound. Would you say music plays a big part in Conqueror's Blade?
Yes, absolutely. Music is a huge thing for Conqueror's Blade, and so much inspiration coming from music. During the production of each season, I also spend almost all free time, whether typing documents or working on anything else, going through music, researching possibilities over there. And you mentioned Heilung, great band that we cooperated with thanks to our partners, to you guys, to MyCom, to Michael Van Ziek, who helped us to negotiate. So Heilung actually brought a lot of energy, real primal, natural energy to Viking season, and you cannot imagine like the feeling that I felt when we finally made it happen, and how the team was happy about that. It's actually influences the flow of the whole season, whether you can find proper music for your production. And I think that to me personally, and I think that to many team members, music actually dictates the behavior and dictates the mood of each season. So going with Heilung, they influence so much the visuals of our game season, the mood, the voiceovers. Maybe even team band members of Heilung don't know about that, but they helped a lot. And for the current season, you can check out our trailer and some in-game music. You'd be surprised to see a very, very famous artist, a beautiful lady, that is gonna be featuring our season, our game for the next some time. I'm not gonna be saying how long the season is gonna last, but trust me that it took a lot of time to find this great talent. And personally, when I heard her music accidentally, and it was like a boom, I realized that we need that music, and it's working so great. We think that for the upcoming seasons, music also is going to be dictating so much. We have great composers at Booming already, and we are cooperating with outsourced artists. For example, great musician and composer called Epicus, with his composition Otter the Fall, that is also featured in Conqueror's Blade at the moment. Epicus and our composers actually created a special version of his music for the battle map of Dynasty season. So hopefully you will like it, and definitely music is something that we are paying a lot of attention to.
Thanks, Anton. Season 8 Dynasty sounds amazing to me. Let's take a look at all these features in action.
Peace, war, order, chaos. Everything in this land exists in perfect harmony. Although we welcome you freely, do not mistake our serenity for submission. It is as a wise man once said, far better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war.
Next, we want to show you a game we've been working on with our partners for a while now. World War III is currently in active development at the Farm 51. World War III is a tactical FPS set against the backdrop of a modern global conflict. Team up in online multiplayer modes to outgun and outflank your enemy in real locations and cities. The clouds of war are gathering over major world capitals like Warsaw, Berlin, and Moscow, and even the outskirts of Smolensk, and the snowy streets of Polyarny. Customize your perfect loadout from a huge weapons arsenal, then drop into the fight, shoot your way to victory, and deploy vehicles and gadgets, drones, artillery, and airstrikes to seize the advantage. We're not ready to announce the release date, but we can give you an exclusive look behind the scenes at how the game's shaping up. This is World War III.
War is on the horizon. World War III is now in full development at the Farm 51, and the team is working hard to bring you an unparalleled, online, multiplayer, first-person shooter experience. Today, we wanted to show you how the game is shaping up by revealing some of the new features and changes we've been working on, with many inspired by feedback from our players. A massive global conflict is at the heart of the World War III experience, with battles taking place in major cities across the world. We've optimized many of these maps to enhance your multiplayer experience, improving navigation, select areas, and making them more interesting battlegrounds. And despite the changes, we've stayed true to the real-world geography of these cities. Sometimes, a bullet is all that stands between you and victory. As part of our mission to improve the general feel of firing weapons in World War III, we've altered and improved gunplay and certain player animations. You'll notice this when your weapon recoils, when throwing grenades, moving, using gadgets, and so much more. Also, weapon scopes have undergone a big revamp to meet modern military standards. One of our goals with World War III is to offer realistic simulations with an altogether enjoyable experience. We call this playable realism. Gameplay features that enhance believability and immersion without hindering the fun, thrilling gameplay. As you can see, there are a lot of things you can look forward to. Adapting your tactics to match your enemy on the battlefield is critical to success. The backpack feature lets you change and tweak your loadout on the fly, letting you switch up your strategy even in the heart of battle. Whether you need a better scope for long-distance reconnaissance, a silencer to take out stragglers quietly, or an underslung shotgun for close combat, your backpack is an invaluable addition to your combat gear. An improved movement system was a hot request from our community and testers, and we're thrilled to reveal it for the first time. When you're weaving your way through gunfights in the middle of massive cities, you need to be quick and adaptable. Stay on your toes with these traversal features. You have a range of vehicles at your disposal in World War III. They can be used to help you get around or fight back against the enemy. We've been working on new effects, collision models, and stability when operating a vehicle, offering a much smoother driving experience. Additional vehicle features are under development and will be revealed in the near future. There's a wealth of customization options in World War III to help kit out your character. Guns, accessories, gadgets, strikes, and vehicles. Change your loadouts however you like, and make it personal. The possibilities are nearly endless. Finally, we've been redesigning elements of the UI for better clarity and to provide you with more information mid-game. The menus have been optimized, with unnecessary elements being removed and navigation and loadout viewing being a much smoother experience. The in-game heads-up display has been heavily reworked so you can master the battlefield with even more details at your disposal. Take advantage of new information layers, including a detailed mini-map for better navigation and enemy spotting. With a reworked deployment system, you can stay in the action and maintain tactical control when you're taken out. Make sure you spawn in the right place at the right moment. And speaking of being taken out, we've added a kill cam. Learn from your mistakes and use this wisdom to strike back. That's all for now. We can't wait for you to get your hands on all this amazing content. In the meantime, keep an eye out on the official World War III website for the latest news and updates. Thanks for watching. Fallout.
Now, are you ready for the final game? It's a big one. Warface is a massively popular tactical first-person shooter that's playable for free on PC, PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One and Series X, and Nintendo Switch. There are over 100 million Warface players across the globe, so on the off chances you haven't heard of it, it's a pretty big deal. Whether you're into PvP, PvE, co-op multiplayer, or just love yourself a bit of shooting, Warface has it all. But enough from me. Let's roll the trailer. Warface has a huge selection of both PvP and PvE content to suit every FPS player's tastes. PvP fans can fight across 10 unique modes. Pay special attention to the PvE missions, which feature daily missions to complete across the entire planet. Your missions could take you to Pripyat, Asia, Africa, and even Siberia. Your weapons arsenal could be considered an encyclopedia of modern weaponry. There are more than 400 realistic military weapons and attachments to unlock, so you can customize your loadout as you wish. It goes without saying that stunning visuals are a Warface calling card. Also, there's a huge amount of new content being added to the game on a regular basis. New modes, maps, and weapons are constantly being worked on, and their aesthetics accurately reflect their real-life counterparts. MyGames and the Warface team are happy to announce that crossplay is now available in the console versions of Warface. This will bring more than 22 million players together across PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo Switch. Not only can you fight on the same servers, but you can also communicate via cross-platform voice and text chat for the first time ever. And this comes just in time for the newest season of Warface, Hidden War. It features a new PvP map and a battle pass where there's a highly stylized weapon series, appearance kits, and other rewards up for grabs right now. As the season progresses, the story will dive deeper into the thrilling conflict between the Warface and Blackwood private military corporations. In Hidden War, you will bear witness to events where the tension between these opponents reaches a breaking point. With dangerous combatants on the battlefield and vital intel up for grabs, there's only one road to victory. Lead a reconnaissance squad to extract this secret information and be sure to stay one step ahead of the enemy.
Connecting.
Data obtained. Location determined.
General, we found him.
Excellent, Lieutenant. I knew that you didn't belong in that dump.
War is merciless. It drains the life out of you, right down to the last drop, and dumps you by the side of the road, like a crumpled piece of trash. But even when it seems like everything is over and done with, it doesn't get better. Get out of here, you bum! And only when you hit rock bottom, it calls you back.
Lieutenant Burton Jones, get up, soldier. Warface needs you again.
And then, before you know it, you once again become a harbinger of death. When it calls you war.
Lieutenant, according to the data you found, that bastard should be somewhere here. Destroy him.
Horton's sheep came to catch a wolf. But aren't they biting off more than they can chew?
He managed to escape, sir.
Did anyone survive?
Some wounded, but alive.
Return to the base. Activate Protocol Valkyrie.
And that's a wrap on our show today. Thank you all so much for watching. We hope that you enjoyed our in-depth look at Blast Brigade, our look behind the scenes for World War III, and our previews of the new updates for Conqueror's Blade and Warface.
We're Child's Play, and since 2003, we've been very busy. We supply toys and games to hundreds of child welfare facilities across the world, taking a little of the outside world and bringing it inside. We've raised more than $44 million so far, and our work reaches more than 1 million kids per year. Come be a part of our story and learn more at childsplaycharity.org.
Attention campers, to whoever ordered delivery to their cabin, you owe us $20. Next time, order the Vindaloo.
Wake up, sleeper. Dreaming again? Every cycle, you take your chances. You roll your dice. You do the work, get paid, survive. You turn up for your friends, or you don't. That's life on the eye.
Wake up, sleeper. Your body is dying. Planned obsolescence as an ARP's gift for its escaped workers. But we can fight this. You can remake yourself here.
Acquisitions Incorporated is the leader in interplanar artifact recovery, with exciting new franchise opportunities in your area. Are you eager to liberate the lost treasures of a dragon's hoard? Are you desperate for work and lack better options? With Kingdom-class on-the-job training, our franchisees learn the skills they need to ensure their legacy and their survival. Skills like choosing the right career path, not getting devoured, team building, and decisioning. Welcome to a life of profitable adventure. Welcome to Clank Legacy Acquisitions Incorporated.
Did you know? Sometimes people come on the internet just to tell lies. Could you believe someone would do that? Just go onto the internet and tell lies? Well, they do. And that's a fact about the internet.
Earth used to be our home, until the nuclear catastrophe plunged it into chaos. After 150 years, we finally returned to the surface of the Earth. But the planet has changed.
Radiation has become an invisible, deadly companion. Droughts and sandstorms plague us time and again. We forge ahead to make this world bearable again.
We have created a new home for ourselves in order to lead a happy life. And yet, no peace lasts forever. Some survivors envy our hard-won prosperity. We won't allow our success to be simply taken away from us. We have to act. It's up to you to build our future.
You are gatewalkers.
The chosen ones who travel different worlds to save your own. Play the game solo or in up to 4 players party. Create your own unique character and start plenty of hours of gameplay. Full of bosses, tons of mobs, with unique resources and objectives to find and puzzles to solve. Don't be afraid of portals. Become a gatewalker.
I'm still piecing things together, but we're in trouble with Eli Faust. I don't know why. I just want to find Jericho and leave all of this behind. Normally I'd say that's impossible, but I'll find a way.
I decided, you know what, I've dabbled in indie games. I'm gonna give this one last shot.
Let's just make a game.
It felt like jumping to the deep end.
I realized that making games is like a real thing that you can do.
It's just so, that's the word, is liberating.
We owned this project. Success for us is defined as being able to continue to do this because we really love it.
We want to be what we know.
Making something that people enjoy.
Hello and welcome to PAX Online 2021. I'm going to be moderating this panel. My name is Rosa Blagon. I'm a Celeste speedrunner and mapper, and I'm here with the Celeste dev team. Thank you all for being here. This is super exciting. Going to briefly introduce every member of the team, and then we'll get into some questions. So feel free to drop questions in the chat, and I'll relay them to the team. So I'll start by introducing the designer and writer of Celeste, Maddie Thorson.
Hey, that's me.
Programmer Noel Berry.
Yeah, I'm Noel.
Sound designer Kevin Regamy.
Hey, yeah, I'm with Power Up Audio. We do sound and music and voice stuff for a bunch of games, Celeste included.
Awesome. We have artist Pedro Medeiros.
Hello, that's me.
What kind of art did you do specifically?
I worked specifically on the pixel art. Most of the pixel art is mine.
Wonderful. And we have the other artist, Amora Benny.
Hi.
What kind of art did you do for the game?
I did character design, and I worked on all the high resolution art for the game and outside the game too, with the promo and stuff. And so the portraits, everything that's not pixel is probably me.
Like Theo's Instagram as well?
Yeah, for sure.
You know, there's a lot of art on there that everyone loves. So yeah, let's get into some questions for the team. Firstly, why are the collectibles strawberries?
I can answer that, I think. The main reason actually is because the original version of Celeste was a smaller arcade game, made in Pico 8. So it's like a fantasy console. And the limitations of that are really strict. So you can only have a few colors. The screen's really tiny. It's like 128 by 128. And we're kind of going for this arcadey vibe. And we thought it'd be fun to have some kind of collectible, like a fruit or something that kind of like a homage to like old school arcade games. And then given the constraints of like the palette and like what colors we were allowed to use and the size, strawberries just kind of fit really well. They're kind of squarish shaped. And yeah, it just kind of went from there. And then when we made the larger game, we just kind of, move that over into the main game.
A fun trivia about the strawberry, like we went through like 3 or 4 iterations. We could, because we keep seeing like a face in the strawberry because of the dots.
Yeah,
it was very hard to get rid of that face.
Yeah, I remember that too.
Yeah.
So funny. It's really iconic.
Yeah, and we like the idea of giving points, even though the points don't do anything.
Love that.
I love that. I mean, the points don't do anything in any game, really, right? Like,
exactly,
you see them and it makes a funny number go up. And same thing with strawberries.
Yeah, I think that kind of fits with Celeste too, where it's like it kind of makes you question the idea of what like challenge means in games. Like that's kind of the theme of Celeste, and like, so yeah, like points. Like, what are points really?
Exactly. Absolutely. Have another question. What language was Celeste written in, and what tools did you use to actually make the game?
It was written in English.
I was going to say that. I was holding.
It was coded. It was programmed in C# though, and then we used Microsoft's like deprecated XNA framework, which is what a lot of like Xbox games used in like 2008, 2010, 2012 kind of era. And it doesn't exist anymore, but we still used it for Celeste. And then we used open source ports of it called FNA and Monogame to make it like run on modern stuff. But yeah, C#.
The original was Lua, right?
Yeah, the Pico 8 for the Pico 8 Celeste, is all Lua code, but not the main game.
Awesome, thank you. Have kind of a silly question here. What's inside Madeline's backpack? Or is that a secret?
No. I think I remember like when we were drawing it, I kind of tried to make it as vague as possible, because like in pixel art, when you do like very, very low resolution. So for example, she has like a water bottle, like canonically, but can be a frying pan too or something. So all the visuals in her backpack, I try to leave it like as ambiguous as possible so you can imagine whatever you want in there. But what is really inside, I don't have any idea. I would guess camping material or
definitely strawberries. And
yes.
Oh yeah,
like,
maybe
just put them somewhere.
Strawberries, maybe.
Eventually, at least.
And I think at the end of chapter 1, she has like a sleeping bag, right? So that's got to be in there.
But the sleeping bag.
No, she always has a sleeping bag.
It's outside of the backpack. Yeah. So inside, I guess just strawberries.
Just strawberries. I mean,
hundreds of them.
Gotta fit 175.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And they're big strawberries too. So.
Yeah.
I think the sleeping bag goes on the bottom though, unlike most people carry a sleeping bag. I don't know why we did that. I think it's just because they look good on the sprite.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I have another question. What's your favorite thing that you've seen in a fan-made level of Celeste?
Favorite thing.
I like all the color schemes.
Yeah, we were just talking about Glyph and the new map that Marshall just made, and that map has that pink button that I really like. That it's like a really simple. It's like a mechanic that could have been in the vanilla game. It's just one of those wall buttons where you press it to open a door, but it also refills your dash. So I don't know. It's just like a cool thing you can use in a lot of cool ways.
I love that like the pink of the double dash crystal is now getting used to denote things that'll give you 2 dashes. Like now there's pink bubbles. So when you enter them, you leave them with 2 dashes. I think that's so cool to connect that to mechanics but also do something new with it. It's really cool.
Yeah, I think a lot of the best mechanics are often really simple.
Yeah, I like I can't remember the level name, but the jungle one with the ropes that you can
Yes.
like that are hanging, and you can like climb up on one side and then flip to the other side and like jump off it and stuff like that. And it's cool to have a wall that is just not actually a solid wall, at least to like, yeah, you can flip around on. And it made, I don't know, some of the level design in that looked really cool because you have like spikes on one side, so you could dash through them or climb it and then flip to the other side and climb. Stuff like that was really cool.
Yeah, for me in general, I think anytime, so we talking tools and coding language and stuff, we skipped over. We use a tool called Fmod for the audio side of things. So it kind of sits like this thing that sits in the middle between the code and the actual like the source audio files we're putting in the game, and that allows someone like myself to control things like mixing levels and so forth. And we actually released that entire project file to the internet, to the public at large. So all the source audio is contained therein. And it was specifically for use for like personal education and for modding. So anytime I see a mod where they've obviously replaced something in the audio, I'm like, oh yes, it's working. Like, so I can actually use this thing.
Absolutely.
But I know in the collab there's a bunch of things. There's like some munching mouth thing at some level, and everyone always like just kind of dreads its arrival on screen. I'm like, yes, they put a sound effect in. Like, excellent news. So actually, in general, just any sound stuff at all. I guess Temple of Kevin ain't bad either.
Oh yeah, Temple of Kevin's so good.
That's so good. That's so good.
The one other thing was in the same jungle level, they added their own like screen wipe effect. That's like the vines crawling up and going down, and that's super cool because I made all the screen wipe effects, and theirs is like 100 times better than any of the ones I did. So it was super good. It was like well animated and stuff. It was sweet.
Yeah, it's really amazing the tools that people can do and the custom code and everything that allows the game to just continue to grow and develop. Like you could play, there is so much content to play, you will never be able to play everything. And that's the joy of a game like this.
Actually, it's probably worth shouting out, like if you're, I just want to confirm the URL here, but if you're interested in getting into modding, what's the, playing them or making them, Celeste Mods, do you know
Olympus?
the URL?
Olympus is a good one. I'm sure someone in chat can grab us the link to download Everest or Olympus while we're talking. Someone in chat do it. But yeah, there's so many amazing custom maps and it's very easy to get into. I've made a map myself, and the devs here are really supportive of it, which is great.
Yeah, it's really inspiring to see what people have done with the game.
I have another question. What was your favorite level to design?
Probably the most fun to design. I mean, the B-sides are probably the easiest to design because it was a lot harder to make the A-sides. So the B-sides by comparison was like, it's kind of breezy. But for A-sides, I would say my favorite one was probably Summit because it is such a victory lap. And yeah, it's such a victory lap and all the mechanics were already done basically. So it's like, you know, just get to remix things in fun new ways. And yeah, just easy, fun design.
Awesome. Some people got hit by posting links. I'm sorry. That's my fault. You can blame me for that. one of the mods has it. Thank you. What are some games that you've been playing and enjoying lately? Maybe some indie games you want to shout out that you've really been liking.
I've been playing.
All I'm playing is Splunk.
It's not a new game, but it's Hit Signature. It's really good. It's really interesting too. It's like top-down action and tactical things.
Kevin's playing Splunky too. I played Splunky too as well. It's really good. And I've been playing another older one, Wilmot's Warehouse. Yeah, I just had a baby, so we've been kind of chilling and wanting to play something relaxing. And Wilmot's Warehouse is, it's just a fun game.
Awesome. Anyone else been playing some fun games recently you want to shout out?
I don't play video games.
That's such a lie.
Okay, so the last game that I played was, and everyone's played it by now, but for some reason I slept on it, was Luigi's Mansion 3. It's not indie, but it was made by studio here in Vancouver, right?
Yep.
The Next Level people. And it was a lot more fun than I ever thought it would be. Like I was really, really blown away by all the, I don't know, the love that you can feel that they put in all the details with music, with animation, and just it was just fun. I kind of wish it never ended. I was loving it. And just before that, I put 120 hours in Stardew Valley because there was a new expansion. Oh God, that was great. But that's like I usually just play a big chunk until I feel like I'm done with the game, and then that's it. I move on. I don't usually go back and try to 100% anything or anything like that.
Except Harvest Moon.
Except Harvest Moon.
Yeah. You have Harvest Moon spreadsheets, right?
I did.
That's great. I've been playing a lot of Chicory, which I know there's
Yes.
The Chicory development team is friends with you all, and it's been beautiful seeing their work. And also Lena, who is in the chat, I believe, did the music for that game. So I've been loving Chicory. Amazing. So I have another question. What was the inspiration for making Celeste Classic 2? Talk a little bit about that process.
I think it started off as a joke, kind of. I think it was like the 3rd anniversary of Celeste was coming up, and we started joking about like what we could do for it. And then I think it was mostly a joke. And then we're like, actually, we could just do it. We could just open Pico 8 and start making stuff. And then we did. And I think we all stayed up like way too late, too many days in a row, but it was fun.
Yeah, and I had a prototype just unrelated to anything for the grappling hook, the way the grappling hook works in that game. And that prototype wasn't really working out, but then when we brought it over to Celeste Classic 2, it just kind of fit and worked really well.
Absolutely. I love how like horizontal that game is, versus how vertical Celeste Classic and Celeste is. It was like totally great because the joke is if Celeste is so good, we're Celeste too, and y'all got all of us. So great meme that turned into a really fun game. And so let me find some. There are so many questions. Thank you to everyone who's putting them in. What is your favorite 2D platformer other than Celeste? For anyone who plays platformers here.
I think my favorite like long term has been Cave Story, which isn't very Celeste-like, but it's just kind of that, I don't know, that one that I always go back to and really like. Yeah.
For me, I think it would be, it's kind of complicated, but I think kind of Flashback for the visuals mostly, but not for the gameplay, and probably Super Metroid.
Yeah, Metroid's a big one. For me, it's probably Mario Bros. 3, I'd have to say.
Makes sense.
Yeah. It was a big inspiration for Celeste.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yo, apologies for my internet dropping again. It dropped for like 10 seconds during our prep time, and now it dropped again. I see on the Twitch stream, I'm like transforming into every person.
Oh no. We're getting fusions of everyone.
Heaven has become one with the universe.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, it might happen again. We'll see. I don't know what's happening with my ISP today.
I can't see anything. I'm sure it'll be fun to watch back though. How far into the development process of the game was the music direction decided and the audio direction?
I think it was a while in, wasn't it? Like we had not like super far in, but I think chapter 1 was mostly already kind of done, or like the skeleton of it was kind of there. You could kind of play through it, and then Lena came in and started doing.
Yeah, we had chapter 1 and 2 blocked out, and chapter 3 started, and I made like really crappy placeholder music for chapters 1 and 2, just to kind of.
It wasn't crappy.
Yeah, it was good. I remember that. It was really good.
The tent music.
A wonderful composer. Yeah.
I remember like it was super dancey. It was
really good.
Thank you. But yeah, because we just needed something and just try and get a vibe, and then we found Lena's SoundCloud, and we kind of knew Lena through the grapevine, through friends and stuff, and we just had a hunch that she would be perfect, and she was.
Yeah, and she like super killed it. Like I think we just listened to her SoundCloud a bunch, and we're like, this sounds really sweet.
Yeah.
And then when we reached out and she was down, and it was like perfect.
Yeah, there was nothing quite like Celeste's finished soundtrack on her SoundCloud, but we just got the vibe that like she could do it, that she could knock it out of the park.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
for
obviously,
the audio direction in general, I mean, there was a lot of following Lena's lead as well, just on the sound side of things. But in general, Celeste is very much a game about movement. And I know, Maddie, you've done talks in the past about how like every room is a story kind of thing. It's like the player makes their own story through a room. And so audio wise, a big part of the direction was making sure that that story is kind of reflected in the sound. And that's why we did things like had separate suites of sounds for all the footsteps and handholds and grabs and landings for like the majority of surfaces in the game. Spoiler alert, if you walk left in the first screen, you'll see the intro car there. And if you walk on the top of the car, there's unique footsteps for that. Like there's this, it's like a car, it's 2 tiles wide, you know?
Yeah, it's amazing though. It adds such depth.
It was very much about that. And then second to that, we went with a pretty like rounded kind of sound design where it's not too harsh because yes, it's a challenging game, but on the design side of things, of course, Maddie and the rest of the team did a great job with making things not too painful. When you die, you can try again. You're like, you feel empowered to do better this time. And sound wise, we didn't want to have like a crazy abrasive kind of sound or like sonic palette accompanying you on this journey because it just make you feel bad, and we want to try and help you along too. So when you die, it's like it's not too like or something when you die, right?
Yeah, it's a very gentle game in general. And I think if I'm remembering correctly, the only like high level direction I gave you on sound, like before you even started, was that the like footsteps and everything should just be like more realistic and less like not gamey. Whereas like for Towerfall, I remember we went more gamey.
Yeah, Towerfall was super kind of a lot of like 8/16-bit mixed into stuff in there for sure.
Yeah.
But even the footsteps, they're still stylized. I mean, because you're so far away from Madeline, they're like the feeder is too little. It's like this. That's all the feet are, the whole legs. It's not like you see heel toe happening. So there's not a lot of fidelity there. But in fact, the sound of the footfalls in the game is just this. Just,
cool.
I didn't know that.
So neat.
Yeah, you just mix that in with every single surface you hit, and then it was kind of like a cohesive layer across all the movement sounds.
And I think you came in pretty early too with the sound design, right? Like I don't think we were that far into the game before you started like adding stuff.
Yeah, we did kind of a first pass a lot of stuff, and I think a lot of that got replaced. I think the one thing that stayed was like the spring, like the spring was the oldest sound of the game, and I think most other things got kind of got further explored and iterated upon just as the game got of course, iterated as well.
Honestly, the footsteps are like one of my favorite just things in the game. Just like I just love running on the different surfaces and like it's just like I don't know, I'm like an ASMR person, I guess. But also like you mentioned like Lena, like taking Lena's lead in the sound design. I think that goes for everyone on the team. Like there's times where like we all kind of cross-pollinate. We're like, I'll take Lena's lead on the design, or I'll take Noel's lead. He programs this cool thing, or like Amora does a cool character design, and then we like think about like with the ending screens and stuff. Like it feels like there's always times where one discipline is taking their cues from the others. It's never like, oh, the design is always first, right? It's like, oh, sometimes like I don't know how to finish a chapter, and then Lena makes the music, and I'm like, oh, now I get it. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, a good example of that too is in the end of chapter 5 in the Mirror Temple, when you throw Crystal Theo with the big eye wall thing, and it goes explodes, and the level finishes. So that was originally, you got to that room, and it was just like a room. Like you walk in, you see the eye there, and you're like, huh, and you're done. And I think I posted something like a little mock-up where I took the music Lena had written for that whole ending sequence of that chapter, and I did this kind of like evolving distortion kind of prototype mock-up thing. I was like, how about this? As we walk, we make it like a long room, and as you get like closer to the source of corruption or whatever you want to call it, then we can like have the audio change over time. And then Maddie's like, yo, sweet. And this prototype's like a longer room. And then that kind of brought in like the doors that close over time and like the waves that push you backwards. So it was a lot of back and forth as everyone's kind of, putting their own thoughts and feelings into the project.
Yeah, and I know like the sounds influenced a lot on the animations. Like when I was drawing the characters, like just the movement in general, I was always thinking like, oh, how will the sound of this work? Because like I don't know, like Oshiro spawn animation. That sound for me is still the best sound in the game because he's like reconstructing from inside out. It's perfect.
When you see Oshiro's skeleton, if you accidentally pause on that frame, it's like, whoa, hold on.
That is the best. That was out of nowhere too. We told Pedro
so
like,
good.
oh, we need like an animation for Oshiro appearing, like nothing special. He just has to appear. And Pedro gives us this like absurd, like long animation. And we were like, holy crap.
So good.
Then,
it was based on Dr. Manhattan forming from the inside out. And I love the sound because it was kind of grotesque, but the squeak in the end made it perfect. Like, right?
Yes.
I wasn't expecting the squeak. The first time I heard that, because Kevin was like, "This is the sound that I made." Like, let's check it out. And I wasn't expecting it at all, and it just broke me. I couldn't stop laughing. And I think I rewatched it. I think around 8 times, or like it was an insane amount, and I just couldn't stop laughing for a very long time.
Yeah.
That was the problem.
But in general,
Pedro,
like
because,
all animations. Sorry.
So I was just saying that's the problem because like on the audio direction topic earlier, I mean, it's like a inoffensive, like happy rounded off game. Everything's all nice and pleasant and like try again and so forth. And it's like, here's this, like Dr. Manhattan thing. I'm like, what? Is this not a departure?
That's what makes it so good though. It's so, like, tonally like surprising.
Yeah. It's cute, but since I'm doing the animation, I can't do anything else.
Pedro's always pushing us to make a horror game.
That's what Pedro is here for. Oh, awesome. I learned a lot during that one question. So that was super great.
Yeah. I don't even remember what the question was.
I don't either. And we just went on a great tangent. That's when you know we were just zooming ahead on that question. So I got a question from someone talking about speedrunning. How important was it to you to design the game with like speedrunning in mind? What was your interest in terms of speedrunning and making that? How did that impact the development process?
Yeah, that I think pretty early on we realized, like, okay, we've been watching GDQ for a long time. Like we've loved GDQ for like a decade now or something.
And like we work there.
Yeah, and Power Audio works at GDQ, volunteers their time. So we've always loved speedrunning and always found it pretty inspiring. And then Celeste just kind of seemed like the right project to incorporate it. Like we always kind of wanted to, and then we're like, oh, this game feels right. And then especially as the story came together, we were like, okay, like speedrunning ties in with the story too. So it like the themes of the game like fit it so well. And that is when we were like, okay, we really have to make sure this game is fun to speedrun because the act of speedrunning it like enhances the themes.
I think we saw too, like Sex Rex run it at GDQ, and I don't remember what year that was, but it was definitely, I don't know if you were working on the full game yet, even, or if we just started working on the larger game.
You're talking Pico 8, right?
What's that?
Yeah, Pico 8.
Yeah, the Pico 8 Celeste. And we saw Sex Rex running that and realized that like it looked like a really fun thing to run. So I think that also helped us, move the larger game into that kind of speedrun direction, because we're like, well, if that version's fun to run, I mean, the bigger one should be too. Yeah, and I think that influenced it a bit too.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it was like probably a two-way street concerning the story, where it's like, oh, like our goal of making it fun to speedrun influenced the story, and then the story influenced the speedrun goal, and then it's just like, once the synergy was there, it was like, okay, we, have to maximize this.
And a really common question has probably been asked in the chat at this point by someone.
I'm sure.
Is like, what movement things and like, movement quirks and so forth were known or designed and so forth. And the answer is like most of them were known or designed specifically. Like we expressly put them in the game. And other ones we just found during development through, playtesting ourselves. And we just sort of like put in a little catalog. We're like, is this actually worth keeping? Is going to affect casual players? Things like if you're like traveling away from a spiked wall, you like jump off the spiked wall within a certain number of frames or distance. Like
yeah,
that
Kevin
kind of
found that.
was there. And there's a few rooms in the game where like we designed that to be, like a speedrun strat in the room. You can do it faster with that certain knowledge. So there's a lot of, yeah, it's a lot of like Manny was saying, kind of back and forth, and we play through the game again and say, oh, this is a cool spot for like a demo dash, for instance, where you can like crouch and squeeze through a spiked opening.
Demo dash, I think, is on the short list of things we didn't know about.
Didn't know,
Actually, clarify,
yeah.
that was for farewell.
Yes.
For farewell, yeah.
Farewell,
our
you
wonderful
knew
player
everything.
base. Yeah, our player base was like, oh, by the way, you can do this thing, and I was like, what? And then, and so then we came back and kind of made it canon and put it in the DLC chapter in a few places.
Yeah,
That's
and
how
in,
we. Oh, sorry.
Oh, and in 1.4 we added a button for
Yeah,
it.
it made it actually super canon by giving us a keybind for it. So that's amazing.
That presentation that we did to teach the players was the funniest thing that we was so good to do.
The Wave Dash
the wave
PowerPoint
dashing.
is one of the most iconic pieces of media I've ever played in my life.
Yeah, that's kind of how we feel about a lot of stuff in terms of like fixing stuff or making the game speedrunnable. Is like we had a general principle of like when stuff was fun and made the speedrun fun, even if it was kind of janky or broke things, we were okay with leaving it because it made the game more fun for people who wanted to play the game fast. And then, yeah, so like we're pretty happy to leave bugs and stuff in as long as it doesn't affect casual players in like really bad ways.
Yeah.
Because why not? It's just fun.
Yeah, our philosophy does kind of put us at odds with speedrunners sometimes, because I think a lot of speedrunners don't care if the speedrun is fun. They just want it to be as fast as possible. And like as a game designer, we want the speedrun to be fun. Like if we're going to design a game to be speedrunnable, we want the quality of the speedrun to be high.
Absolutely.
And there's a lot of speedruns who take issue with that, speedrunners who take issue with that, of like, oh, you're just making the game faster for no reason, or you're blah, 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 which is totally valid way to look at it. But yeah, so that's just a challenge that I wasn't expecting that's coming up from designing a game to be speedrun. It's like speedrunners aren't used to designers designing for it, and a lot of them don't like it. Don't like collaborative atmosphere.
It's a tough balancing act, I feel, where it's like, oh, we're so appreciative that you all are listening to us, but then to the point, like, we're not on the dev team. And so it's a like important balance of respect, between the two communities.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
we've gone back on things that we tried to fix things or make things more fun, like we thought more fun in certain ways, and then the community said like, oh, this is not working how you intended, and it's not doing the things that you wanted, and then we've been like, oh yeah, that's a really good critique, and we've gone back on them and stuff like that too.
And on the other side of the coin, we've done things that were pretty unpopular with the speedrun community, but long term have been good for the speedrun. So there's a lot of both happening. It's a pretty intense relationship, honestly, when devs try and like design for speedrunners, because speedrunners are so passionate and so like invested in the game. It's such a like the details, like the tiny little minute details of the game, and know things about the game that I don't know, right? But like I make a change to the physics and it affects like 10 things that I didn't even realize, right? So it's a pretty intense back and forth relationship that can get heated even sometimes, but I think it's pretty rewarding to design work, and it was very interesting.
Like everyone wants what's best. In the end, like it's not like there's just different paths to get there. So you realize that people have best intentions in mind, and even though things may get heated, they're coming from a place that they care about the project. So how can you get too angry, right?
Yeah,
absolutely. And I mean, it seems like all of those efforts have been very successful, because there's over 2,500 any percent speed runs on the board right now.
That's crazy.
That's one of the most popular speed runs of all time. I'm a verifier for it. We get over 100 submissions a day for runs.
Wow. That's wild.
It's amazing.
I actually know that.
I had no idea.
We have a team. We're going through the queue all the time, seeing people improve, and it's incredibly rewarding as a community. So I think the efforts that you all have put in have been extremely successful to foster this kind of community.
That's awesome. That's good to hear.
Absolutely. Let me find another question. Thank you all so much for all the questions. There's so many good ones. It's hard for me to find one. Was there ever a moment during development where you kind of knew that this was going to be really special, that it clicked with you, and it was like, you know what, I'm happy with this game and what we've made so far? And if so, when was that moment in development?
For me, it was when we finished chapter 6. When we had just blocked out and I like wrote the first draft of the story for like the resolution with Battlein, and like it felt like it fit. Like the first draft of the writing wasn't very good, but just like it being there, I was like, this feels like a good story that resolves it in like a meaningful way. And that's when I felt it was really special.
Yeah, that part specifically with the Battlein resolution, it's when I was casually testing the game for some art, and then when the thing was resolved, I just like paused and was like, oh my god, we're doing something really cool. Like it just hit me. I remember exactly the moment when I was playing. I was like, oh, okay, this is much bigger than I was expecting. Yeah, it was really fun. I really like that part.
Yeah, I think it was around that part for me as well. Because I remember I was walking down the street and Maddie and I were sending each other thousands of audio messages about Battlein and how to tell. Like, of course, Maddie's the writer, but I was trying to give like feedback and trying to make it clear what it all meant, right? Like to have that part of you in a more solid form, and what happens when you're confronted with that. And then when I saw the result, and when I saw that the way that the battle went was, you chasing her, you're trying to make it better for yourself instead of what you always have in every game with the boss coming at you. And that was certainly like the biggest like wow moment. But it's always tricky, like knowing if something is going to be as special for others as it is for you. I feel like it's a feeling that comes and goes, because sometimes like we're saying, we have that realization like, oh wow, this is cool, this is special, but then you get used to it a little bit, and like weeks after that or months, you're like, oh, okay, maybe it's not that. Like it's a very weird feeling as an artist, as a creator, to be inside a thing for so long, because it's sort of like lose perspective on it sometimes, and it can get really hard.
Yeah, and just a little interjection is that Amora really contributed to the writing. She was, yeah.
Not that much actually, because I will say I was there for a lot of it, right? But the whole team was there, sort of like supporting the writing. The writing is it's a huge chunk, of course, is Maddie, but listening to everyone, right? Like everyone holding these different perspectives and opinions and mirrors, and then just sort of like trying to support, trying to guide it in different ways.
Mm.
But that's your direction with everything, right? Like you're always so open to new ideas from everyone in the team, and you're so open to just let the game sort of follow whatever direction, whatever path the game sort of wants to follow. And I think that's one of the best things about working together.
But Amora's really good at evading credit too. That's yeah. It's always like that. Every game.
A little known fact, Amora actually did a lot of work on the Brazilian Portuguese translation or localization.
Oh
yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because
It's a big reason why it's so good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Because we got the translation, and I thought, okay, I'll just go over it just to make sure that everything fits. And there were some things that were there were some errors, but there were some things that would change, like some meanings. Like there were parts where Theo is supposed to say, "You can do this, you got this," but in Portuguese he was saying, "Yeah, I can do this. I'm great." Like it would seem like minor things that people wouldn't know is wrong because they don't have the original to compare to, but it would change what we meant completely, right? So, and that happens in a lot of translations because the person doing it has no context, right?
Yeah.
So they're
just like parachuted into the project at the very end to like you know.
Exactly. They're working with a very tight deadline and they're doing their best, but they don't have they don't know the projects as well as I do because I've been in it for like 3 years, right?
Yeah.
So then it was really fun to just sort of like go over the whole thing and make it exactly like we wanted and have the exact same meaning as it did in English.
Yeah.
And YOLO to Vida Loca was the best translation.
Master stroke.
Yeah,
there's some really good things in there.
But it was also important to you that the Brazilian Portuguese localization was good because you grew up playing games without Brazilian Portuguese localizations, right?
Yeah, we grew up playing them in English, and before we learned English, you just sort of make up whatever it is. Like I remember playing Donkey Kong with my younger brother and translating it to him, right? And there's a part where you go to this talk show in Donkey Kong 2 or 3 that you have to answer the questions about the levels, and then when you get it wrong, he says sorry, but sorry in Portuguese it looks a lot like the word sorria, which is smile. So that's how I would translate that part, like smile. You know, just like so it's a different kind of fun that you have with it. But now more people are playing in Portuguese. All my friends basically play whatever they can in Portuguese. They always change to Portuguese. And I remember trying to do that and being like, this translation is weird. This could be better. This could be better. So at least for our games, I'm always going to try to make sure that it's the best it can be.
That's awesome.
Wonderful. Okay, so I have a few questions gonna kind of combine together, but how much can you tell us about some upcoming projects, including XOK 3 or Earthblade? And if anyone's not working on Earthblade, some other projects that you're working on.
We can't say a ton about Earthblade. It's actually EXOK 4, which is
4,
funny. Yeah, which means we have 3 prototypes that didn't make it to production before it. But I would say from the design side, Earthblade's pretty, like I always feel like each game is really different from the last, and then it comes out and it seems a lot less different than I thought it was. like it's pretty clear right now. Like you could see the similarities between Celeste and Towerfall, but when we were making it, to me, it just felt like a completely different thing. So I think it's kind of a similar thing where it feels really different to me, but it might not be as different as I think. But on the design side, it's like a lot more systems design, whereas Celeste is more like just straight content design. So that's like where my process is at with it.
I think we usually start with something a little more different, then we kind of pull to something that's like our center maybe, or something. It's always like that. We kind of, almost like as we are pulled to something, and the game kind of just go there.
We're always ambitious with how much we can branch out from our comfort zone.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone else has anything to say about Earthblade.
I don't know. I feel like we shouldn't say too much yet because everything might change too. So
that's true. Yeah.
Allow me to tangent then. I will talk about Power Up and what we have going on because I can totally talk about that.
Let's go! Yeah.
Wait. Can Amora finish your thing?
Oh, sorry, Amora.
First,
please go ahead.
Oh, it was just one silly thing about Earthblade is that the portraits are going to be very big.
Oh, nice.
Art.
Make me very loud.
There will be art. Yes, you heard it here first.
They're not gonna be tiny as in Celeste. I want to make them huge. I am making them really huge.
The portrait system is really complicated.
Yeah, that's how I like it.
Okay, sorry. Please continue, Kevin.
Oh, please, let's do it. So we have Phantom Brigade and Industries of Titan ongoing in early access with Brace Yourself Games. We've got Darkest Dungeon 2 in the works, which is coming to early access this year, I believe, later this year. And we got Tunic in the works. It's a little
so excited
Tiny
for
Talks game.
Yeah,
you mentioned Chicory and Wilmot's Warehouse earlier in this stream, and it's the same publisher, Solfinji. I'm really jacked on that one. That's it's gonna be fun. And also we got Ruined King, a League of Legends story. We're working on that one too with Airship Syndicate. And a few other things we can't talk about just yet. So lots of fun stuff going on.
Kevin, how many games do you think you usually work on at once as a team? Like, what's your usual?
Well, these days we work on like much larger stuff. Typically, we have a team of 5 here at Power Up Audio, so it's it's typical we might have like 2 projects, like each person kind of takes point on, and then everyone else in the team will kind of like weigh in and support, when need be. So I mean, perfect example, Celeste. I did like 99% of the sound design in Celeste, but in the final month, I was like, oh my god, there's so much work here. So I did like all the majority of the 8-bit style kind of cassette room tracks, but I had 0 time for the ones that are remaining. So Lena stepped in and took care of Summit and Core. But for the rest of Core, as I was finishing up the rest of the project, Joey and Cole on our team at Power Up rolled in and did like most of the core kind of like the ice block breaks and stuff, and at least like a V1 on those things, so I can come along and just polish things up. But yeah, so it's generally like 10 games these days tops. But back in the day, in like year 1, we did 60 games in our first year. 60.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
ridiculous.
That's
We were
huge.
starving. New company, had to eat, desperate and hungry.
About side projects, I'm doing a weird medical game called Scars. And I think Noah's also doing a game too, like a side project, right?
Yeah, I have a small side project I'm making with my brother.
Yeah, they both look really good.
Wonderful. Thank you for that hot intel that there will be art and gameplay. That's exciting, honestly. But seriously, I know a lot of us are super excited to see the work that's going to be put out from this team, since we all love Celeste so much, and as different or samey as it'll be, I'm sure, wonderful.
Thank you.
So let's see. How's your day going? How's your week been? A few people have asked that. Just how are y'all doing recently? What's going on with your personal life? If you want to share anything, or just your mood right now, how are you doing?
Very warm.
Yeah. Like the West Coast got that ridiculous heat wave like a week or 2 ago, and it was super hot. I don't think I've ever experienced that hot before. It was like 40 degrees Celsius in my apartment, which is, I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit, like 100 and something.
Wow.
And in Canada, I'm not used to that.
I'm from Brazil. I'm not used to that. Like, I'm literally from a place that's usually much more, like much warmer, and this was insane, this heat wave.
Yeah, it was brutal. And I just had a baby, so that's been most of my life. And it's been really wonderful and special. And I'm very sleep deprived.
Yeah, a month old now, right?
Yeah. They were premature, so they're still like it's like they were just born.
Oh, now they have the size that they would have.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
It's so amazing.
Everyone gets to answer how they're doing. All right, cool.
Oh, I'm fine too. My dog got her second vaccine. I also got my second vaccine, but my dog got her second vaccine.
Yay!
Like rabies and all that stuff. And
I get my second vaccine shot tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Waiting for my second one, but I think it'll be soon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm not quite as low on sleep as you are, but it's been a lot of aiding and recovering puppy. So
right. Yeah.
Absolutely. What is the biggest lesson that you learned during the Celeste development process about game design?
For me, I think it's that players feel like the game design through the story in a lot of games. Like in Celeste especially, like the story was there at first to support the game design, and then eventually the game design was supporting the story. And I guess it goes 2 ways, but I think a lot of players who don't normally connect with games that are just hard platformers connected with it because the story showed them how. And I think that writing is like a very human medium that like helps people connect with game design and a lot of other things.
I don't think of other things. I didn't learn anything.
Nola's already perfect.
You're a game design expert. You have nowhere to improve.
I have no flaws. Unflawed. I'm trying to think.
I learned to give up on the palette. I always try to start a project with a color palette. Let's do a color palette like professionals do. Now I just give up. I just go with whatever.
But you learn that in every project, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying that again in Scar. But Earthblade, then started like, screw it. There's no color palette. I know.
So you finally actually learned.
Yeah. So I think I finally learned. Yeah.
Earthblade has no colors.
There's no colors. It's black and white. You can't have a palette if there are no colors. Easy.
That's true.
Done.
Yeah.
I don't think other things that are like, I mean, I think I learned a bit more to like maybe take breaks better and stuff and manage my time a bit better, just in terms of like, I think for Celeste, there were times when we crunched a bit too hard, as I think everyone on the team can agree with. And I think I don't want to do that again. And I think I've, as a team, just like not to push ourselves to like work ridiculous hours to get the game out a week earlier. Like, I think it's okay to manage our time better and take weekends and stuff like that, so that we're not, not like we're actually sleeping properly and stuff. Because I think, I don't think I had as much respect for that before Celeste. I mean, not that I didn't have respect for it, but just like, I was like, oh, whatever, like I'll just work all the time. It's fine. No big deal. But then I don't know, you kind of learn that it's actually, you get honestly more done and you feel better about everything if you just kind of take breaks.
Yeah, that's true. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Having a regular sleep schedule, I think that's something that I learned too.
Yeah. Oh God, remember making Towerfall? We would stay up all night. We would
Towerfall
roll in because at the time.
We could. I think Towerfall, we still had the energy for it. It was really intense sometimes.
We weren't 30 yet.
That's true. You turn 30 and all of a sudden you need to sleep.
Yeah.
We would stay.
I'd roll in to go meet Maddie and Noel because they were roommates at the time, to go play test some Towerfall stuff and it's like, hey, so is Noel answered the door. I'm like, yeah, I'm here to play some Towerfall, like test sound stuff with Maddie, and it's like 3:30 p.m. It's like, oh yeah, they're almost up. We're working until 7 a.m. It's like, oh, okay.
We used to have a nocturnal sleep schedule. Like, we'd work on stuff until like 7 or 8 a.m. and then go get like breakfast at a place.
At a diner.
At a diner where like everyone else is like getting up for breakfast, and then we'd be having like our dinner.
Yeah. And Pedro and Amora were staying with us in the house.
Yeah.
It was so much fun. But that's also part of like Towerfall. It was like method development, because Towerfall's like a party game, right? So the house became like a party house.
And then everyone worked on laptops like before. I don't know. I think if I work on a laptop again, like we did before, my back would kill me now.
Yeah.
Because we would all work on laptops in the same table, like a huge like dinner table, like with horrible chairs, just like all day.
Like broken IKEA chairs.
Yeah. Sometimes we moved them out because Chevy was cooking this gigantic dinner for everyone.
Like, oh no, food. Okay, put the laptop on the side and eat, and now I put the laptop back.
Back to work.
Those are crazy, awesome days. I couldn't live like that now, but it was a lot.
Yeah, definitely I can't. I can't anymore.
Are there answers for that question, or on a new question?
I have time for a couple more, I think.
I have something that I learned from Celeste, but I don't know if it's specifically for game design. I think that was the question.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Because in my case was okay. So I feel like up until Celeste, during Towerfall, because I was still getting to know the team and other games that I did with other people, I had this position as an artist where I was very, I don't know if submissive is the right word, but I would just whatever I was given, like people would say, this is the tool, make it work, right? So my job sometimes would be longer and harder than it had to be, just because I was trying to learn and adapt to whatever it was that I had to work with regarding tools and stuff to how to put the art in the game. And then during Celeste, I learned that that's also flexible, that I have freedom to go and say, hey, actually, no, this is not working for me. Can we think of something else? Can we come up with something else? And sometimes it's way too late in the development to justify programming a new thing just for the art. But sometimes if it's not that much work, like I learned that I can at least ask, right? And then have it so everything is easier for me to work with. And now in Earthblade, I'm so spoiled Actually, I want this and this and this, and I want this to work like that. And it's like, I learned to at least ask and talk about it before deciding that it's not worth it, right? Bothering the programmers just for this stupid thing, right? Like I learned that it has value, and if we make a thing that's easier for me to work with, I'm gonna be able to put in more art. It's better for the game, right?
Yeah, it's like,
and so that was an important lesson for me.
Shout outs to Chevy joining the team. And,
yeah, Chevy.
Yeah.
Oh my God, yes.
Doing a lot of tools programming.
If you have like, if you waste like 10 seconds every time you save just to do something, and you can reduce that to like, I don't know, 5 seconds, you get 5 seconds out of, I don't know, like 200 assets that you're doing like constantly.
Exactly.
And that like sums up to like a huge
Big
amount of time.
save. Yeah.
And that time you can do like better art, and worry less about, I don't know, naming files properly.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, we focused on tools. In general, we focused on tools really hard for Earthblade. I think that's one reason why it took us so long to ramp up development. We've spent a lot of time just making the process smooth.
Sure. Yeah. It's efficiency that down the line is going to really, pay off for you all in a big way, reduce the workload.
Yeah.
So I have a question from Dev Chat in Celestecord. Shout outs to Celestecord. The burning question: what brand car does Madeline drive?
I think Nolma is this one.
Wait. It's
It's in the chat.
I wasn't ready. I don't know. It's an old station wagon, and I think I just Googled station wagons, and actually, I think the one I used was like this 1977 Oldsmobile custom cruiser station wagon that I just Googled again. But yeah, I just Googled station wagon references, and it's like this old one from, I don't know cars, so it's an old one that I drew.
I don't either.
But yeah.
There we go. I thought it was, burning question. Everyone needed to know. So thank you.
Very important.
We're big fans of intro car here. So we're kind of wrapping up with our time. We have about, about 5 more minutes. So just gonna open this up to any last words that any of you all have to make sure we all have enough time to say everything. So, free time to say whatever you want and say bye and all that stuff. Go ahead.
I don't know what to say. Bye.
Fun.
Anything we didn't get to, you really want to say, anything like that. So.
Yeah, this was really fun.
Yeah,
thanks PAX for having us on your channel, and thanks everyone for playing Celeste and caring about it.
Yeah, I think we've been really fortunate with the community around Celeste and the speedrunning community and people playing it and everything, like the modding community, everyone making custom levels and stuff. Like, it's been really cool to see all the community build around the game. Like, we never ever expected that when we made it, like at all. So it's really impressive, like how much people care about the game and all the cool stuff they're making with it now. And yeah.
And I really hope we don't disappoint with Earthblade. I hope it's going to be extremely okay. The band. Yeah. But yeah, we're excited to show things when we can show things, and
where will we find announcements and stuff like that? Where should people go to find all you wonderful people? Plug yourself.
All right, I think mostly like on EXOK Twitter and Celeste Twitter. I think where we post a lot of stuff about the team, but like individually, also Twitter. Mine is Saint11.
Yeah, mine's Maddie Thorson.
Noel FB.
Mora?
Mine is Amora_B.
I was gonna stare down with Mora there.
Is he gonna go?
Mine. So yeah, the studio is Power Up Audio, like it sounds. It's all one word, and mine is Regimi K. So last name, first initial.
What about?
I do want to take this opportunity as well to reiterate the fact that we released all the sound for this project. Like If I actually
that's
buddies at FMod, so it's FMOD, FMod. So if you search FMod Celeste, you will find it right away, and you can just download the entirety of the game's sound and how it all works. And if you're interested at all in the sound of Celeste or just game development in general, it'll probably serve as a wonderful window for you and kind of into how all this works. And my pals over at Celeste, our pals over at FMod rather, said it's been downloaded like 15,000 times. So it seems to be getting a workout. Yeah, pretty crazy. Like I never thought it'd be that much. So if anyone's interested at all, then go to it. It's all there for you.
And Frozen, do you want to plug your
Sure.
stuff?
And you want to say
Yeah, so I do stream on Twitch at Frozen Flygon. My Twitter is also Frozen Flygon. I do a lot of Celeste speedruns. Just did a run at Summer Games Done Quick that the event raised almost $3 million for Doctors Without Borders. So I'm really passionate about charity speedrunning events. I'm on the staff of an all-women speedrunning event called Frame Fatales, and we just released our schedule today. And there's 3 Celeste runs on it. So y'all are gonna get to see more of us.
Yeah. That's exciting. When is that? Is that later in August or something?
It's in August, yeah. So the event will run from August 15th to August 21. So me, Crorium, and Fel the Curl are all going to be running in that. And I saw Fel in the chat earlier. Two Celeste custom maps and the vanilla game. So
that's so
Celeste
exciting.
Yeah, it's really exciting. The Celeste speedrunning community is amazing.
Yeah, a lot of people seem surprised that we're like supportive of modding and using the game on streams and stuff. And like, I don't know, to me, it's like the most flattering thing is that people are choosing to express themselves through our work or make things inspired by our work. Yeah, and so it's like, it's really, really flattering and really inspiring, and like it motivates us to work on Earthblade and to, yeah, just generally continue to be creative. Yeah, that's why you do this kind of thing, right? It's human connection.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and it has, this game's made a profound impact on my life, on many people's life in the chat. I see them saying, this game has meant so much to me, helped me figure out who I am, and I think that's just a really beautiful thing, that this game that you all work together to make has such a profound impact, across the world, and that's why we're here. And so thank you all for this conversation, getting to answer a ton of questions. Thank you to everyone in chat who also gave the questions. If you have more, Kevin said he's willing to answer some questions, or you can always join the Celeste Discord. We do have a dev chat channel, and they go through every so often and answer questions just like the ones we saw in chat today. So those are great opportunities to, keep in contact and talk with these people. But thanks to PAX for having me moderate this panel, and thank you all for being here. This was wonderful.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
Bye.
We're Child's Play, and since 2003, we've been very, very busy. We supply toys and games to hundreds of child welfare facilities across the world, taking a little of the outside world and bringing it inside. We've raised more than $44 million so far, and our work reaches more than 1 million kids per year. Come be a part of our story and learn more at childsplaycharity.org.
Attention campers, to whoever ordered delivery to their cabin, you owe us $20. Next time, order the Vindaloo.
Wake up, sleeper. Dreaming again? Every cycle, you take your chances. You roll your dice. You do the work, get paid, survive. You turn up for your friends, or you don't. That's life on the eye.
Wake up, sleeper. Your body is dying. Planned obsolescence. As an ARP's gift for its escaped workers. But we can fight this. You can remake yourself here.
Acquisitions Incorporated is the leader in interplanar artifact recovery, with exciting new franchise opportunities in your area. Are you eager to liberate the lost treasures of a dragon's hoard? Are you desperate for work and lack better options? With Kingdom-class on-the-job training, our franchisees learn the skills they need to ensure their legacy and their survival. Skills like choosing the right career path, not getting devoured, team building, and decisioning. Welcome to a life of profitable adventure. Welcome to Clank Legacy Acquisitions Incorporated.
Did you know? Sometimes people come on the internet just to tell lies. Could you believe someone would do that? Just go onto the internet and tell lies? Well, they do. And that's a fact about the internet.
Earth used to be our home, until the nuclear catastrophe plunged it into chaos. After 150 years, we've finally returned to the surface of the Earth. But the planet has changed.
Radiation has become an invisible, deadly companion. Droughts and sandstorms plague us time and again. We forge ahead to make this world bearable again.
We have created a new home for ourselves in order to lead a happy life. And yet, no peace lasts forever. Some survivors envy our hard-won prosperity. We won't allow our success to be simply taken away from us. We have to act. It's up to you to build our future.
You are gatewalkers. the chosen ones who travel different worlds to save your own. Play the game solo or in up to 4 players party. Create your own unique character and start plenty of hours of gameplay. Full of bosses, tons of mobs, with unique resources and objectives to find and puzzles to solve. Don't be afraid of portals. Become a gatewalker.
I'm still piecing things together, but we're in trouble with Eli Faust. I don't know why. I just want to find Jericho and leave all of this behind. Normally I'd say that's impossible, but I'll find a way.
I decided, you know what, I've dabbled in indie games. I'm gonna give this one last shot.
Let's just make a game.
It felt like jumping to the deep end.
I realized that making games is like a real thing that you can do.
It's just so, that's the word, is liberating.
We owned this project. Success for us is defined as being able to continue to do this because we really love it.
We want to be what we know.
Making something that people enjoy.
I decided, you know what, I've dabbled in indie games. I'm gonna give this one last shot.
Let's just make a game.
It felt like jumping to the deep end.
I realized that making games is like a real thing that you can do.
It's just so, that's the word, is liberating.
We owned this project.
We just want to make a fun game.
You have an idea of what the vision of it looks like, but then it actually coming out the other side looking like that, it's pretty rare. Afterburner Studios is composed of primarily just 3 of us. I co-founded the studio with 2 of my friends, Robert Taylor and Paul Svoboda. We had all worked at a company that did not end up turning out like any of us had hoped. So coming out of that experience, the 3 of us felt kind of burned out with game development. We had worked at AAA studios beforehand, and we wanted to do something that felt a little bit more authentic to who we were and what we liked, and something that we could collaborate together to keep that working relationship going. I am more primarily a designer, Paul is more primarily an artist, and Rob is primarily an engineer. having the kind of the core pillars of game design already there and having experience allowed us to work a lot more quickly and collaborate a lot more easily. And it's really exciting to be able to see a process from start to finish, which is one of those things you don't get to do a lot in AAA. Dreamscaper is an action roguelite where players take on the role of Cassidy. They get to live her life. There's a strong focus on the waking, dreaming gameplay cycle. So at night, you dungeon crawl through Cassidy's dreams. You find her memories, and they help empower her in order to take on the nightmares that she faces. And then during the day, you kind of explore this city that she has just moved to, meet new people, upgrade relationships, trying to figure out her place in the world. And in doing so, that makes her more capable of developing the tools to take on these dreams. This game is really kind of a melting pot of all the influences we have had that we haven't expressed yet making other games. This is really the first time we've been able to pour so much of ourselves into the development of a game. And because of that, there's influences from all over. So there's kind of the dungeon layout and setup, there's a melee combat system, and then you have a mixture of high fantasy elements grounded in reality, because these are in someone's dreams, so it's pulling from the real world. So we're kind of picking and choosing and bringing stuff together that's an amalgam of what the three of us are interested in and what we really click with. And this beautiful music by Dale North plus Paul's art kind of bring it to this diametrically opposed place, but that works. Relaxing action roguelike. That was something that we really wanted to do when we were making the game, was put our own kind of modern spin on the genre. I think I'm most proud of us being able to look at this game and know that we're hitting our own quality bar, especially for our first game.
Is this awkward coming down the stairs? Like, do you... Hey, no. Hello, I'm Ben Wander, 1/4 of the Wandering Band. My wife is doing my lovely camera work. You can tell it's super fancy. This is all baby clutter. You can see, can you tell that we're having a baby? We're having a baby. This is where we work. Obviously, this year, lots of people work from home, but we've been doing it since before it was cool. And yeah, let's go to my office here. Airborne Kingdom is already on the monitor. And you can tell I'm actually working. I've gotten into racing. That's like a little racing wheel. I play a little ukulele. It feels like the worst MTV Cribs, right? This is where the magic happens. The four of us who started the studio, we all used to work together in AAA. I left to go start making indie games. So we took that opportunity to kind of use our old friend group and our old expertise to start up the Wandering Band. And it was the first time that all of us felt complete creative control over something that was really big. That was fun, it was a challenge, it was also scary at the beginning. On a AAA team, you have technical artists and a dozen animators and a whole bunch of people doing back-end engine work and a lot of marketing, you know, coming up with the right way to pitch something and a lot of concepting time and all that stuff. And so I think the biggest challenge for us was trying to learn new skills and new parts of the game development process without ever doing it before. You think you know everything, and then at some point you go, oh wait, we didn't know how to do that part. Well, I guess we got to figure it out. But I wouldn't trade it away. I think it's the creativity and the creative freedom is totally worth it. Airborne Kingdom is the sky city builder. So you're building your own unique sky city among the clouds, and you get to fly it across a really diverse and open and randomized landscape. What I think is really cool about it is that we've kind of combined genres here a bit. It's a little bit subtle until you get to play it, but it's a city builder meets like an open RPG type of game, because you can really move your kingdom to wherever you want to on this landscape, and you interact with other kingdoms and they give you quests and you find hidden items throughout the world. And so what starts off feeling like a little bit of a city builder kind of morphs into this cool blending of genres, and I really think that's something different that I haven't seen before, and we've gotten a lot of positive response on it too. It's really cool. This is more of like kind of a chill experience. There's a lot of management and a lot of busy work in there that throughout the game kind of puts you in this cool flow state, along with the music, along with the art, and we're hoping that that lets people kind of appreciate the world and the story more. People just vibe with it, you know? So we're all remote, and we're actually all in different time zones now. So Fred, our programmer, kind of jumped back and forth from Montreal to Peru. That was his consistent movement. I did a lot of my work out of Denver. Zach's out of Seattle. Animish actually came to visit California and then kind of got stuck there for the pandemic. And he now lives permanently back in India. What's important to all of us is experiencing different cultures, and having different perspectives from different places is really cool. And I think our game kind of touches on that, right? Our game is all about the fact that different cultures and building on cultures together can make something bigger than each individual piece combined. It kind of, multiplies itself if you just kind of can learn to work together and connect with different cultures. From the art side, we took a lot of influence from like tiny little music boxes and papercraft and things like that. So it's about pulling influences from many different places to hopefully create something that people haven't really seen in games before. I think we created a world that you can really get lost in, and you can lose a lot of time just kind of exploring it and being mellow and relaxing with it. And at the same time, I think there are a lot of really cool themes kind of hidden underneath if you really dig into the story and into the world that we've created. So I hope people just can relax into the game itself and move through it at their own pace while exploring the different themes we kind of cooked in there.
We're really trying to give something to the gamer, as in we try to make a game how we want a game to be. Day one was just me fiddling around with some engines, and after a year or so it was over my head and I had too many ideas, and I started looking around for friends. So that's when I found Marcel. He worked at the local supermarket, same as me. He wasn't in my regular friend group, but both of us were very into the retro games. These were our favorites, and I remember just talking about those games around the job on occasion, and that's how it all started. We didn't really envision it this big from the beginning, but we started to raise our own bar and eventually started putting in money and a lot of our time into the development. Through the time, we ended up with different monster designers, different skill designers, different map designers, UI designers, and it was us, Marcel and me, keeping the vision in line and guiding all of the employees to create a consistent art style. We try to combine a lot of different elements from different games and give it a unique touch. And through time, we really saw the need to differentiate and also come with new ideas, new concepts, new mechanics, and a completely different storyline We try to look at every decision ever made and just rethink, do we want to do something similar? Do we want to do it completely different? Coromon is set in a futuristic world, and it's really going to take you through a lot of emotions. You're going to meet a lot of characters, a lot of interesting Coromon designs. We introduced a lot of new mechanics, bigger bosses, which have multiple phases, have extreme power, which really require a new kind of strategy compared to other Monster Taming games. Our Coromon have a mechanic called potential, which makes them appear in 3 different collectible colorizations. It's a whole new experience in the Monster Taming genre, I think. A shout out to our community. They helped us translate the demo. They helped us get out the word. The demo has been played over 1 million times. I think that's because of the mindset we're making this game in. We try to think, how would a gamer go through this and what would he like? I think that's the reason why we resonate with the community that much. It's just great to get a community like that. They helped us make Coromon what it is.
I had lived in Kyoto for a while where I'd gone to a cat cafe, and it was such a surreal experience for me at the time when I was handed a business card, a cat's business card, for a cat called Nico. So we were making management games, right? That's what our experience was. So I thought, like, this seems like such a cool idea for a management game. So we sat down and we prototyped Cat Cafe Manager.
It's a foggy Thursday here in the Netherlands, and it is a normal work day for us here at Roost Games. And for me, that usually starts with making my morning coffee.
Roost Games is a 4-person Dutch, like, little indie studio that we formed a little over a year ago. All of us live in the same town here in the Netherlands. It's a town called Utrecht, medieval little town. It's really beautiful. I could literally get on my bike and bike to any of them. We have board game nights together. That's why I have this big pile of board games behind me. And we play video games together, and we just hang out a lot as well. Not these days, but we used to.
Just get a little work done in the morning, then go out into town on my bike, meet 2 of my co-workers for lunch. I'm really looking forward to that, because it's been a while.
It's been a strange year. Like, starting a studio in 2020 was a weird experience because me and Rutger got to working together, like, in person for only a little bit before we had to go into lockdown. And from that point on, it was a lot of figuring out, like, how do we do this? A thing that we found after a couple of months working is that we would just not be talking about Cat Cafe Manager. Like, we'd be talking about the work we were doing, but not about, like, the game itself and how it made us feel, our hopes and wishes for the game, where we saw it moving. So we started doing this thing, like, at least once every month, where we just talk about the game talk. And that's been super valuable to us.
All right, so I'm now biking to go hang out with Rutger and Carmen for a little bit, eat a sandwich, maybe talk about the game, maybe not, we'll see. Well, if it isn't Rutger. Goedemorgen.
Hallo.
I don't know, there's like a thing about the team that is very important to us, which is that we are effectively a co-op. Previously, like working for studios, we always felt that, you know, there's a lot of camaraderie that comes through making games, and we would really like to see that be reflected in the way that we treat everybody that works at Roost Games. We make sure that everybody essentially receives an equal financial cut of whatever we do. And we feel like that sort of allows people to bring themselves into the process and into the game so much more, and like really add their own sort of passion. So that's been like super freeing for me, and I think for everybody else at Roost Games. I'm actually quite happy with how we've been able to put everything that we find important pretty centrally in the game. When you're petting a cat, I don't know what it is, like endorphins that are being released, like the good feeling that you get from that we kind of wanted to put in the game. There's something inherently relaxing about taking care of this adorable animal that is both at your whims and incredibly like defiant of you. Every cat that we have in the game is like a unique cat with their own personality. So we're always looking for, you know, people that have cats. Like if I'm visiting someone that has a cat, I'm like, okay, what kind of a cat is this? Actually, I don't think any of our team members have cats. So maybe that is the reason that we're making a cat cafe manager game. It's very much a game about building your own little space and then filling it with the kind of furniture that you like, and the people that you like as well, and the cats, most importantly, that you like. We live in a time that's like pretty stressful and out of control in a lot of ways. So for us, it's very important that you sort of get a cozy feeling when you get introduced to the game. You will always want a little bit of challenge and tension, but we're looking for like a good equilibrium between chill and challenging. Finding the right kinds of furniture that you like, and adopting stray cats, caring for them, naming them, and sort of figuring out what their personality is. You can sort of always keep making progress, designing your cafe and adopting more cats, and making friends also. Just making the cat cafe of your dreams.
From a really rural town. So is Tanner, the other lead developer on the game. We both grew up together in the same 500 population Arkansas town. The two of us, the two lead devs, we live together, we're partners. So we've been together since middle school, I guess. Yeah. I am definitely one of those people who played games all growing up, and both of us were really passionate about it. He was one of the first people I ever met that actually wanted to have these interesting conversations about the design of games and stuff like that. We went to college here also in Arkansas, and we tried out some projects, and actually To the Rescue started as one of our sort of undergrad, like, hey, let's see if we can actually make a game just as a hobby thing, just try it out. That's sort of how the project started. To the Rescue is where you play as somebody working in a dog shelter and taking on all the responsibilities that entails, but also getting to know all of the unique dogs so that you can take care of them and find the right homes for them. Having that moment of the dog that it's not very cute, it's old, and you've been trying to get it adopted forever, but then that one person comes and it's the right person and takes them away. Like that moment, I want to be the most memorable thing for people when they play the game. We thought it was a cool idea because we hadn't seen one before, a game like this. And yeah, we just felt like it was a lot of potential, and we were really surprised no one else was doing it. And we just felt like if we were going to pick a project, this is one that felt really marketable and might help us get on our feet and stand out a little bit, especially not having the big community to sort of help uplift us. There's no companies, right? There's no video game companies in Little Rock or the state of Arkansas. So we decided to just jump off the deep end and be like, hey, let's try and just be the first. Little Rock Games is just 5 people. In this project, within Little Rock Games, it's just Tanner and I, delegating tasks to each other and also giving feedback to each other and also being in a relationship with each other. And yeah, so having really that and sort of inherent support structure has been really important from my perspective. Oh, my special guest star appeared in the background. People love dogs so much, but this is also about raising awareness, right? It's both of those things. We heard a lot of positive feedback just to the core concept, right? Yeah, it is sort of escapism getting to do this without having to face the realities yourself, but we're also not pretending those realities aren't there. Is in the game, there's diseases that can appear in the shelter. It's dirty, and adopters only want the cutest puppies, and they don't want the old dogs. And we do feature euthanasia as an element in the game. It's completely optional, but it's there. So essentially, I just want people to walk away with more knowledge about the things we're representing. And I feel like there's a lot of room in sim management games to explore the real world in more nuanced ways. So it is important for us to find that balance of wanting people to be able to experience this dog management, but also not being able to completely ignore the fact that real people have to do these jobs. It's resonated with a lot more people than we expected it to, and we've gotten a lot of people that work in real shelters that are like, I'm glad that you're doing this, because a lot of people don't realize how hard the work is and how thankless it is. So 20% of every dollar that Little Rock Games makes from this game is going to be going to the Pet Finder Foundation. The game is about being hopeful that you can improve your community in some small way.
I first started getting into games probably about 7 or 8 years old. I was always kind of like tinkering around with game engines. They never really went anywhere until about maybe 15 or 16, where I started putting games on the web, so like Flash games and things like that. I then studied a degree in game development, and then I've just been kind of putting out little mobile games here and there, just really simple tap-based games. But it wasn't challenging. I mean, it come a point where I wanted to stretch myself a little bit with the games I was creating. I always liked the idea of really silly deaths, characters getting blown to bits in like a cartoony way. The thing with most games is when you die, it's usually an area of frustration. But when you can see your character's head just flying off and blood's going everywhere, it's like, you just got nothing but humour there.
You're sure gonna feel bad in the morning.
So I come up with the idea of having like a Ninja Warrior / Total Wipeout death competition. And that was Slaughter League. So the last Flash game I made was in like 2014, and there's still people speedrun it to this day. So I got chatting to those guys about sort of what features they think are really important for speedrunning. I thought, well, if you guys are still enjoying, what I made 6, 7, 8 years ago, then I might as well tailor as many features as I can towards these guys too. One of the pillars of Slaughter League in itself is that it's built with the same design philosophies as I'd take into a Flash game. We want to be what we know and be the best at that. For me, the thing with Slaughter League where it kind of breaks expectation is the amount of content that's going to be there. From your sort of standard small little platform indie game, you might get a single player mode, or you might get multiplayer racing, or you might sometimes get a stage builder. That's even more rare, but you'll never get all 3 in one. We're kind of offering the level of content as a AAA developer, but with an indie game. We've been working a lot on the stage builder side of things. And what that's going to let players do is not just build stages, but build game modes. It will basically make other games within Slaughter League. Players can kind of build their own collectibles and build their own puzzle maps or build their own races, zombie maps, whatever it might be. We want to give them as many tools as possible to achieve as many different creations as possible, essentially. So that's something I'm hugely excited about. It as a developer to think there might be, some of the younger audience who don't quite understand programming, they don't quite understand 3D modeling, but they can build a level and be proud of that and send that to the friends, share that with the world. We're kind of hoping the creatives have an outlet. The thing is, we're making games, there's so many moving parts to it. You've got, you know, like I say, the 3D art, you've got the menus, things that you don't really consider. This was my first 3D game. The mobile games before this were all 2D based, and that was a skill set I never had. Some of the code I built early on was the kind of stuff you'd have for a blog. Josh, the back-end guy, he just laughed. He was like, "This, as soon as you launch this, will just fall apart." I was like, "Oh no." It worked fine for like 10 of us. You know, there's like 10 of us playing. It was enough to sustain that. But if we was to get a big launch with this old code, it would just set on fire. I started it with just one laptop. It's pretty much it.
You built the whole thing on a laptop?
Yeah, well, it's to be fair, the good thing is about building it on a laptop is if I can get it to run really, really well on this, I know for a fact it's going to run really well on, you know, people's absolute beasts. I was actually working 2 jobs at the same time as developing the game. Retail during the start of the pandemic, which was pretty wild, and also teaching at the local university too for game development. I'd feel guilty not working on the game. I'd have all these fantastic ideas while I was there. You know, I'll be on the checkout just thinking about Slaughter League, and by the time I get home, I'm just like, do I have to? Then, speaking to Freedom, we ended up deciding that it would be best if I worked full-time on the game. The first month or so, at least, I was having dreams about having to go back to work. I was having dreams that, I've got a shift soon, what am I doing? And I wake up, I was like, no, you aren't going to be back for, at all. It's great. Having the freedom to just be able to focus all of my mind onto the game, it's just going to make it so much better as a product than it would have been, because it's got love put into it now, it's got time, and it's undivided attention, I think is like the main thing. This game, it sounds corny, but it's changed my life in that way. Whereas no other game had before. I was still working the 2 jobs while building the mobile games, while building the Flash games, or whatever it might have been. Whereas this game has just flipped my life to where I want it to be. To finally be able to do this as a job is just insane. I love it.
This is definitely like a good, just relax, chill in the evening, play with buds, laugh at stupid stuff kind of game.
Oh, this is sick. Yeah!
What is that? Oh, Jesus!
It's going to be an absolute show.
Dark Deity is what happens when you take the character customization levels of an RPG and put it into a high strategy chess-like gameplay style. Each character has access to 9 different classes with branching weapon trees, with huge customization within the equipment. The entire focus is laid on you get to choose what your characters are good at and what they're bad at. It is very much a combination of genres. I was pretty laid back in college. I did just fine, but I worked on Dark Deity. I didn't work on my own work. None of us have ever worked on games at all. There's one member of the dev team that's worked on like a couple student projects, but really this is our first real game that we're working on. For the majority of development, we worked on it in the dorm, and we would sort of just sit in the dorm room, just like, you know, typing, working away. I learned how to code. I sat in my room, and for 16 hours a day for like a whole week, I just didn't leave my room, didn't eat, didn't do anything. We're very tight-knit. That's what's so fun about making Dark Deity, is that we are friends. The team is 5 friends. So like when we're on work calls, we're hanging out. It's not like, oh man, I have a meeting at 8, and sometimes we meet till like midnight, you know how it is. We all have very, very different sensibilities and opinions on the team. We like to be open about disagreeing and trying to find like the best solution that everyone can agree on. And we sort of argue, healthily argue most of the time. There's a certain level of maturity that it takes to be able to, you know, talk to a friend and say, hey, I disagree with this, and it has nothing to do with you and everything to do with, you know, the impact on the game or, you know, the quality of the thing. And the fact that we have a full team that can really respect that is huge. an attitude that we've had that I think we all feel happy that we've stuck with, is that we've been sort of uncompromising on trying to make everyone happy. It's been really hard to stick to our guns and say, take a mechanic that we think makes the game better, but not everyone's going to like it. Really committing to doing that and making the best game we can, and knowing that there's going to be some people that might like it less for that, even if it results in a better game. You can't please everybody, and in knowing that we're not going to please everybody, we're not compromising on any mechanics and watering them down. It's an art form that the industry is sort of losing, that way of artfully telling you, no, you have to do this another time, or you can't do this. And it's a bit of a push and pull. Finding that sweet spot in the progression where it's accessible, but we're not letting you just do anything you want with no, consequences or no real meat to your actions. You should have to choose a path at some point. You can play this thing so many times and have the gameplay feel different. There's going to be a lot of character bonds you don't see in 2, 3, 4 playthroughs maybe, and depending on if you're trying to see them all. Having it built to not only be replayed, but for you to really find out more about the world and figure out more about the gameplay as you play more is pretty exciting. To talk about just how much the scoping has changed, it's almost indescribable. We would have been happy with 1,000 people seeing it when we first started. That would have been the biggest success ever. This is our first game. We want to keep making games, and if the quality of this is our very first effort, and we've learned a lot through it, and the next one's obviously going to come with a much higher level of expertise. It's grassroots. I think we're all excited. It's terrifying, but it's really exciting because where we're at, we're all 23. 2 of us haven't even graduated college yet. To ship a game of this quality is pretty exciting.
Whenever you need me. Maybe I should raise my rates. I failed my people.
Weakness has consequences.
This would make for a fine tale.
I've always thought that I would be good at making video games. My mom just sent me a picture of a drawing I did when I was like 8, titled My Own Game. Basically a Mario level that I had drawn up myself. Grown up with games, I always loved them. I really wanted to make my own studio. And I realized that's not really super realistic. It was kind of like wanting to be, a football star. I was diagnosed with Asperger's autism as a child, and I basically kind of just told myself, there's no way I could be in management. It's a social disorder where you have difficulty analyzing social situations. So I kind of just assumed that because of that quote unquote disadvantage that I had, I couldn't do it, that I couldn't compete with other people. In part because of a label. And the label was helpful. It helped me recognize the problem and how to overcome it. But I needed to understand that it wasn't the end all be all. through therapy as a child and then continuing through college, my own efforts on my own to finish my own development and learning, I overcame it. Many things you can overcome with enough effort. It'll take a lot of time and a lot of effort. It took me 28 years. That was when I decided, you know what, I've dabbled in indie games. I'm gonna give this one last shot before I'm 40. I was like, it has to get done. That's the most important thing. What's most satisfying and makes me happiest is that now I'm doing my dream, doing something I thought I couldn't do. We just want to make a fun game, and we want people to look at it and think that that looks fun. And all through this process, I had 2 kids. I'm proud to say that my oldest son, who is now 4, finally beat the first 2 levels of the original Kirby. Yes. The other cool thing about this is I've been able to actually involve my wife. My wife has actually written 3 novels. And so I was like, you know what? Why don't you write for our game? We have a worldwide team. We have people in like 10 countries, I think. US, Canada, Brazil, Portugal, England, Scotland, Germany, Italy, Russia, and Singapore. What brings me a lot more satisfaction, and maybe this is because I've had kids, is seeing everything just come together into this sum that is greater than something I could have possibly made by myself. Finding all the right talented people to bring their ideas and their creativity and vision into the project, which is not something I necessarily even thought of going into it. Through this process, I've really learned how valuable people are. There's 20 people on the team. I'm just one of them. The 3D artists, the 2D artists, the programmers, all of them have been invaluable. It would not be here today if it wasn't for that. And I'm hoping to convey some of that through the game's narrative. You have to have growth and you have to have progress. So for us, loneliness drives you to push forward in the game. And it also helps highlight the value of connection, friendships, and interpersonal dynamics. And it's something that I thought became fairly prescient with the onset of the COVID lockdowns. People kind of underestimated the idea of loneliness. When they were actually faced with it, when they were actually isolated from each other, a lot of people seem to realize, oh wait, we can't just pull up in our houses and feel fulfilled. If I was to say there was any kind of a goal with One Lonely Outpost that I'm hoping for people to get out of it that's greater than just a fun game, it's maybe being able to reflect a little bit on what community means to them.
When I feel bad and when I have bad times, I always go to games to disconnect and relax. I was really glad for having games that made me feel that way, and I want to be able to give at least one person the same opportunity I had with our game. How the game started is actually through university. We did the project as kind of like our last year project. We started at 6 people and just we really like each other. We really worked well together and we had fun. That always created a good dynamic for us to work together. And so yeah, it was just friends doing a game together. Basically, the main concept is you run a cloud acre. You need to treat them, you need to be with them, make them feel better, and go out into the world. You need to explore, you need to gather different items, you need to cook meals. It feels good to let yourself get lost a little bit in that world. So there's definitely an exploration factor that is also important. We knew we wanted to create a game that was fun but also relaxing, a game that had kind of like a safe space, having something that is positive and that gives you reassurance. And so from those two ideas we started to look to games that we liked, and we started to create something similar to those games. It's relaxing and it gives people a place to disconnect. Character customization is something that is really important to me, because you can create a character however you want it. The game makes a hard work of never asking you for your gender identity or limiting you in any way in that sense. And so that's something that it's important to me and that I was proud of, making work, because if you want to create a safe space and you want everyone to feel good, you need to be able to create a character that doesn't put that pressure of gender on you, We want to make you feel better with this game. We want you to feel good.
I'm an indie game developer from Indonesia, and the game industry in Indonesia is still relatively new. And at the time when I started, there was only a web forum. And the thing about Indonesian is that game dev is not a main career. People usually want to be a doctor or architect. It's something that's absurd for our previous generation. I spent a lot of time in that forum and eventually found some friends, talk a lot about video games, and then just interact with each other. And then just one day we decided to make a simple shooter game, and then we just keep making games. Uncharted is an action RPG about restoring fallen civilization. You play as a bell-wielding character that goes into dungeon to retrieve souls of missing villagers, and also rebuilding the town throughout the game. We basically love retro games, especially 16-bit and 32-bit era. I think that was the era when we still had the excitement of a child, but also old enough to appreciate the game design. So we want to recreate that kind of experience to modern players. So it's like a retro experience, but with modern feel. We put a lot of care into designing different enemy patterns, different obstacles, and also different kind of puzzles that you will encounter. Every level has a unique gimmick, and you can also connect enemies to jars, destructible objects. The thing that I'm really happy about Uncharted is the combat design and also the enemy design. Just seeing the characters move and interact with each other is really rewarding to me. I think it's mostly about the old school game that we miss the style, so we put a lot of care in the development.
I was, working with my family business, doing business management. And I got to a point where, I can't do this office work because this isn't what I want to do with my life, or it just didn't feel, fulfilling enough. So I took a step back from that, went back to school and decided to, pursue game development and give that a shot and give that a try. Actually, that's how my team was formed too. We all went to the same school and we all worked together on the student project. It was fun to make and it was a great learning experience, but it wasn't really a game that we wanted to make. So we moved on and really sat down and really focused in on the game we wanted to create, which we got to where we are today with Sands of Aura. Sands of Aura is an open world action RPG, and it's set in this decaying world we call Talon Hell. And Talon Hell is riddled with, sand and dust due to an ancient spell that turned everything into an entropic ruin. While the players are playing this game, they are given full control to fully customize the way they want to play with a variety of fighting styles and literally thousands of weapon combinations to tackle on different enemies and bosses they encounter throughout the world. The thing I'm most proud of that our team created was this weapon creation system. We don't care if the item that you end up creating is completely broken and it breaks like every single boss fight we have. Like, we want the players to be able to find that and have fun with that. And I think that's something that, it's kind of missing in a lot of different types of games. You want to be able to create these, really janky or broken builds, or even just try something completely different that you haven't really seen in games, or even just blow our mind as developers away. Like, we have never thought that somebody could do this with our creation system. I think everybody that's played video games want and feel like they can design a game. Like, they play a game like, I can do this, right? But then once you actually jump into it and you learn all about the intricate parts of it, the programming, the art, the animation, the cinematics, the UI, user experience, all these different elements to make a game, like, you don't think about it, when you're just playing it. But when you're making it, you have to understand how all of these pieces work to create something like amazing that players enjoy. And that was the challenge. The best thing about my team is that we push each other really hard. Like, every time somebody comes out with a new art concept or a new animation for something, we're actively critiquing it and just pushing each other to do better and better. We want to do the best that we can so that we as a group can do really well and continue living this dream of just making video games.
9 Years of Shadows is a Metroidvania. So it's this action adventure exploration game. You get to explore a big setting and you get power-ups that allow you to move and fight in different and interesting ways. Although it's all sort of an excuse to tell this very important story that comes out of depression and overcoming it. I've always been into creative arts and narrative. When I was in film school, I was actually creating this script as a homework assignment, and it was a very sad story. I didn't realize I was writing about myself at the time. It's about depression and very emotional, deep stuff. We created this company, which is called Halberd Studios, that creates animation and films, advertisement, things like that. And when we had a bit of money saved, we said like, okay, advertisement is okay, but we actually want to do like creative stuff, right? So what should we do? And I had that story from 2013. And so I said, you know what, like, let's do something with this. I'm also a very big video game fan, and we had animators and we had artists, and we knew a bit about that pipeline. And so it wasn't a plan, but we managed to transform our everyday job into let's make something that we are proud of and that is ours. You know, music plays a big role. Back in the day, when I was really, really down, feeling down, like I remember Castlevania being one of the soundtracks that uplift me the most. Like it made me feel a lot better listening to that soundtrack. And it was funny because when I met the composer, Michiru Yamane, I told her that story, and she's actually composing part of the soundtrack because of it. The composer from Metal Gear is also doing a track, and Manami Matsumai, the composer from Mega Man, is also doing a track. So music is very important for me and for the game. We try to include it as much as possible in the gameplay and the mechanics, and so that's, I think, one of the highlights. We have this musical thing with the bosses. So boss fights are musical, and we try to implement that as deep as possible. So you can almost hear what the boss is doing, their rhythms, their attacks, and stuff like that. The music will be something to look out for. There's also this analogy with light. So as a DP, I used to excel a bit more in terms of the visual part of it. Visual language became such an interesting thing for me. There's some element of respect to that. You know, light is such an interesting character to the story. The essential element in a Metroidvania is to explore. You need to make exploring interesting. You know, making these elemental armors for the main character was such a big part of it. You get to move and fight in different ways. Fire, earth, and water are 3 different ways of moving towards the castle. And in a Metroidvania, it makes a lot of sense because you tend to visit the same place more than once. And so if that place, now you can move differently through those rooms, and then it becomes, you know, more interesting. And so that strategy of changing your suit on the fly is just something that I think it's fun. You can expect weird stuff to happen in the game. It's just not your traditional Metroidvania, a game that's about mental health problems. That is a very important message. That's why this project exists, for this message. A cinematographer wrote a script, and then it became a company, and the company ended up doing video games. So it's just a mess of a story, but I think that's life.
It took us a long time to get here. We put a lot of hard work into it.
Shipping games brings tough times, but we've also seen like success together.
Success for us is defined as being able to continue to do this because we really love it.
We want to be what we know and be the best at that.
Making something that people enjoy.
yesterday's incident, the salad bar will no longer be self-serve. Please report any sightings of missing labels, bacon bits, or dressing containers to your counselor.
A race to other habitable planets in space has broken out among the big corporations. In search of limitless growth, they leave Earth exploited and its environment devastated. The voluntary pioneers and colonists are lured to this adventurous journey by the hope of a better life and a new beginning in an untouched world. Only a development strategy that ensures the quality of life for our colonists and protects the planetary ecosystem can have long-lasting success. Your job as a space colony manager is building sustainable civilizations. Do research for renewable energy sources and develop sustainable production lines to avoid destruction and climate collapse. Let us use the second chance to change our way of life and to transform the production of energy and goods in a sustainable way. Achieving a balance between growth and sustainability is the final challenge for every civilization. Imagine Earth Limited, building a better future in space.
Did you know? The first local area network, or LAN party, took place when a bunch of popular and/or cool kids in an Oxnard, California neighborhood decided it'd be fun to pretend to be sysadmins for a few hours before finally playing one round of Doom at 7 a.m. And that's a fact about the internet.
This is Labrat.
Good. You have unlocked a new puzzle. Begin the next puzzle. Good work. Here is your achievement.
Your job is to evaluate a puzzle game that is being crafted by this artificial intelligence.
I will now gauge your interest in multiplayer by simulating a multiplayer experience. I am helping. We are doing this together. We are friends. People bond by doing activity.
Unfortunately, the AI has gained access to more data than we anticipated, and it seems to be generating new games based on whatever it finds.
The place where you live is dark and full of crimes.
What are we going to do? You have nothing on me.
You can support us by wishlisting Labrat on Steam or by signing up for the closed beta at labrat.study. Thank you.
We're Child's Play, and since 2003, we've been very busy. We supply toys and games to hundreds of child welfare facilities across the world, taking a little of the outside world and bringing it inside. We've raised more than $44 million so far, and our work reaches more than 1 million kids per year. Come be a part of our story and learn more at childsplaycharity.org.
Attention campers. Today's lunch will be pork and beans on toast. The vegan option is beans and beans on toast. The paleo option will be pork and pork on a stone slab. The gluten-free option will be pork and beans on pork and beans. That is all.
To the Rescue is where you play as somebody working in a dog shelter and taking on all the responsibilities that entails. People love dogs so much, but this is also about raising awareness. The game is about being hopeful that you can improve your community in some small way.
The retro games, these were our favorites, and we tried to combine a lot of different elements from different games and give it a unique touch. The demo has been played over 1 million times. They helped us make Corman what it is.
This is Steve Downs, the voice of Master Chief, Sierra 117, and you're listening to Podcast Unlocked, the world's #1 Xbox podcast. Now, finish this fight. Master Chief, out.
Welcome, everybody, to IGN's weekly Xbox show. It's Podcast Unlocked. This is episode 502 for July 15th. Yes, 15th, 2021. Hello to anybody watching us at PAX. I hope you're enjoying your PAX thus far as the PAX weekend gets started. I'm Ryan McCaffrey. Joining me, as always, Miranda Sanchez. Hi, Miranda.
Hi, hello. Welcome, everyone.
Destin Legary. Wait for
Bam! Hey, everybody.
There it is.
No, you don't got to wait. I got it ready to go.
Hey, Destin, good to see you. And making what I believe is her first appearance on Podcast Unlocked is IGN's own Stella Chung. Stella, welcome.
Happy to be here. Also, Dustin's my boss. So, you know, he's the best boss ever. Right, Dustin?
You're playing this very well so far. This is a good appearance for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we've got plenty to talk about, as always, in the world of Xbox. These days, there's never any shortage of fun Xbox news to talk about, unlike, 3-4 years ago when we were just thirsty for a drop of water in the desert as we crawled from week to week on episode to episode. But things are good. Times are good for Xbox in 2021. Before we get rolling, I mean, everybody knows Destin, they know Miranda. Stella, for our audience that may not be too familiar with you, you are our in-house first-person shooter expert. You Apex, Titanfall. I mean, you name the shooter. I mean, I watch your clips on your Twitter that you post, and it's
oh my god,
and it's like, yeah, I will never defeat you in first-person shooter combat forever. Like, it'll just never happen. So, what are the shooters what are kind of your all-time favorite Xbox shooters, and what are you playing now?
Ooh, all-time favorite, definitely Titanfall 1.
Nice.
That's what got me back into the love of sniping and realized that I can actually be a pretty good sharpshooter. So I definitely have a love for that. Then Titanfall 2 for sure. And right now I'm playing a lot of Apex. I actually just reached Diamond this season in Ranked. So both seasons I've hit Diamond, both seasons splits. I hit Diamond, so I'm very happy about that. So I'm taking a break, and I've been switching off to Titanfall 2 multiplayer and going back to Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. So it's been pretty nice, like switching it up,
Yeah, there's clearly a lot of respawn DNA in the. You're clearly a big fan of what that team does, and why not? They're some of the best first-person shooter combat designers on the planet, and they've been that way. They've had that title for almost going on 20 years now. So,
oh my god,
awesome stuff.
The first Titanfall game came out so long ago. It kind of makes me sad to think about, but also happy because that means maybe there'll be another game in the future. So
I hope so. I'm gonna crowbar a way into the show to bring that up in a little while because Titanfall. I know Miranda and I are with you for sure. I assume Destin as well, because who doesn't love Titanfall? It was the best. Now that you make me think about it, Titanfall 1 was 7 years ago. 7 years ago.
Really?
March 2014.
College still.
March 2014, because it was that first spring after the Xbox One had launched, and that was November 2013. So yeah, March 2014.
Oh God.
And
when Miranda says stuff like that, I just hear in my head, Justin, you're getting old.
No.
That's my own brain saying that to me.
I fondly remember I was like finishing up college and I was just like, oh yeah, this game looks awesome. Like I love Max. And then of course I dived into it and it was fantastic. And, I think there were some of the issues of, I was really excited about it just being a multiplayer only game. And at the time, people were like, no, you gotta have a story. And then they did this weird mishmash of story kind of crammed into it. And it was, I think, not executed super well, but the game itself was fantastic. Like the actual gameplay and moment to moment shooting was fantastic. But, now we got Titanfall 2. It's great.
Yes. I think I've told this story before, but real quick, Titanfall 1, the first time I played it is one of my favorite, work gaming memories, because we were at Gamescom that year, Gamescom 2013. So before the Series X, before the Xbox One had even launched. And that was finally our chance to play Titanfall after it had been shown at E3. And man, the first time you call down a Titan, it's just like, and you hear the prompt, the cue.
Yeah.
It's, what a rush that is. And it just never goes away. That game's so good. Thank you for bringing it up, Stella, because now I'm in a better mood than I was 10 minutes ago.
I could talk about Titanfall for hours. Don't worry.
Well, let's see if we can figure out a way to do that here as we go on. Yeah. We are going to stay in the EA family for our first news story this week. So the next major tech innovation that could drive the future of first-person shooters that we all love here, according to DICE GM Oscar Gabrielson, says it's going to be cloud-powered stuff. He was talking on the Future of First-Person Shooter stream that's part of EA Play's ongoing summer programming, kind of their E3 showcase is coming up, and they've had these panels leading up to it, which, Stella, you know all about, because...
Wait, what?
This is where you plug the cool stuff you've done.
Oh, for EA Play, how I got to interview them?
Yeah.
I didn't hear Destin, but yeah, it was so cool. Being able to talk to them about all of their experiences like working together, working on this particular Battlefield was really cool. You can see their passion and being able to hear like all their ideas, what they want to do for, I mean, okay, Battlefield Sandbox has always been super impressive to me. Not all of their games have hit for me just because it gets very chaotic, but I mean, a lot of people love that chaos, and it seems like Battlefield 2042 is going to fuel that even more, especially with this new procedural generation that you're talking about. Like, I'm so curious to see how it's going to play, because we've seen the trailer, right?
Yeah.
But it's like, oh, it can't be that crazy, right? There's no way. But they're saying, no, it is.
Yeah, so part of the panel, so Gabriel Sinson, I'll get to the quote here. He says, cloud tech is still, quote, a couple years away from really impacting games, but that it stands to have a large impact on the genre. Quote, cloud computing has really changed a bunch of other industries, and gaming has barely touched on it. So if you think about a game like Battlefield, we have things like AI in the game now, destruction, actual procedural level creation, and the next-gen consoles, they are, of course, super powerful, but if we move much of that logic out to the cloud, we can do some really high-scale computing that we haven't been able to do in the past. Destruction, visual fidelity. I think it's just a couple years away, and then you'll see some pretty cool shooter games out there, I'd imagine. But we'll see. Now, Destin, I know, there was a game for Xbox, a little exclusive you may have heard of, called Crackdown 3. I heard that you got to play it.
Yep, sure did. When it was a totally different game that actually looked awesome. Yeah, they used cloud tech. They used the power of the cloud, and they showed like the server load and these little bars on the side where you could see how much of the cloud was impacting game development. And they just scrapped that version of the game. Like, what we ended up getting was what we're seeing here with, Terry Crews as the lead character, and Crackdown 3 was not regarded fondly. Let's just say that. Yeah, I played it, and it was pretty phenomenal when they were actually showcasing the cloud tech. We were the only outlet that was allowed to shoot off screen of it and show the real-time degradation and everything. Now, it's interesting to hear DICE talking about how they're excited about the cloud and things related to the cloud, because Xbox has been very clear that that's how old systems are going to be able to play newer games. They have Series X server-based streaming machines. I don't know how the tech works.
Yeah, Series X shards in the cloud, powering the cloud.
Thank you, Ryan. Yeah, so basically, if you're playing on those old consoles, you're playing a cloud stream of a Series X, so you're getting that experience. And it's really, really interesting. And then on the development side, they also have services that are going to allow developers to use really powerful hardware to design their games via the cloud. So Microsoft and Xbox, they said they're all in gaming, and they mean that not just on the development side, but they also mean it on the like, I guess on the gaming side, the tech side. Well, tech side is sort of all encompassing for both sides. So I was trying to come up with a better term.
Yeah,
Xbox is definitely all in, though. That's all I was trying to say.
You're welcome, by the way, for exhuming the corpse of that Destin's played Crackdown 3 joke that had been lying in rest for a few years now.
Go watch it, because the tech that they were showing off there is actually really, really cool stuff. Yeah. It's unfortunate that Crackdown 3 turned out to be sort of a dud, because that demo is really, really interesting. And I don't think I've seen anybody do anything with that tech since then. Yeah. So maybe they've been refining it, and that's what he's alluding to, I hope, in this interview.
This sort of brings us back to what we were talking about last week as well, with the Kojima rumors about Kojima specifically be interesting in the cloud technology and development there. Last week, we kind of speculated on what that could look like, because it's just, I think for someone who's not in game development and doesn't really understand the technology behind cloud things, it's in the sky. That's as much as I can say, basically. It's a very nice visual image. But aside from that, it's hard for me to kind of conceptualize like what that benefits for games. And so having specific examples like this really does help narrate like the ideas and the potential there. So if you do get some like really innovative creators, again, that was a Kojima rumor. We don't know if that's true. If he can and other developers can come up with like really unique ways to use cloud technology beyond just like procedural generation, or maybe making that as part of their gameplay in some sort of really neat way, then I think we're going to see some awesome games come out of that. Because I think as we do get more powerful technology, there are ways to use it creatively. And I think that's what I'm mostly looking forward to. And of course, we want the bigger, more destructive games. Like I want to see, like pens flying everywhere and like just the smallest detail. Like, whenever I love hitting desks and shelves in games. I just want to see everything fly around, and more of that, more detail, just like, and that's, very small thinking, I think, whenever you want to say like, oh, but you can also just swat away a building and like everything just crumbles and there's so much detail there. That's absolutely another part of it, right? It's like expanding that. So I think if we have something to kind of keep that going, and especially in something like you're saying still about such like a chaotic first person shooter too, I think that'd just make the action a lot more fun and engaging in different ways. So
yeah, I think the fact that Gabrielson is saying this, who comes from such an influential developer side, I think that's huge. Like, that they're thinking about the next step in innovation. And the fact that this was his answer to the future of FPS has me really excited.
Yeah, Miranda, you reminded me. I'll throw in an old man moment here. Go back to the original Xbox, Deus Ex Invisible War, which is regarded as the not super great Deus Ex from back in the day. There was the original all-time legendary classic, and then there was the reboot trilogy that Eidos Montreal did that was great. But there was Deus Ex Invisible War, which was basically Deus Ex 2, and it was for PC, but it also came to the original Xbox. And part of the sort of step forward that game was trying to make, because it's trying to be an immersive, emergent game, is they had just physics attached to everything. So Miranda, to your point, like I don't remember if there were any desks you could just blast stuff off of, but like there'd be a basketball sitting that you could pick up and there was a hoop and you could actually like aim and try and shoot it, which, sounds kind of dumb now, but back then that was, they were pushing forward with game physics. It used to be that basketball would have just been glued to the floor and you could try to kick it. Nothing would happen. Nothing would happen. So, yeah, it'll be. I am really excited to see, because first person shooters. I'm with you, Stella. Like, it's my favorite genre too. Like, I'm not as big into the competitive side of it anymore as I used to be. But like a great first person shooter campaign, I want to see that scale. I want to see that scope. Like if there's something where it can go from the minute detail of stuff flying off a desk, if a grenade goes off in there, to to just like an epic giant landscape with tons of AI running around and vehicles driving around. Like that's exactly the way I want to see the first person shooter genre push forward. Because I mean, here's an interesting conversation starter. What's the last first person shooter to really push things forward in a sort of, I guess, technical way that also created gameplay?
Fortnite.
Yeah, Dustin, it's third person shooter, but it counts.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Count that.
Okay. First person. But yeah, I mean, people probably don't like to hear me speak positively about Fortnite. But regardless, it did a lot. It added a building mechanic. It added these insane events that would happen in real time. It did things that nobody had really done at a scale that impressed the entire industry. And it was really, really cool to see that. I hope that another game can come along and do the same thing. I think Warzone, being a first-person shooter, has tried to do some of the things that Fortnite did first with their, ground explosive, changing the map, stuff like that.
Stella,
not very succinct today. I apologize.
Stella, you're a big battle royale player, Apex and what have you. Like, what do you think? What would you want to see the cloud do for battle royale games? And I mean, because they're already big scale games. So where would you want to see it go?
So, I mean, to add on to Destin's point, yeah, like Fortnite definitely does a lot of things that a lot of other battle royales don't do. I know Apex has a lot of things that other battle royales have built on, like the pinging system, which was revolutionary. But in terms of Fortnite, like you can still destroy buildings. And if you could bring that to a game like Apex or even Warzone, that would be incredible. Because in Warzone, a lot of the problems that I face in Call of Duty games are people who camp. But imagine being able to take away people's cover, especially in a game like Warzone where movement isn't crucial. Right? Yeah. In Apex, you can move around. It's okay. You're not supposed to be in one place for a long time. But in a game like Fortnite or Warzone, if you take away people's cover, they're forced to play differently. And I would love to see that. Because I'm kind of tired of the camping meta,
Yeah, no. to your point, still, and no one's really done that except for Battlefield, right? Battlefield's the only game that has allowed you to like blow up a whole building and change the map with levolutions. So
Yeah,
to bring
I would
that
love
to other
that.
properties would be interesting.
Yeah, that would be so much fun. Like, it would bring so much change, and it would make sure that every game wasn't the same, right? Like the same formula. Like, oh, you just go and loot. You know, you hide and kill people whenever you find them. Being able to take away cover would be just such a huge game changer, especially for battle royales.
Right. And everyone, for clarification too, we're specifically talking about Battle Royale. So like disregard any sort of destruction you can do in something like Rainbow Six Siege and things like that. Because that's like a very different kind of tactical game where, you know, removing that cover and removing obstacles is definitely kind of a different tactic. Whereas there's like that static map that you do have in a lot of Battle Royale.
Mm-hmm.
Wait,
Fortnite,
Miranda's like Neo in the Matrix, seeing the YouTube comments before they even materialize in the world. She's like, no, we're not talking about Rainbow Six. Just stop.
This is who I've become. This is who I've become. So.
I just realized we're watching my gameplay. I was like,
say, hey, Stella, it's you.
Wait, who is that? I was like, oh, that's me.
Yeah, I got to be watching this and take some notes.
No,
my camera's here and my screen's over here.
Is this a good?
It was actually a very good game. We fought so many teams here. But yeah, anyways.
Yeah, no, that's what I love about like the idea of the cloud. To me, is there are a number of. I mean, you heard the gentleman there. Hold on, not Vince Zampella. I'm scrolling the wrong thing. Gabrielson, yeah, you heard him say Oscar Gabrielson. You heard him say, like, he cited a couple of examples, and so I love that you could apply it differently to a single player first person shooter versus a multiplayer game where the priorities are going to be different. Like in a single player game, you could really dial it up for whether it's all like the AI is offloaded, which I think he mentioned as one of his examples. Whereas in a multiplayer game, you could throw it all into geometry, like Destin's talking about with Levolution and the stuff that DICE has already dipped their toe in. So yeah, I can't wait to see it. Like I love the idea of the first person shooter genre continuing to evolve. I mean, we've seen it make step changes over time, but I feel like we haven't had one in a while. That was sort of the point I was driving at earlier. And I'm all for it. Bring on the cloud shooters. I'm ready. Next up this week, we'll stay on the topic of DICE. DICE LA, their Los Angeles-based arm, is changing its name to Ripple Effect Studios. And EA announcing the move this past week, completing a rebranding that it's been in the works for more than a year. It'll be a new start for what was a support studio as it sets out to develop a, quote, yet to be announced project that will follow Battlefield 2042. It will remain under the oversight of Respawn Entertainment founder and group GM Vince Zampella, with Christian Grass continuing his role as studio general manager. Ripple Effect's new name, which was chosen following a team vote, is the latest in a long line of legacy rebrands, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, since opening its doors in 2013, there's that year, we're just calling back to 2013, 2014 on this show, DICE LA has mainly provided support for various iterations of Battlefield. At the moment, Ripple Effect is taking the lead on one of Battlefield 2042's new modes, which is set to be revealed at EA Play later this month. But behind the scenes, the studio is staffing up aggressively as it prepares to lead development of its own game. So, Miranda, is this, do you want to see or think it's going to be new IPs? They're going to try some new stuff under Vince Zampella, who has been the one person that seems to be kind of immune from the EA, I don't want to call it a curse, but the sort of EA influence that we've seen show up with other studios they've acquired? Or do you think they dip into their well of other IPs and things in the bank and do something with something they already have?
I think they're going to go with something in the bank. Like, I don't think it's going to be a brand new IP based on what they've worked on in the past. And also I could see them wanting to do maybe something story-based for Battlefield, just to kind of fill that gap. So, I mean, they could go anywhere, of course. But although I think Vince has really taken a big stand for Respawn and making sure that they do kind of have their creative autonomy, I don't necessarily know if that's going to be true for, a support studio that's still finding its way. So that's, I guess, my quick take on it.
Maybe bringing back that Battlefield Bad Company that everybody loved back in the day. get down with that. I know Mitch Dyer would appreciate that. It's one of his favorite games in that company too. Stella, now let me just throw something at you, calling back to early in the conversation. You know, we've got Vince Zampella overseeing this, so that's in the sort of Respawn family of sorts. Maybe they do Titanfall 3?
So when I got to talk to all the devs in the same room, I know that they talked about being able to support each other, like they've like bounced ideas off each other. So I definitely think that they might ask for advice and like exchange ideas. Every time Apex and Titanfall devs are asked, "Hey, Titanfall 3," they always say, "Not right now, but it's not out of the picture." So hopefully, maybe. At least from Respawn's side, in terms of ripple effect, I have no idea what they're going to make. But it has to be something that showcases the strength of their studio, right? Especially since they're making this rebrand. And I know they did that rebrand specifically to try and reflect their personal values, what they want their team to emulate. I know they're heavily focusing on community aspects of this. And I remember saying to Gabriel Sensei, I remember telling him, like, it sounds perfect, actually. You really want to take into consideration the community. So you're saying every opinion matters, thus creating a ripple effect. And he was like, yes, exactly. So I thought it was a very nice way of like showcasing their passion for the community. So I don't know. I think it might not be a new IP, but something to show off their strength. So I'm not quite sure what that would be, but something they're familiar with, probably.
Maybe we need a summoning circle to will Titanfall 3 from Ripple Effect into the world, right? I think that's what we need at this point. It's got to happen. Somebody's got to do it. It's been too long.
Yeah. Okay, actually, imagine Titanfall 3, but you can actually destroy the world as you go through your Titan's definitely going to crush stuff, right? Like, imagine that. Ooh, that'd be so cool.
I'm saying, like, I think the stars kind of align for it, because if it's, Vince is the group GM, he can say, yes, go ahead and do it, because my Respawn teams are too busy with Jedi Fallen Order and Apex and whatever other little projects they might be cooking up. And it's a known quantity for them for Ripple Effect to kind of get their feet wet on and start building off of. And I mean, it does seem like whatever the studio does, whether we're wishing a Titanfall 3 here, but seems like, Miranda, odds are it'll be a first-person shooter, right? Just given the makeup of the studio to date.
Odds are yes, and that's probably what I'd like to see, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I speak to the room here when I say I want more first-person shooters, but I want them to be inventive and different. I think Titanfall and, of course, Respawn has a great identity with their brand of shooters, as is Battlefield. Like, we see DICE, and they just do this great, I think more tactical and larger team-based shooters, whereas like you have Call of Duty, which is very run and gun, one-man army sort of deal. And so there's always more space for different things there. And I would like to see something that is just another different identity for us to play with. So there's always room for growth.
How about you, Destin? What comes to mind when you think about a new, DICE LA rebranding, Ripple Effect? What do you want to see them do?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm always all for new IPs. A lot of people have been talking about a new Titanfall or wanting a new Titanfall, but I feel like their strategy with the storytelling of that universe, Stella makes these great lore videos about what's happening in Apex and how it ties back to Titanfall. I don't know if they would go revisit the Titanfall franchise, because I think they would utilize Apex as the vehicle to do that. So maybe they make something for Apex that would be the storytelling aspect of the Titanfall universe, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so that's something that I actually think about a lot, especially having been able to talk to Respawn as many times as I have. They always say that they want to move beyond Battle Royale, right? They have plans for Apex beyond Battle Royale, which they've definitely shown with their Arenas mode now, which is a 3v3. It's kind of like Valorant, where you have to buy abilities, you have to buy guns. So I'm really, like what Destin said, I'm very curious, because they've been progressing the story. They've been very open about it. I mean, they even added in Valkyrie, who is the daughter of the pilot Viper from Titanfall 2. So they're progressing the story that way. And a lot of people are now asking, well, since Viper got a backstory and we also saw BT in the background of Valkyrie's art, what does that mean for Titanfall 3? Does that mean that it'll continue on in Apex's universe? Or will we get a separate game still called Titanfall 3?
Right. sort of on that note too, because I try to follow the Apex lore as much as I can because I really enjoy it and I do love Titanfall. And thank you, Stella, for all your great videos because they're very helpful. So, so shout out to those. If you haven't watched them, absolutely do. I would say too, it would be odd for them to go with Titanfall 3 and not keep Apex in consideration, right? Because Apex is a continuation of Titanfall. And if you just ignore that, you're ignoring the future they've already set up, right? So like, do you take Titanfall 3 after the Apex games? Like, do you have like post Apex things or events, or is it alongside that somewhere else in the universe? Because, there's other things going on, I'm sure, that are outside of Apex. But I think there's a lot of potential for them to do storytelling alongside it. And honestly, I'd rather that too. I want them to include Apex in part of that timeline because I think it is an important part of that universe.
I wonder, a little wishful thinking here maybe, but Titanfall never quite took off. Obviously, we've had that discussion a million times, but Apex obviously very much took off. And I almost wonder, would Titanfall 3 be more feasible now because Apex has elevated the awareness and the love for just Titanfall as a whole versus if Apex had never existed and Titanfall 1 and 2 were kind of these, critically acclaimed and beloved, but sort of underperforming first-person shooters. I almost feel like now the odds could be better than ever in a sense.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's just a question of how do we brand it, because the Apex story is the current story in the Titanfall universe. So how would they continue that? It gets a little time warpy if you really think about it, and I don't think we have time for me to like really delve into it. So I'm not going to do that. But yeah, I think the only question would be, how do we brand this? Do we call it? Do we say it's the Apex continuation because that is their current live service game, or do we do a Titanfall story that is still technically in the past and not set in this current timeline? So it's a little time warpy.
and well, that too, not just the lore, but the marketing side of it, I think too is important. Like that's just a reality where they have this big brand in Apex and this Titanfall brand, which is not as big. Maybe it's Titanfall 3 an Apex Legends story, like just to work it into the title. You never know. It's what they might do to try and maximize that brand awareness. All right. Next up this week, Microsoft's compatibility team is at it again. FPS Boost has been uploaded and released for Dark Souls 3. So on Series X and S, it'll now run at 60 frames per second. Microsoft announcing it themselves on Twitter, and that's it. That's the news. It's good stuff because this is, it's not something like an Apex Legends where it's fast action, but you've got a brutal combat game here that more frame rate is always better. Destin, they said that they had to utilize a new method to do this, and this compatibility team and these old games that just keep getting better, it's incredible to see from Xbox.
Yeah, it really is, and they seem to do this completely independent of any input from software.
Correct.
Because it is the Xbox One version of the game which actually ran at a lower base resolution, which was pointed out by Digital Foundry with this FPS boost, which is still an ongoing issue as of this Xbox Series X boost. But it's really interesting that Microsoft does have the ability to say, okay, you're not going to fix the resolution issue. We can fix the frame rate issue, though. Let's bump this up to 60 FPS. Here you go. And hopefully those other quality of life improvements eventually come to Xbox, because it is a bit of a bummer that the fact that this was released for the OG console would hold back next gen consoles. It's certainly interesting because it seems like it would be easy to fix, but I don't know how you adjust the base resolution. I know Dark Souls notoriously, like for modders on the PC, has been improved. Basically, it would come to PC and then modders would improve it basically instantly the day it came out by editing the INI files. So Dark Souls is definitely a weird beast. This to me just says that Xbox has more tools at their disposal to improve games easily, just by the system being a better system, and that's inspiring to say the least. This guy's about to fight a boss.
The fact that, like, you know, I don't want us to get to a point where we completely take this for granted. I mean, it's I think Microsoft, if you were to ask them, the compatibility team, they might say, well, if people are taking it for granted, that means we've done our jobs, because they're just not thinking about it and expecting it to be there, and that means we're doing what we want to do. But there's a ton of effort that goes into these, and we fans get to reap the benefits of that for free. There's just nothing. That's it. Like, I don't think this should go underappreciated by the community. And not that I'm not saying it is, but I just want us to take a minute here to do it, because, like, Miranda, I would imagine even that has a sort of a trickle down effect, where I would imagine the Dark Souls 3 guide on IGN probably gets a little bit of a bump, because people go back to the game, right, when it gets this FPS boost.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. It's always a nice reminder. If anything, it's just like, oh, this is in the news, and I've been reminded that this game has gotten some sort of update, and if I love it, it's like, why not go back to it? So I think that's always a nice benefit of these boosts.
Stella, do your incredible gaming skills extend to the Soulsborne genre?
Actually, yes. I've beaten Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, and Demon Souls now.
Nice.
So,
you haven't played the first one?
I have. Well, I have.
Okay.
That was the very first. 2014, I tried it. I was a heavy FPS gamer. I had no idea what Dark Souls was. I played it, and I was like, wait, why do I die? Why do I go all the way back to the beginning? Wait, why do I lose everything? I rage quit. That was my first rage quit. Yep. But
I thought
then I revisited.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, like, oh, you absolutely have to, because if you play one, like 3, there's just such a more appreciation for 3 if you've played 1. So that's all I was going to say. It's so good.
I'll try it, because there's the remaster now. But,
yeah, the design is gorgeous. Like, it's so good. I don't want to go on tired about Dark Souls, but, like, absolutely.
Oh, yeah. I know a lot of people were kind of sad that I hadn't, like, when I got down in Orlando, they were like, oh, you don't understand.
You don't understand.
I was like, yeah. And I was just like, I'm sorry, but I'm going to beat the bosses. So, yeah, I can say that FPS boost on stuff like Dark Souls matters, because every frame counts. Like split frame might be the difference between your death and saving all of your souls versus just getting obliterated. So,
love it.
Yeah, I love this. Microsoft has said that it's fairly easy to implement for developers, or somebody said that. I don't know who said that. I want to credit to Microsoft not knowing off the top of my head. But it has been implemented across a lot of games at this point. And it just means that the Xbox infrastructure has been set up to offer options and support like this to developers. And that's just great to see across the board. So it is much easier to update your frame rate and stuff on Xbox, which they've talked about a few times. So I just wanted to
great to see it. Love it. Next up this week, the upcoming next-gen upgrade for The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt will include some extra free content inspired by the Netflix show starring Henry Cavill, according to CD Projekt Red themselves. They had their own little digital event, WitcherCon, and a couple of the developers revealed that the extra content would come included with the next-gen upgrades, which are currently planned for release later this year. They did not specify what the extra items would be. They did suggest it was part of a tie-in with the show and might include the ability to wear armor inspired by Geralt's armor in the show. So, Destin, what do you want to see here from this Netflix content that'll be added optionally into The Witcher 3?
A mission where Henry Cavill builds a computer.
Sorry.
No, I don't know.
If you're watching the video, there was something that happened. I was like, oh. But also, Dustin, I agree. Sorry, please continue.
Yeah, right. So that's what I want. Henry Cavill building a computer. In all seriousness, though, I mean, whatever story they want to take us on with The Witcher, I'm down.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds, my interpretation of this is that it's not going to be like gameplay content. I think I interpret extra items as just that, like costumes, things like that, that are going to be probably a lower input required from from CD Projekt to put in. But then again, we are talking about a developer that did how many? Does anybody know how many free DLCs they did for The Witcher 3 before those 2 actual expansion packs? They had a bunch, right?
Yep. There's a whole bunch.
So, yeah.
And it was all free.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So I shouldn't put it past them, but I would love to see. I mean, maybe they'll go so far as a Henry Cavill player model to replace the in-game Geralt with his Geralt. That would be pretty cool. Something I'd like to see that probably is too much effort and maybe too much cost to the studio as well to have to pay for this, but you could have a Henry Cavill voice pack where he re-records every bit of dialogue in the game, and you're playing as the Henry Cavill Geralt. Like Miranda, you seem to agree with that.
If that happened, I'd actually play The Witcher 3. I don't like Geralt. I don't like him. I don't want to spend 100 hours with him. I don't want to do it. Yeah, I don't like him. I don't like him at all. And so
in the game or in the show or both?
In the game. The game. The show is fine. Like I mean, the show was. I just kind of had it on while I was moving, and I was like, the timeline. It's fun, but the timeline is really weird, and it's fine. It was an enjoyable minute, and I will watch the next show because I like Henry Cavill, and I think it was pretty funny. But show aside, the game I know is like lauded, and people love it so much, and I understand why. It just really, do you want to spend 100 hours with someone you're not really into? Like, do you really want to do that? I don't want to do that. So I have not.
That describes my first marriage to a T.
Oh no! Oh my god!
Well, that was way more than 100 hours.
Can we do that here?
You can do anything you want. It's fine. It's
okay.
We make the rules.
I would say, right, that would be a great incentive. And I think there's a lot of little nods they could do to the show. Speaking of things added to the show or Netflix show to a game, Dota 2 and Dragons, there's the Dota anime. And then they added the armor to Dota 2. So that was cool. I just want to talk about Dota for a split second and make a good joke about it that I'm sure no one thought was funny. Like, God damn it, Miranda.
I appreciated it. I appreciated it.
Yeah, but if we could get, like a hidden PC room somewhere in Witcher 3 for Henry Cavill build a PC, that'd be great.
Or have like his Henry Cavill's like model in the game, and he's just like hammering away at like a stone, like he's making like a stone tablet, and it looks like a PC, and he's just like, "This is the future," and he's just credited as some madman, right? Like, oh, that's the town madman. Don't pay him any attention.
That'd be so fun. Cool.
That'd be really good. Yeah, I would happily see that. Fire the game up to play. A final thought here. I think it's hilarious that 2 of what are probably going to be some of 2021's most played games are going to be 2013's Grand Theft Auto 5, because that next gen re-release is coming out in November, and 2015's The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, which we don't have a date for, but like people are going to be diving back into those and spending a ton of time with these next gen versions. I know I, for one, I've been wanting to do a GTA 5 replay. And once the next gen version was announced, I decided, all right, I'll just wait. So I'm going to be one of those people probably. Although if it comes out anywhere near Halo, then I'll be playing Halo instead. But I appreciate that GTA and now The Witcher will always be there for us if we want them.
Is GTA 5 going to be the new Skyrim?
Yeah, I think you're right. Like you half joke, but I think you're correct, Destin.
Coming soon to our fridges. I just hope that the Cyberpunk next gen upgrade happens before the Witcher 3 upgrade.
Oh god.
Yeah. That's all I want.
Yeah.
Please, CD Projekt Red.
Ooh, that wouldn't be a good look.
Huh. That is, yeah.
I did not forget. I'm waiting to replay that game.
Which one's gonna hit first? That's a
Witcher.
Really that might be like because that was planned, right? Like whereas Cyberpunk they've had to adapt on the fly to this disaster as it's unfolded. So you might be right. It might be The Witcher 3 gets its next gen update first. We shall see. I guess the last thing I'll cover in the news this week, it's not really a discussion topic per se, but I welcome anybody's comments. I just found this incredibly sweet. So River is the name of the German Shepherd, the real life German Shepherd that Bethesda used to model dog meat in Fallout 4. Well, the real-life River, who belonged to Joel Burgess, who is no longer at Bethesda but was on the development team for Fallout 4 at the time, River passed away very recently, and I thought it was. And by the way, Joel, he shared a very heartfelt Twitter thread about River and River's contribution, how River came to be in Fallout 4, which I highly encourage you read that on his Twitter feed, which is at Joel Burgess, JoelBurgess. But I thought this was great. Xbox, so Microsoft and Bethesda are donating $10,000 to the Montgomery County Humane Society, that's in Maryland, where Bethesda is located, in honor of River, in River's name, which I just thought was a very sweet thing of Microsoft and Bethesda to do.
That's amazing. That's so sweet. I love that. So Fallout 4 was my first introduction to the series because it was the most modern one that came out. And okay, hold on. Actually, I have a Stimpack tattoo from it. Like I got it.
Oh, look at that. Nice.
So yeah, I love that game so much. And Dog Meat I was like, why would we name you Dog Meat? I'm going to call you something else. I don't remember the name, but I just remember loving like the companion aspect. And then, she would like trigger some traps and I'm like, please just come back.
Oh, there's real life River. Yeah, there's if you're watching on video right now, you're seeing behind the scenes footage of in-game River and real life River, or in-game Dog Meat and real life River, I should say. They're doing all the getting the sounds and the mocap and just playing with her in the office.
Oh,
it's sweet. So, yeah, River, rest in peace, but very sweet what Xbox and Bethesda did there. So, love to see it. Good stuff. All right, let's do our Unlock Block trivia. Now, Stella, this is the part of the show where, so Destin, your boss, is extraordinarily competitive when it comes to this.
Oh,
so
yes. Oh, I thought you were going to say, and just in general, he is, but yeah.
If you can get this trivia question correct and Destin gets it wrong, it'll make your day a little better because you'll know it just annoys Destin that much more. Our trivia question this week comes from listener Matt Headley, who asks this. Now, Miranda, I'm looking at you here.
Don't look at me.
This is a Gears of War question. Yeah.
Don't look at me at all.
I'm looking at you.
Pretend I'm not here.
Matt Headley asks, in 2008, Epic and Microsoft threw a contest in honor of the then upcoming Gears of War 2 during the first Rockstar Energy Mayhem Festival tour. The contest gave players the chance to play Gears of War 2 with members of a heavy metal band. Which band was that opportunity to play with? Was it Disturbed? Now remember, put yourself in 2008 here. Disturbed, Korn, Slipknot, or Megadeth? Now, Stella, you're our guest of honor here this week.
Oh God,
first time on the panel. Yeah. So I'm gonna go to you first out of courtesy. I hope I didn't just give you an anxiety attack by going to you first.
No, not at all. Hi. I'm not gonna lie. I was not paying attention to Gears of War at this time, so I have no idea. Can I phone a friend, Miranda?
You cannot phone a friend. I'm so sorry. This friend does not know the answer. So.
Crap. Okay. C?
Okay, you're going with Slipknot.
Yeah.
Well, Destin, even though Miranda claims she doesn't know, she could be sandbagging this because she is the ultimate Gears of War expert.
Mm-hmm.
Destin, I'll go your way next.
I think it was Disturbed, eh?
Okay. All right, that leaves Miranda.
Guess someone I was going to guess. I thought it was Disturbed as well. So we're going to go A.
Okay, you're going with Destin. Wow, that's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him. I am pleased to say that Stella is correct. It was Slipknot.
It was Slipknot. Really?
It was Slipknot.
Dang it.
You could play Gears
Destin,
2.
I mean, I'm sorry. I love my job.
You're fine. Get the next one.
Oh my God. No.
I'm adding Stella to the leaderboard here.
Oh my God. I can't
get you a point. Love it.
I honestly thought Slipknot wouldn't do it. That's why
I didn't know Slipknot was too. I don't know. I was like, well, Slipknot. They seem like they would bad.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Would they be down with the sickness?
Yes,
oh my God,
I knew. See,
get
you were
out.
going to twist it and go there, even though that's Disturbed.
Oh my gosh, guys. Yeah.
He just has to get in the last word. He not only is he competitive, he needs to get in the last word. That's what Destin does.
That's a countdown to extinction, right?
Oh my goodness, guys!
See, now he's googling things now.
No, I didn't Google that one. That's Megadeth. That's one of my favorite Megadeth albums.
You called him a fake fan too.
My words, Ryan.
Stop.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's corn.
I will say, oh my gosh, I will say it's really fun, at least with these like events around games, because I also like so I just wasn't really paying attention to the larger things around games at that time. So when I get to learn these, though, it's a lot of fun. So now I know who's down with video games and Slipknot.
There you go. We all learned something today, except for Stella, who knew it, even though she pretended she didn't.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Yeah, take the credit. It's fine.
By the way, Ryan, we did do trivia last week, but it was just for me, and I asked everyone about party games.
It was fair.
I'll let you know.
Good to know. All right, we've got a few minutes left. I do want to do the loot box here, because this is a really good question from OC. I had actually wanted to do this one on the Phil Spencer episode while Phil was here. Sadly, we did not have time for that, but let's throw to the OC not the OC. His name's OC. I don't know. He might live in Orange County. I'm not sure. He could be OC from the OC. That'd be pretty sweet. But OC's got our loot box video question this week.
What's up, Unlock crew? This is OC, aka 7 God Complex on Xbox Live, and I have some thoughts I want to share with you guys and a couple of questions. In the past, we used to, after E3 and gaming shows or anything for that matter, we used to get reveals of games. And following that reveal of the game, with the year, even 2 years leading up to that game, we used to get a steady stream of content, screenshots here, videos here, just something to show us what's going on with these games. But these days, developers seem to hold that information really close to the chest. And for example, Redfall supposed to be coming out summer next year, but we have no idea when we're going to ever see anything on that game before it's released. So my question is, A, do you think we'll ever get back to that time where we get these reveals and then we're getting a good steady amount of information to come little by little or anything like that? Or B, do you think it's our fault as the fans that online all the time, harsh criticisms of these games, that early stages of frame drops in the demo online and everybody goes crazy about it and trashes the game, so developers have no choice now but to keep it secret to keep the controversy from happening? But anyway, hopefully we'll get back to that time. That's what I'm hoping for, and keep doing a great job. I'll see you guys on Unlock.
Destin, I'm going to go your way first here. What do you think? I mean, I thought this was a great video loot box question from OC. Will we ever get back to that time that he's referring to? And is it our fault in a way for nitpicking every little thing on every little content drop?
Will we get back to that time? No. I think Cyberpunk put the nail in the coffin on that one. Basically, Cyberpunk would do all these pre-release streams, then it launches in a really bad state, and now everybody is on like high alert. Even going back further from that, you look at Watch Dogs putting out their goal gameplay, and then their launch gameplay is like so far from what their target was. I think we see less and less from developers who aren't confident in saying this is something close, like really close to what we're able to launch with. So yeah, I think everybody's going to pull the reins in and be extra careful, especially when, like, look what happened with Halo Infinite. Look what happened with Horizon recently and the reactions to like what a character model looks like. It's going to change how developers and publishers release things based on those responses.
Stella, do you share Destin's pessimism on this, or do you think we might get back to a place where we kind of hear more about games over longer amounts of time before they come out?
I think it depends on the developer's style. I mean, it's not like we don't see that, right? Like Kina has been pretty good about releasing screenshots, like art concepts and stuff. So I feel like it just really depends. I don't know. I do agree that we as a gaming community can be very harsh at first appearances. We could be like, oh, well, why does it look like that? Or like, oh, that looks rough. Why didn't we get gameplay footage? And some developers just may not be ready, and that's okay. I think people still forget that developers are people and they have feelings, and this is their passion project. And, that does end up affecting a studio. I feel like I want to say that we will get half and half, right? But there is such a thing as too much content. Like there's a thing as seeing too much of something and being like, well, now I'm not really that excited. Kind of like with Cyberpunk. I don't want to spoil it for people, but there's just something really important that happens. And when you see it, you're just like, well, why am I invested in the first minutes then, So I feel like there is such a thing as too much all at once. So I feel like finding that delicate balance is really hard. That and having to deal with community backlash or just community feedback, I guess, is also just tough to handle. So I genuinely don't know.
Miranda, how about you? What do you think?
I agree with Stella on it being a mix, right? Like it is definitely going to come down to the studio and what they're comfortable with sharing. I think, the art assets they drop, like Stella was saying with Kina, is just like a really great idea. We've seen 343 put out some like really nice detailed blog updates of what they've been working on, how things have changed. So I think there is still a level of transparency. It's just a little different. And I think at the same time, too, you have to go looking for it a little bit more as well, because I think a lot of these studios are really just kind of giving them out on like their social channels and like on their own internal blogs. So sometimes the rollout is a little different. I, for one, have also been really paying attention to Redfall. So like I've just been like zeroed in on everything that they post because I'm really excited about it. I wanted to dig in any way I can. And so whenever they post something, I'm like, wait, you already posted. This is just part of a broken out article that you already have. Okay. Which is totally fine. I'm just looking at it and seeing if there is anything new. So I think it is a mix. And I absolutely, the backlash that a lot of people have when they see something that's in development and they don't take that into consideration or give that any sort of leeway. And instead they just kind of glob onto maybe something that they don't like and are really intense about it. Because I think there is, with the internet, a very reactive and sometimes a little harshly reactive mentality around certain things. It might be a vocal minority, but even still, like that can be a lot and it can be a deterrent. And I could see why maybe certain studios, PR teams, or their marketing teams don't necessarily want to keep pushing things when those are the responses they can get, even if it's not that bad, or even if what they have is great. Risking that can be difficult. So I think for some of these bigger studios, they'll do that a little bit less just so they can make sure what they do present is great. And also keep in mind, too, that whenever people have to present things, that means they have to prepare something. So that takes away time from development. So at that time, they're probably, if you guys don't know, when we play preview things, they're usually a slice of the game. So this is a thing that they prepared and said, here, this is the thing that you can play that we've, tested, made sure it's fine. It's not like the game that they're working on at that time. So it does take them like a break from what they're trying to accomplish within their game. Like some team is going to have to go prep this reel or this slice for people to play or to see or to show off. That takes away time from the rest of development. So I could see that also just being a deterrent of like not wanting to take the time for that necessarily as much as they used to before too, with I guess in conjunction of the responses that sometimes people get. But
yeah, you hit on the thing I was going to say, Miranda, which I'm glad you did, which is I think it's the bigger games, the big sort of quote unquote AAA things. Those are going to be the ones where I'm with Destin, where we're going to see less and less, so that you don't have you have a lower chance of having a cyberpunk like situation. But still, the smaller games out there, Stella, you mentioned Kina, which looks great as a smaller scale but gorgeous PS5 exclusive. Like those kinds of games have to put more out because you're competing for attention against those big juggernauts. So I do agree. It's all changing, and I'm not sure it's for the better yet, but our job is to adapt no matter what and get the message out in our way and get our opinions out and information out to the IGN audience. So we will continue to keep doing that on places like Podcast Unlocked, which you've now reached the end of. This was Unlocked 502. Stella, everybody's hung out with you for the last hour or so. For those of the folks in our audience who this might be their first time really hearing from you, getting to know you, where can they follow you on Twitter, on social media, on Twitch, etc.?
So you can find me at Parallax Stella. I know that's kind of a long name, but that's on Twitter, Instagram, and Twitch, where I stream pretty much every day after work. I have a really weird schedule, so basically I'm a nighttime streamer, and I play a lot of Apex. So you can follow me there.
Good stuff. Destin?
Yeah, I mean, subscribe to youtube.com/IGN Games. Yeah, I guess. Keep an eye on that channel.
Thank you for doing that, so I didn't have to. That's Unlocked's new home on YouTube. It's new place. So yeah, youtube.com/IGN Games. Miranda, what are you up to?
I'm working on some fun things I can't talk about yet, which is great for me because I love getting the opportunity to write. So I hope you guys will read the thing that I have coming up, and you'll know about it soon. And then you can also find me on Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, and everywhere else at Havoc Rose, and that's Havoc with a K, as always.
Yeah, I've got one of those too that I look forward to talking about at some point in the not too distant future. But for now, for any of you who may be PC gamers out there, I had the great privilege of being part of a wonderful team at IGN that helped exclusively reveal Company of Heroes 3 today as we record from Relic Entertainment. The folks behind they're doing, in a Microsoft tie-in, Age of Empires 4. That's one of their teams is doing that, but they just announced the new entry in their long-running World War II real-time strategy series. So if you're a strategy gamer, PC gamer, check out all of our coverage on Company of Heroes 3. And you can find me on Twitter at DMC_Ryan. That'll do it for Unlocked 502. Thank you to producers Kate and Red. I'm Ryan for Miranda and Stella, as well as Destin. We'll see you all again next week, youtube.com/IGN Games.
We're Child's Play, and since 2003, we've been very, very busy. We supply toys and games to hundreds of child welfare facilities across the world, taking a little of the outside world and bringing it inside. We've raised more than $44 million so far, and our work reaches more than 1 million kids per year. Come be a part of our story and learn more at childsplaycharity.org.
Selector.
Attention campers, to whoever ordered delivery to their cabin, you owe us $20. Next time, order the Vindaloo.
Wake up, sleeper. Dreaming again? Every cycle, you take your chances. You roll your dice. You do the work, get paid, survive. You turn up for your friends, or you don't. That's life on the eye.
Wake up, sleeper. Your body is dying. Planned obsolescence. As an ARP's gift for its escaped workers. But we can fight this. You can remake yourself here.
Acquisitions Incorporated is the leader in interplanar artifact recovery, with exciting new franchise opportunities in your area. Are you eager to liberate the lost treasures of a dragon's hoard? Are you desperate for work and lack better options? With Kingdom-class on-the-job training, our franchisees learn the skills they need to ensure their legacy and their survival. Skills like choosing the right career path, not getting devoured, team building, and decisioning. Welcome to a life of profitable adventure. Welcome to Clank Legacy Acquisitions Incorporated.
Did you know? Sometimes people come on the internet just to tell lies. Could you believe someone would do that? Just go onto the internet and tell lies? Well, they do. And that's a fact about the internet.
Earth used to be our home, until the nuclear catastrophe plunged it into chaos. After 150 years, we've finally returned to the surface of the Earth. But the planet has changed.
Radiation has become an invisible, deadly companion. Droughts and sandstorms plague us time and again. We forge ahead to make this world bearable again.
We have created a new home for ourselves in order to lead a happy life. And yet, no peace lasts forever. Some survivors envy our hard-won prosperity. We won't allow our success to be simply taken away from us. We have to act. It's up to you to build our future.
You are Gatewalkers, the chosen ones who travel different worlds to save your own. Play the game solo or in up to 4 players party. Create your own unique character and start plenty of hours of gameplay. Full of bosses, tons of mobs, with unique resources and objectives to find and puzzles to solve. Don't be afraid of portals. Become a Gatewalker.
I'm still piecing things together, but we're in trouble with Eli Faust. I don't know why. I just want to find Jericho and leave all of this behind. Normally I'd say that's impossible, but I'll find a way.
decided, you know what, I've dabbled in indie games. I'm going to give this one last shot.
Let's just make a game.
It felt like jumping into the deep end.
I realized that making games is like a real thing that you can do.
It's just so, that's the word, is liberating.
We owned this project. Success for us is defined as being able to continue to do this because we really love it.
We want to be what we know.
Making something that people enjoy.